Yes, sir. He looked at the central square that was dyed red by countless corpses, and at those who had been extremely arrogant in front of him. His senior brothers, who were now lying quietly on the ground, were the ordinary disciples who had rushed over after him. They wished they could slap their ears a few times. They hated themselves for meddling in other people's business. They hated themselves for coming so quickly. Facing the hundreds of familiar corpses in the central square, none of them were willing to take the initiative to attack Chu Zhongtian. However, the cruel punishment of law enforcement peak made them not dare to disobey Su Xiaojia's orders. They could only brace themselves and charge forward. Don't worry, your main task is to harass Chu Zhongtian. Make him unable to focus on dealing with your senior brother Ma Junhua's attack, and let your senior brother Ma attack from a close distance. Retreat and defend. A large portion of the disciples who were charging forward were unwilling. Su Xiaojia was worried that these people would not put in any effort and would affect disciple Ma's actions. Therefore, he kindly reminded them. Ma Junhua, who didn't know how to deal with Chu Zhongtian, heard Su Xiaojia's order. A trace of joy flashed across his face. Then, he took out hundreds of hidden weapons from the storage bag. He planned to use the hidden weapons with great poison when he got close to Chu Zhongtian. Su Xiaojia didn't need to explain the use of these ordinary disciples loudly. Chu Zhongtian could guess it too. He wasn't worried about it. Because after these ordinary disciples entered the range of the force, there was only one result. That was that they were completely confined 50 meters away. The only thing that affected him was, when he chased after his opponents, he would be obstructed by them. In order to prevent the expert surnamed Ma from escaping, Chu Zhongtian gestured for 3 spirit object to intercept the ordinary disciples who were charging towards him. Then, he used the vital spirit in the Dantian to transform into 2 huge green dragons, 2 white tigers and 2 red vermilion bird. He ordered the 9 spirit object to surround the surrounding law enforcement peak disciples. He had completely killed all the disciples of the ____ within 10 meters of the outer layer of the barrier. What Chu Zhongtian didn't know was that after he transformed another 6 real spirit object, the sound of people gasping could be heard from the entire law enforcement peak. After a warrior broke through to the essence gathering stage because of the expansion of the Dantian, although more spirit object could be produced to increase one's combat strength, the number of essence gathering stage spirit object could only be counted on one hand. A genius with a heavenly talent could at most produce 3 spirit object after breaking through to the essence gathering stage, and the more it would affect one's own strength. When a genius with a heavenly talent reached the level of a monstrous genius, after breaking through to the essence gathering stage, he would only be able to create 6 spirit object at most. At most, it would also affect his own strength. When Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Qi transforming period, his talent had reached the monster level. Therefore, when he first produced 3 spirit object, it didn't really shock the crowd. However, when the number of spirit object he produced reached 9, and he still had a powerful strength, the experts present couldn't stay calm anymore. After transforming into 9 spirit object, he was still able to maintain his powerful strength. This meant that when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the essence gathering stage, the number of Dantian he produced had increased by at least 100 times. Otherwise, the vital spirit in his Dantian wouldn't be able to support the transformation of so many spirit object. The fact that the Dantian had been expanded to 100 times its original size indicated that Chu Zhongtian's talent and potential had been improved for some unknown reason. The only person who could remain calm at the scene was probably Zhao Enjuan. This was because he knew that Chu Zhongtian had used the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill to form a perfect Dantian. The vital spirit within the perfect Dantian was enough for him to form even more spirit object. Furthermore, when Chu Zhongtian first attacked law enforcement peak, he had already used the ability to transform his attributes. At that time, he had probably formed 12 spirit object. 9 of them were only slightly weaker than Chu Zhongtian. It was because of the amplification of their power that their true strength had already reached the half-step divine soul period. When faced with the ordinary disciples of the law enforcement peak, whose strength had been frozen and restricted by the force, there was only one outcome: slaughter. Originally, Ma Junhua, who wanted to use the protection of the surrounding disciples to get close to Chu Zhongtian, had just stepped into the range of the force with one of his legs using the advanced movement technique. When he found out that the 100 or so disciples who were assisting him in attacking were completely blocked by the 12 spirit object, and were constantly being slaughtered, his first reaction was to quickly retreat to avoid being restricted by the force of the force. However, the Chu Zhongtian he was facing was someone who had precise control over the situation of the battle. Just as Ma Junhua was planning to retreat and escape from the range of the force, the yellow-grade peak stage movement technique allowed Chu Zhongtian to move at lightning speed. He approached Ma Junhua, but before he could react, it completely enveloped him within the force, and it covered an area of more than 30 meters. Within 30 meters, even a half-step divine soul period genius disciple would be restricted by at least 8 layers of strength. Ma Junhua, who had lost the advantage of the sword technique and the concealed weapon, couldn't even withstand a single strike, and his head was chopped off by Chu Zhongtian. When Chu Zhongtian cut off Ma Junhua's head, the 9 materialized spirit object. Almost half of the law enforcement peak disciples had been killed. The remaining disciples were scared at the beginning. Plus, they had been staying at the back of the group, so they weren't willing to step into the range of the force. As a result, when the spirit object wanted to chase after them, they immediately went back the way they came. Although they were very angry at the disciples who had turned around to escape, they were still in the range of the force. Su Shaojie didn't feel like criticizing them for the result of losing his life. In the end, he could only give them a fierce glare and tell them to get lost. After putting away Ma Junhua's storage bag and mid-level spirit grade, as well as the hundreds of hidden weapons with poison in his sleeves, Chu Zhongtian did not continue advancing towards the law enforcement pavilion. Instead, he took out an upper-rank 7th grade vital spirit pill from his storage bag. A high-grade 6th grade vital spirit pill, he planned to break through to the stage on the spot. After fighting with hundreds of different stage disciples, Chu Zhongtian realized that his initial idea was too optimistic. With his current essence gathering stage 5th layer peak cultivation base, facing a peak essence gathering stage opponent, he barely managed to kill his opponent without using his trump card. But against a half-step divine soul period warrior, in a situation where he didn't use his trump card, he was no match for his opponent. Now, he had lost 4 geniuses who had at least reached the peak of their cultivation. Su Shaojie would definitely send out stronger opponents with higher cultivation bases. At that time, even with the help of force, it wouldn't be easy for him to deal with them. What if Su Shaojie sent out a peerless expert with a half-step divine soul period cultivation base? He could only use the Qi extermination fist that could destroy the void. Otherwise, with his current strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for such a genius. Jiao, protect me. I want to break through to the stage. After taking out the upper-rank 7th grade and 6th grade vital spirit, Chu Zhongtian took out dozens of upper-level 4 spirit stones and placed them beside him. He then said to Zhao and Juan, "1." In a flash, he appeared next to Chu Zhongtian, and Zhao and Juan gently said, "Don't worry about breaking through. I'll take care of everything." Although he was in the main camp of law enforcement peak, he had the protection of supreme-level expert Zhao and Juan. Chu Zhongtian didn't need to worry about his own safety. Therefore, he focused all of his attention on using the vital spirit pill to break through to the stage. Before he attacked law enforcement peak, with the help of the upper-level 5 vital spirit pill, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had already reached the essence gathering stage 5th layer peak. With just an upper-rank 8th grade vital spirit pill, he could easily step into the 6th level of the essence gathering stage. Now, he was going to fight against hundreds of different stage warriors. The vital spirit that caused the perfect Dantian to boil had been attacking the new stage. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been suppressing it all this time, he would have charged into the central square halfway up the mountain. He would have been able to break through to the 6th level of the essence gathering stage. The reason Chu Zhongtian took out the upper-rank 7th grade and 6th grade vital spirit pill was because he wanted to raise his cultivation base to the essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer. Only by breaking through to the essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer would he be able to kill a half-step divine soul period warrior without using his trump card. As the upper-rank 7th grade vital spirit pill was swallowed into his body, it turned into pure energy. The bottleneck of the stage, which was as fragile as a piece of paper, was easily broken. It allowed him to smoothly enter the 6th level of the essence gathering stage. At the same time, the breakthrough in his cultivation gave him a powerful aura. However, his precise control of the aura caused the aura that had just risen from his body to disappear before it even reached the peak. At the same time, the stage aura that was flowing out of his body instantly calmed down. The pill that Chu Zhongtian had taken out just now, apart from the quality, it was of a higher grade. Apart from having a purer energy, its appearance and size were no different from the vital spirit pill refined by the current alchemy path. Therefore, when he saw that Chu Zhongtian had easily broken through to the 6th level of the essence gathering stage with just a single upper-rank 7th grade vital spirit pill, the numerous experts present finally understood why the young Chu Zhongtian, why did Zhao Enjuan, who had a proud and aloof personality, improve so quickly. He would choose Chu Zhongtian as his disciple. It turned out that all of this was because of Chu Zhongtian's astonishing talent. The shock of breaking through to the essence gathering stage 6th level with just an upper-rank 7th grade vital spirit pill was not over yet. Chu Zhongtian had used his momentum to accurately control his strength and body. In an instant, he consolidated his cultivation base after breaking through, shocking all the experts present. Being able to consolidate his cultivation base in an instant not only indicated that Chu Zhongtian had perfect control over his strength and body, but also gave him more time to cultivate. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was still improving his cultivation base, Long Xingyun couldn't help but raise his head and look at the void above Sect Lord Peak. He thought, "Master, why didn't you increase the stakes and accept junior brother Chu, causing sect leader's family to miss out on such a monstrous disciple?" Tianjun looked at Long Xingyun with a face full of complaints. He had the same thoughts as Long Xingyun, but the one he was complaining about was Long Xingyun. The stage, which could easily break through, didn't consume too much energy from the upper-rank 7th grade vital spirit pill. The remaining energy from the vital spirit pill continued to push his cultivation base towards the higher level of the stage. 5 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian's body trembled slightly. His cultivation base had broken through from the early 6th level of the essence gathering stage to the mid-stage. 12 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian's body trembled slightly. His cultivation base had broken through from the essence gathering stage mid-stage to the high level of the essence gathering stage. When his cultivation base had advanced to the high essence gathering stage, the energy of the upper-rank 7th grade vital spirit pill had been completely consumed. Without any worries or hesitation, Chu Zhongtian consumed the prepared high-grade 6th grade vital spirit pill. The energy of the vital spirit pill was 10 times more than the energy of an upper-rank 7th grade vital spirit pill, and its purity was 10 times higher. It only took him less than 10 minutes to advance his cultivation base to the essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer. As for the remaining energy of the high-grade 6th grade vital spirit pill, it continued to push his cultivation base. However, if he wanted to break through to the 7th level of the essence gathering stage, he had to compress the perfect dantian. Although Chu Zhongtian had the energy-shaking pill that could help him break through to the essence gathering stage advanced, the environment wasn't suitable for him to consume. Therefore, after consolidating his essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer cultivation base, Chu Zhongtian stood up. "Thank you, Master, for protecting me." He thanked Zhao Enjuan, who was standing guard beside him. After Zhao Enjuan stepped aside, Chu Zhongtian held the natal spirit blade tightly and continued to approach the law enforcement pavilion with confidence. Perhaps it was because Chu Zhongtian's breakthrough just now was too shocking. Or perhaps it was because Su Xiaojie had not considered which powerful warrior to kill Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian, who was constantly approaching the law enforcement pavilion, was not stopped by anyone. 10 minutes later, when he was still half the way to the law enforcement pavilion, the 5th opponent to intercept and kill appeared in front of him. The 5th opponent was an ordinary man who looked to be almost 30 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, ordinary temperament, and a half-step divine soul period cultivation base. Originally, Chu Zhongtian could easily kill half-step divine soul period warriors with his help. Now, his cultivation base had increased by an entire minor stage, and his strength had become even stronger. Not only did Su Xiaojie not arrange for a stronger opponent to be stronger than him, he also arranged for a stronger opponent to be his opponent. Chu Zhongtian had no idea what he was thinking about arranging an ordinary half-step divine soul period opponent. Not to mention Chu Zhongtian, even the higher-ups of law enforcement peak who stood behind Su Xiaojie did not understand why he sent an ordinary disciple whose name had yet to change. Only Su Xiaojie had a complacent smile on his face. This was because the true strength of his opponent this time was enough to rank him in the top 10 of the essence gathering stage disciples of the top sections. Even the peerless geniuses of law enforcement peak thought that they were no match for him. My surname is Ren, and my name is Dellen. I'm 36 years old this year, and my cultivation is at the half-step divine soul period. The opponent in front of him not only had an ordinary appearance and strength, but also had a different style of handling things. When facing an enemy, he actually had the leisure to explain himself. My surname is Chu, and my name is Zhongtian. In another 2 days, it will be my 18th birthday. Although he did not know why the other party would be so polite, he still abided by the etiquette of a duel between martial artists. Chu Zhongtian, who couldn't figure out the other party's path, chose to introduce himself. After introducing himself, Chu Zhongtian moved the vital spirit in his dantian. He planned to officially start a fight with the other party, but not only did Rendelin not take out his vital spirit tool. Instead, there was an old man who was so old that he started to talk about his own experiences. Junior brother Chu, Rendelin, broke through to the Qi transforming period at the age of 19, and the talent I displayed when I broke through to the Qi transforming period barely made me a peerless genius. Rendelin stretched out his right hand, which was missing a finger, and said with a complicated tone, 36 years old, 19 years old, the talent of a peerless genius. Hearing Rendelin's nagging self-introduction, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but frown slightly. He was only 19 years old, but his cultivation base had already broken through to the Qi transforming period. This was enough to show that Rendelin's talent was extraordinary. The talent of a peerless genius not only represented the height of Rendelin's future achievements, but also the speed at which he could increase his cultivation base. If one were to calculate the age and talent, Renda might not be able to become a great Tao period expert, but it shouldn't be difficult for him to reach the peak of the longevity period stage. In that case, Rendelin, who had such an outstanding talent, had spent 17 years. Not only had he not reached the longevity period, he hadn't even broken through to the divine soul stage. How could he not be curious about this? The talent of a peerless genius, besides giving me a faster cultivation speed. He had also been highly regarded and taken care of by the law enforcement peak, and with the help of sufficient cultivation resources, when I was 21 years old, I broke through to the essence gathering stage, and when I was 25 years old, I reached the half-step divine soul period. As if he didn't notice Chu Zhongtian's doubts, Rendelin continued to explain his experiences. After a year of cultivation, on the day of my 26th birthday, I chose to break through to the divine soul stage, but my luck wasn't good. A friend who had a life-and-death relationship with me had done something to the pill that helped me break through to the divine soul stage. It caused my soul to suffer a severe injury when I broke through to the divine soul stage. Not only did I fail to break through to the divine soul stage, but I was also unable to break through to the divine soul stage for the rest of my life. When he heard Rendelin's introduction of him breaking through to the divine soul stage, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at him. It was indeed infuriating to be betrayed by a life-and-death friend. But what made him even more sad was that he would never be able to break through to the divine soul stage for the rest of his life. This was a fatal blow to Rendelin, who possessed unparalleled talent. With the peerless talent, I, who has the possibility of breaking through to the supreme level, will forever remain at the half-step divine soul period. I hate my life-and-death friend. I hate this heaven. I hate this earth. Although the hatred in my heart is hard to wash away, even the ocean can't wash it away. However, I am more unwilling to accept this. Although 10 years had passed, when he mentioned that he had lost the chance to advance to supreme level expert, although he had been stuck at the half-step divine soul period for the rest of his life, he still had a painful expression on his face. Although the stage can't break through to the divine soul stage, can it be that my strength can only remain at the half-step divine soul period? I don't believe it, and I don't want to believe it. Therefore, for the past 10 years, not only did I consume many medicinal pills and spirit fruit that could increase my cultivation base, at the same time, I have also cultivated many secret technique that can increase my strength. After saying this, Rendelin finally took out his own spirit weapon. When Chu Zhongtian saw the spirit weapon Rendelin took out, he frowned slightly. This was because the spirit weapon Rendelin took out was not only at the top grade. Furthermore, it was the highest grade top grade spirit weapon, and it was almost at the level of a semi-supreme grade spirit weapon. Rendelin took out the spirit weapon and said with a proud expression, "A year ago, the Merit Palace issued a mission to hunt down a first-level Divine Soul Stage warrior. That mission was accepted by me, and that Divine Soul Stage expert was killed by me." At this point, a force that could change the color of the sky suddenly rose from Rendelin's body. Chu Zhongtian had come into contact with some of the peerless Divine Soul Period Stage warriors, and he had a deep understanding of the aura on the stage warrior's body, as well as the chi he was emitting. At this moment, the chi that rose from Rendelin's body not only surpassed the Divine Soul Stage, but also reached the first-level Divine Soul Stage peak. Looking at Rendelin, whose chi was constantly rising, Chu Zhongtian's expression became serious. Advancing to the essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer only increased his strength by one minor stage. In other words, with his current strength, he could deal with an ordinary half-step Divine Soul Period warrior. If he could confine someone else's chi, he could easily face a half-step Divine Soul Stage warrior. If he could use the top-grade Natal Spirit Blade and the Purple Blood to enhance his strength, it would allow him to fight a peerless genius half-step Divine Soul Period warrior. However, facing a true Divine Soul Stage expert, there was nothing he could do, because Divine Soul Stage and half-step Divine Soul Period were two completely different things. A half-step Divine Soul Period warrior's comprehension had only reached the Divine Soul Stage, but the vital spirit in the Dantian had not undergone any qualitative change. The soul in his consciousness didn't have the ability to transform into a divine sense, so he couldn't use the most powerful power of the Divine Soul in the Divine Soul Stage. As for a peerless Divine Soul Period Stage warrior, not only did the vital spirit in his Dantian undergo a qualitative change, its energy became even stronger. When the divine sense was combined with the vital spirit, the power of the Divine Soul formed would be able to detect a half-step Divine Soul Period by 100 times. In fact, it was several hundred times stronger than a ____ warrior. Therefore, even if there were 100 half-step Divine Soul Period warriors, they were still not a match for a Divine Soul Stage warrior who had just broken through to the Divine Soul Stage. Rendelin's self-introduction and the Divine Soul Stage chi that rose from his body not only caused Chu Zhongtian's expression to become serious, but also Zhao Enjuan's expression to become gloomy. He never thought that there would be a freak like Rendelin in the law enforcement peak. However, he had no intention of saving them. This was because the restriction he had agreed upon with Xianxia was that Divine Soul Period Stage and above experts were not allowed to help. Although Rendelin's strength had surpassed Divine Soul Stage, his stage was at the half-step Divine Soul Period. It was also within the scope of the agreement. Although Rendelin's chi had reached the Divine Soul Stage, Chu Zhongtian didn't have the slightest fear. He circulated all the vital spirit in his Dantian, causing the purple blood in his body to boil. At the same time, he used the advanced movement technique which was getting closer and closer to breaking through to the profound grade. Together with the yellow-level intermediate peak sword method martial technique, he charged at Rendelin with his strongest strength. "Kid, although I can't use the power of the Divine Soul, the quality of the vital spirit has reached Divine Soul Stage. It's not something a puny essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer like you can withstand." Seeing Chu Zhongtian launching an attack, Rendelin wasn't nervous at all. He stood still on the spot, mocking ____ while adjusting the quality of the Divine Soul Stage vital spirit. He welcomed the spirit blade that Chu Zhongtian slashed at him. Rumble! After the two top-grade spirit weapon collided, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the entire law enforcement peak. The remaining energy waves passed through the law enforcement peak and continued to spread outwards. Along with the explosion, the rebounding force from the collision, as well as the attack force from Rendelin's Divine Soul Stage vital spirit not only forced Chu Zhongtian to take 36 steps back, but also made him feel a sweet taste in his mouth. Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand to touch the blood at the corner of his mouth. He didn't feel discouraged at all. and his face even revealed a look of excitement. Law Enforcement Peak. On the mountain road leading to the Law Enforcement Pavilion, Chu Zhongtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth quickly and secretly, but he couldn't hide it from Dongfang Yuner, who had been worried about his safety. Seeing that not only was Chu Zhongtian knocked back, but he was also injured, Dongfang Yuner looked at Long Xingyun for help. Dongfang Yuner, who had witnessed Long Xingyun's power and dominance, knew that among the people present, only he had the ability, the qualification, and the courage to help Chu Zhongtian get out of danger. Long Xingyun shook his head decisively when Dongfang Yuner looked at him for help. From the bottom of his heart, it was not that he was unwilling to help Chu Zhongtian. It was not that he did not have the ability to help Chu Zhongtian, it was just that he could not help him. Because his identity was too special. As the eldest senior brother of Sect Leaders Department, he had been dealing with the affairs of Sect Leaders Department for the past 10 years. It could be said that he was the decision-maker of Sect Leaders Department. If he came forward to help Chu Zhongtian and eliminate Rendelin, it would mean that Sect Leaders Department had completely fallen out with Law Enforcement Peak. The consequences would be unbearable and unbearable for Floating Cloud Sect. Grandpa Feng. Seeing that Long Xingyun wasn't willing to help, Dongfang Yuner looked at the Divine Soul Stage warriors of Heavenly Dragon Empire for help, because he also had the strength to help Chu Zhongtian. However, before the Divine Soul Warrior called Grandpa Feng could say anything, Dongfang Yongping directly refused. Yun, the grudge between Zhongtian and Law Enforcement Peak. Our Heavenly Dragon Empire cannot interfere. Seeing that both Long Xingyun and Grandpa Feng, who had the ability to help Chu Zhongtian, refused to help, Dongfang Yuner instantly fell into a helpless situation. At the same time, a deep sense of self-blame arose in her heart. She blamed herself for being too lazy and did not work hard in her cultivation. If she was also an essence gathering stage now, she could totally help Chu Zhongtian, unlike now where she could only watch and do nothing. Shaking his numb wrist, the injured Chu Zhongtian didn't show any signs of fear. Instead, he looked at Rendelin with an excited expression. Although the rebound from the collision of the spirit weapon and Rendelin's powerful attack of the vital spirit, he had no choice but to take 36 steps back and suffered some minor injuries. However, his all-out attack just now also forced Rendelin to take a small step back. It was because of Rendelin's small step that allowed Chu Zhongtian to see the hope of winning, the opportunity to strengthen his foundation, and the opportunity to improve his potential and strength. He took out an upper-rank 8th grade pill. After consuming the healing pill, Chu Zhongtian waited until his injuries had recovered to the 9th layer. Then, he continued to activate the vital spirit in his dantian and continued to attack. Fallen Flame Red Dust. Among the yellow-level intermediate sword method martial technique, the requirement for enlightenment was the deepest. The requirement for the vital spirit was the highest, and the technique for using it was the most strict. It was also the most powerful attack. Chu Zhongtian intended to use the strongest attack he could grasp to force Rendelin back, and continue to increase his confidence in winning. Seeing the injured Chu Zhongtian, not only did he not retreat, but he also begged for mercy. Instead, he continued to attack with a gloomy expression on his face. He tightly shook the top-grade spiritual sword and activated all of his vital spirit. Once again, he welcomed the natal spirit blade that contained the sword method martial technique. Rumble. The second time the spirit weapon collided, the booming sound was even louder, spreading even further. Chu Zhongtian was forced back even further. This time, he retreated nearly 40 steps. However, other than his numb wrist and some tumbling blood qi, he did not suffer any injuries. On the other hand, Rendelin, who was passively facing the attack, took a big step back in the second exchange. The soreness from his wrist made his face extremely unpleasant. As a peerless expert who had reached the first level of the Divine Soul stage, Rendelin had killed countless genius disciples in the past year. Among them, there was a young expert who had reached the half-step Divine Soul period and had the same cultivation base as him. He had never encountered a genius like Chu Zhongtian. Although his cultivation base was only at the essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer, the strength he displayed had already reached the limit of the half-step Divine Soul period. Although Chu Zhongtian's performance surprised Rendelin, He wasn't worried about it, because as long as Chu Zhongtian's attack power didn't exceed the Divine Soul stage, it wouldn't pose too much of a threat to him. However, Chu Zhongtian, who didn't have an advantage in terms of strength, took the initiative to attack twice in a row. Moreover, he forced Rendelin to take 2 steps back, which made Rendelin very unhappy. It made him feel embarrassed, so in his anger, Rendelin took the initiative to attack the 3rd time. Seeing Rendelin taking the initiative to attack, Chu Zhongtian's excited expression gradually became serious. He waved his hand and dispersed all the spirit object, allowing his vital spirit to reach the peak. After activating the low-grade defensive spirit tool given by Zhao Enjuan, Chu Zhongtian decided to give it a try. He wanted to see how powerful Rendelin's attack was as a vital spirit that had surpassed the Divine Soul stage. Rumble! Rendelin used a sword skill that surpassed the Divine Soul stage vital spirit and struck the natal spirit blade that Chu Zhongtian was using all his strength to defend against. The 3rd explosion not only spread out in a wider area, but also spread out in all directions. Almost everyone in the sect could feel this powerful energy wave, and it was a terrifying power that was formed from the attack power. As well as the rebound force from the spirit sword and spirit blade, Chu Zhongtian was forced 99 steps back. At the same time, the force that couldn't be dispersed passed through his pores and directly entered his body, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. The power of the vital spirit had reached the Divine Soul stage, and its degree of power had indeed exceeded Chu Zhongtian's imagination. He thought that even if he used all of his strength to defend himself, he wouldn't be able to defend against all of them. He had no choice but to take a few more steps back, but at least he could ensure that he wouldn't be injured. However, after the real fight, Chu Zhongtian realized that he was wrong. He was still far from being a Divine Soul stage warrior. He took out an upper-rank 7th grade healing pill that Zhao Enjuan had given him in advance and used it to quickly heal his injuries. He also took out 2 blood essence that he had prepared earlier from within the storage bag. He placed 1 blood essence under his blood tongue. As a backup, he ate the other vital spirit and instantly restored the vital spirit that he had just used up. Through the exchange of 2 attacks and 1 defense just now, Chu Zhongtian knew that he was still far from reaching the true Divine Soul stage. Even if his opponent only had the strength of a Divine Soul stage vital spirit, it was still not something he could deal with right now. Therefore, he planned to use his strongest trump card, and 2 trump cards at the same time. When the injuries in his body recovered to the 9th level with the help of the upper-rank 7th grade healing pill, Chu Zhongtian's shoulders gently swayed, and the force of the surrounding environment was completely solidified. When the force began to cover an area of over 60 meters, reaching 70 meters, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but be shocked, and then a happy smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that. He had never thought that this powerful opponent would give Chu Zhongtian such a heavy pressure that he had a better understanding of his own strength. He was able to control everything and break through to the 7th level. Although he had broken through to the 7th level, it was still not enough to deal with Rendelin, who had broken through to the Divine Soul stage. However, it could limit his speed by a small part, and buy him enough time to use his 2nd trump card. That was the Qi Extermination Fist that could destroy the void. He circulated all the vital spirit that had been restored in an instant and merged them into the path of the Qi Extermination Fist. A suffocating aura slowly rose from Chu Zhongtian's raised right arm. Although the aura that rose from Chu Zhongtian's right arm was very strong, Rendelin, who was confident in his own strength, didn't put him in his eyes at the beginning. When the Qi Extermination Fist's circulation path reached 1/3 of its original trajectory, his facial expression changed. This was because the aura that was unleashed by 1/3 of the Qi Extermination Fist had already made him deeply feel threatened. In order to prevent himself from falling into a trap, it was also to resolve the hidden danger in Law Enforcement Peak's heart as soon as possible. Rendelin, who had rich combat experience, chose to charge at Chu Zhongtian. He planned to wait until Chu Zhongtian's fist technique was ready. He directly interrupted the fist technique and chopped off Chu Zhongtian's head. When he rushed into the range of Chu Zhongtian's attack, Rendelin frowned slightly. The freezing force formed by Chu Zhongtian's attack had a very strong restriction on him. It had directly reduced his speed by 30%. Just as he was feeling the restriction brought by Chu Zhongtian's attack, the aura that was circulating 2/3 of the Qi extermination fist made Rendelin feel a sense of fear in his heart. At the same time, through the continuous enhancement of the aura, Rendelin knew that this aura came from the power of destruction. Ever since he used the special pills and secret technique to help his vital spirit break through to the divine soul stage, he had never felt this fear when facing an opponent with the same stage. This was the first time he had ever felt this kind of fear. That was why he ignited all the vital spirit in his dantian and used the profound grade low-rank movement technique to quickly approach Chu Zhongtian, hoping that Chu Zhongtian could kill him before he could accumulate the power of the fist technique. The power of breaking through to the 7th level was enough to completely solidify a half-step divine soul period warrior. However, when faced with Rendelin, who had broken through to the divine soul stage with the vital spirit, the effect wasn't that obvious. Fortunately, after using the Qi extermination fist a few times, Chu Zhongtian was very familiar with the path of the Qi extermination fist. When Rendelin was less than 5 meters away from him, the Qi extermination fist had already completed the process of gathering power. Looking up at Rendelin, who was still charging at him, Chu Zhongtian sneered. He clenched his right fist tightly. Then he threw the power gathered on his right fist towards Rendelin. When Chu Zhongtian unleashed the Qi extermination fist's force and felt the terrifying destructive force contained in it, Rendelin's reaction was to immediately turn around and try his best to escape the attack of the destructive force. Due to the massive destructive force contained in the Qi extermination fist, it had a great impact on Chu Zhongtian's attack. It no longer had any effect on Rendelin, who had turned around and fled, allowing him to exert his true speed. However, the Qi extermination fist was still a fist technique that could even destroy the void. Rendelin's speed was so fast that it couldn't be compared to the speed of shattering the void. Therefore, he was only able to escape for less than 30 meters before he was affected by the destructive force formed by the Qi extermination fist. It seemed like he couldn't escape from the impact of the destructive force, and he would never be able to break through to the divine soul stage in his lifetime. Rendelin, who was able to make it here in no time, immediately turned around. He activated the mid-level defensive spirit tool on his body and used the life-saving trump card given to him by a longevity period warrior from the law enforcement peak. He planned to resist the impact of the destructive force. Seeing that Rendelin was going to use his life-saving trump card, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but feel bad in his heart. Although the destructive force formed by the Qi extermination fist could destroy the void, it could still destroy the void. However, his current cultivation base was only at the essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer, and it wasn't enough for him to unleash the destructive force to its maximum. Could only barely destroy a divine soul stage beginner level expert. As for those above the divine soul stage intermediate, for the time being he wasn't a deadly threat to them. Rendelin had used his trump card to save his life, forcing Chu Zhongtian to continue fighting with all his might. He directly swallowed the blood essence that was pressing down on the tip of his tongue into his body, borrowing the spirit, qi, and energy that recovered in an instant. Chu Zhongtian planned to use the Qi extermination fist once more, and try to superimpose the Qi extermination fist. Therefore, the destructive force that was formed could destroy the trump card that Rendelin had used to save his life. Chu, there's no need to use the Qi extermination fist anymore. That brat's trump card was left behind by a longevity period warrior. It contains the divine sense of a longevity period warrior and 1% of the power of the divine soul. Using such a trump card has violated the agreement between me and Su Xiaojia. Therefore, I will make his trump card completely useless. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to use the Qi extermination fist for the second time, Jiao Enjuan suddenly sent a voice transmission to stop him. He also explained the reason why he wasn't allowed to use the ____. Chu Zhongtian was secretly delighted when he heard that Jiao Enjuan was able to make his opponent's life-saving trump card lose its effect. If he wanted to use the Qi extermination fist, he would need to use at least 9 layers of his perfect dantian. In his current environment, he had to maintain his peak status at all times, so he could only use the blood essence. However, the blood essence was a rare treasure that could instantly restore the spirit, qi, and energy. There weren't many of them in the Azura secret realm, only 108 of them. In the Azura's secret realm, Chu Zhongtian had gone through countless trials and tribulations, but in the end, he didn't manage to obtain 20 blood essence. Although he had used spirit stones to copy and paste a few of them afterwards, there were still 100,000 6th-grade middle-rank spirit stone. He could only duplicate 1 blood essence at the cost of making him copy and paste 3 of them. He had no choice but to give up on this spirit stone burning action. If Zhao Enjuan could make his opponent's life-saving trump card lose its effect, then even if the Qi extermination fist he used just now could not destroy his opponent, it would still cause him to suffer a serious injury that was difficult to recover from. At that time, he would be able to kill him with his own strength. He wouldn't need to waste a precious blood essence. A mid-level defensive spirit tool was able to withstand the all-out attack of a Divine Soul Stage beginner level. However, facing the destructive force of the Qi extermination fist, Rendelin knew that he didn't have much confidence in defeating a mid-level defensive spirit tool. Therefore, he placed all his hopes on the life-saving trump card given to him by a longevity period warrior. Seeing that the destructive force was about to sweep across his body, Rendelin crushed his life-saving trump card. However, the power of the life-saving trump card he had imagined didn't appear. It was as if the trump card in his hand was a fake. It was hard to believe that there was no power in it, because the person who gifted him the life-saving trump card was his master who had always taken good care of him. Rendelin suspected that his master was the same as the person who betrayed him 10 years ago. Giving him the life-saving trump card was useless. However, no matter what you thought, the destructive force swept across. Law Enforcement Peak. On the mountain road leading to the Law Enforcement Pavilion. The Qi extermination fist that contained the power of destruction could be said to be able to sweep away all obstacles in front of him. The precious flowers and plants planted on both sides of the mountain path, as well as the green mountain path, were all crushed into powder by the power of destruction. Under the sweeping power of destruction, the mid-level defensive spirit tool that Rendelin activated only lasted for a second before being completely destroyed. The defensive layer formed by the Divine Soul Stage Vital Spirit couldn't even last for a second before it was destroyed by the destructive force. Rendelin didn't even have the time to scream before he was swept into nothingness by the destructive force. Looking at Rendelin, who was turned into nothingness by the Qi extermination fist, Chu Zhongtian, who was the one who started this, was also shocked by the power of the Qi extermination fist. Although he had used the Qi extermination fist more than once, he had also witnessed how terrifying the destructive force of the Qi extermination fist was. However, compared to the previous times, the power of the Qi extermination fist was much stronger. The difference between the two of them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Looking at the destructive force that continued to sweep across all obstacles, Chu Zhongtian thought, could it be that the strength of the Qi extermination fist is related to my cultivation base? No. Immediately after that, Chu Zhongtian overturned his previous guess. Because the last time he used the Qi extermination fist was in the cavern that Grandmaster of the Piltao had left behind. In order to break through the half-step supreme grade spirit weapon and Cyan Heart Lotus that Yan Jinghong had used. At that time, his cultivation base was already at the second level of the essence gathering stage. Although his stage had increased by 4 minor stage, and his cultivation base had already reached the essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer, the increase of 4 minor stage had not changed his strength at all. However, the power of the Qi extermination fist just now had increased by at least 10 times. The increase of the power of the fist technique wasn't caused by his own cultivation base. There must be a reason why he didn't know about it. It seemed like after today's matter was settled, he would have to ask Zhao Enjuan and Elder Huang, who was about to awaken in his mind. After destroying the most threatening Rendelin, the destructive force of the Qi extermination fist didn't disappear completely. It continued to sweep in the direction of the Law Enforcement Pavilion. According to the destructive force and the speed at which it swept across, just as the Law Enforcement Pavilion was about to be destroyed by the destructive force, Deputy Mountain Lord and Su Xiaojie from the Law Enforcement Peak appeared in front of the destructive force with a flash. With a wave of his sleeve, a force that was dozens of times stronger than the destructive force crushed the destructive force, ensuring the safety of the Law Enforcement Pavilion behind him. Not only had Rendelin revealed the strength of a Divine Soul Stage Vital Spirit, he had also killed a true Divine Soul Stage expert. Whether it was the experts and disciples of Law Enforcement Peak or those experts who were watching the battle in the sky, as well as Long Xingyun and the others who were standing in the middle of the square, they all thought that Chu Zhongtian would definitely be defeated by Rendelin. Although Zhao Enjuan couldn't watch Chu Zhongtian being killed with his own eyes, in order to calm the fury of the hundreds of experts in Law Enforcement Peak, he would definitely teach Chu Zhongtian a lesson. However, no one had expected that Chu Zhongtian would have such a powerful trump card in his hand. Not only did he successfully kill Rendelin, who had reached the Divine Soul stage, but he also forced Deputy Mountain Lord to do so in the end. Su Xiaojia, who had reached the peak of the King stage, had no choice but to personally attack and destroy the destructive force. At this moment, besides admiration, there was also a trace of fear in the eyes of everyone who was looking at Chu Zhongtian. Among these people, there were peerless experts who had reached the Divine Soul stage, longevity period experts who had surpassed the Divine Soul stage, and even Great Tao period experts who felt a trace of shock in their hearts. Everyone looked at Chu Zhongtian with admiration and fear, but to Long Xingyun, it was shock and contemplation. Chu Zhongtian had mastered the Qi Extermination Fist, and he was able to use it during the Great Sect Disciple competition. He had already witnessed it once. The destructive force of the Qi Extermination Fist was able to shake the void. After the incident, Zhao Enjuan had clearly pointed out that the Qi Extermination Fist used by Chu Zhongtian was just a replica of the legendary 6-joint 8 Desolations Fist. Now, seeing the Qi Extermination Fist used by Chu Zhongtian and the power of the Qi Extermination Fist, Long Xingyun believed that either Zhao Enjuan had lied to him, or he didn't know the real 6-joint 8 Desolations Fist. Thinking of this, he quickly raised his head and observed Zhao Enjuan's expression after Chu Zhongtian casted the Qi Extermination Fist. Unfortunately, Zhao Enjuan's back was facing him, so he couldn't see his expression clearly. Martial Nephew Chu, what a good technique! What a good fist technique! After dispersing the destructive force and protecting the Law Enforcement Peak behind him, Su Xiaojia first glanced at where Rendelin was standing. He then looked at the hundreds of corpses on both sides of the mountain road, and finally at the dozen or so corpses in front of the entrance of the Law Enforcement Peak. He couldn't help but sigh, then said to Chu Zhongtian, who was in high spirits. Looking at Su Xiaojia, who was about to retreat, Chu Zhongtian's expression was calm, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. After half a day of fighting and killing, the Law Enforcement Peak and Law Enforcement Pavilion disciples who died in his hands numbered close to 1,000. This was the largest number of people he had killed since he began his journey. The loss of nearly 1,000 people, dozens of half-step Divine Soul period and a few top genius disciples, had basically reached half of his goal of killing his way to Law Enforcement Peak. As for the remaining half of his goal, he needed to use his strength to intimidate them, as well as a verbal confrontation to achieve it. With the help of the second blood essence that was pressed under the tip of his tongue, Chu Zhongtian instantly restored his spirit, qi, and energy. He raised his right arm, and once again, he circulated the vital spirit and merged it into the Qi Extermination Fist's orbit. Then, he continued using the fist technique, which had just formed a terrifying destructive force. Martial Nephew Chu, stop! Seeing Chu Zhongtian raise his right arm and point it at the Law Enforcement Pavilion, and the power of the aura of destruction was being emitted from his right arm, Su Xiaojia begged with a helpless expression on his face. As Deputy Mountain Lord of Law Enforcement Peak, his rich experience had given Su Xiaojia a very sharp eyesight. He knew what Chu Zhongtian meant when he used the Qi Extermination Fist. It was nothing more than telling him that he still had the ability to use the fist technique, which was almost as powerful as a Divine Soul Stage intermediate peak. If he wanted to stop, he could, but he would have to listen to the negotiation that followed. As the strongest faction in Floating Cloud Sect, Law Enforcement Peak had always tried their best to recruit talented disciples. The few disciples that they had sent out just now were the weaker ones among the geniuses they had recruited. However, even if they were peerless geniuses, super young geniuses who had truly reached the Divine Soul stage, there was only one outcome for Chu Zhongtian when he used the fist technique, which contained a destructive force. He was blasted into nothingness by the power of destruction. In order to preserve the hope of unifying the Law Enforcement Peak in the future, as well as to temporarily ease the hostile relationship between Zhao Enjuan and Su Xiaojia, Su Xiaojie had decided to agree to the unfair treaty proposed by Chu Zhongtian. Martial nephew Chu, among the 3 requests you made just now, the third request is absolutely impossible for us to agree to, because apologizing to the 3 disciples of the outer sect in the southern domain is not only a disgrace to the law enforcement peak, but also a disgrace to our reputation. The impact on our sect is also very bad. Of course, even if he agreed to it, he would never agree to some of the rules. Therefore, before the war began, the last condition of the 3 conditions proposed by Chu Zhongtian was rejected in advance. Faced with Su Xiaojie rejecting the 3rd condition in advance, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a trace of worry. In fact, his heart had been filled with joy for a long time, because before the war started, he had already made 3 requests. He knew that the law enforcement peak would never agree to the last of the 3 requests. Even if law enforcement peak finally agreed to this request, Zhao Enjuan, Long Xingyun of the sect, and even the senator group who had never heard about the sect's matters, would still advise him to give up on this request. This was because the law enforcement peak facing the entire southern domain and apologizing to the 3 disciples of the outer sect would not only cause the law enforcement peak to fall into a crisis of suppression, but also weaken the prestige of the sect. Although he knew about it, he still brought it up. His goal was to give his second request, to increase the bargaining chips of the negotiation. After deliberately pondering for nearly 3 minutes, Chu Zhongtian said in an extremely reluctant tone, "Seeing how sincere Su Deputy Mountain Lord is, the 3rd request is temporarily invalid." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was willing to give up the 3rd request, Su Xiaojie secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as it did not damage the prestige of law enforcement peak, the remaining substantive requests were easy to negotiate. Since junior disciple is so generous, then as your junior master, you must not be too petty. The 2 requests you mentioned just now, I will agree to them on behalf of law enforcement peak, Su Xiaojie said generously. Wait! Su Xiaojie agreed generously, but Chu Zhongtian was not happy. This time, not only would he become famous in the law enforcement peak, but he would also become famous in the future. He became as scary as his master, and no one wanted to make use of him to make friends with him. Furthermore, he had wasted 2 very precious blood essence, which had also exposed the trump card of his force and chi extermination fist. The condition he had put forward just now was only compensation for Zhang Qian and the other 2. It didn't have anything to do with him. How could Chu Zhongtian, who had always maintained the nature of a businessman, accept this? Martial nephew Chu, I wonder what other requests you have? To be able to agree to Chu Zhongtian's second request, in Su Xiaojie's opinion, this was because he didn't want to lose too many disciples of the law enforcement peak, so he had no choice but to agree to it. However, if Chu Zhongtian continued to go too far, he wouldn't hesitate to continue the bloody battle. Su Deputy Mountain Lord, I have been killing my way here, not to mention the consumption of the vital spirit. I have lost precious pills, and even my body has suffered serious injuries. Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian coughed a few times with all his strength. His face revealed a very uncomfortable expression. Cough! Martial nephew Chu, tell me, how many more pills and spirit stones do you want? Looking at the energetic and uninjured Chu Zhongtian, he had to pretend to be seriously injured. How could the cunning Su Xiaojie not know what he was trying to say? To the law enforcement peak, spirit stones and medicinal pills were the least lacking. Therefore, Su Xiaojie intended to compensate Chu Zhongtian with all the spirit stones and medicinal pills that he wanted. Then, he would send him and his master, Zhao Enjuan, away as soon as possible. After that, he would discuss with Peak Master Li Yanjun about how to deal with Chu Zhongtian, who was becoming more and more threatening. 10 million 6th grade middle rank spirit stone. This was the blood essence that Chu Zhongtian planned to use to copy and paste. After using the chi extermination fist a few times, it had consumed a lot of dantian and vital spirit. He found out that the blood essence that could instantly restore the vital spirit the demand for it was getting bigger and bigger, so he planned to copy and paste a batch of blood essence. In case of emergencies, 1 million level 5 intermediate spirit stones. This was a pill that Chu Zhongtian planned to use to set up the formation, as well as a gift from the duplicate and adhesive artifact spirit. After Grandmaster of the Piltao left it in the cavern and witnessed the power of the 6th grade self-exploding formation that he had personally set up, Chu Zhongtian discovered that apart from breaking the formation, the explosive formation could also be used in a special environment. Could also be used to kill enemies, so he had to reserve enough spirit stones in case he needed them in the future. 10,000 upper level 4 spirit stones. This was Chu Zhongtian's plan to use it to increase his strength. The perfect dantian formed by the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill allowed him to have no bottlenecks in the essence gathering stage. Although he had a high-quality pill given by the weapon spirit, which could allow him to quickly improve his essence gathering stage cultivation base, therefore, he had to ask for a portion of top-grade spirit stones. This was to ensure that he could cultivate in this stage. 10 million 6th grade middle rank spirit stones, 1 million level 5 intermediate spirit stones, and 10,000 level 4 intermediate spirit stones. When they heard Chu Zhongtian mention the price of the spirit stones, everyone present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was because the amount of spirit stones Chu Zhongtian had offered was basically the amount of peak of the longevity period, or even half-step Great Tao period mighty warriors could use for their daily cultivation. You, a mere 6th level essence gathering stage disciple, can use so many spirit stones. If it wasn't for the ruthless Zhao Enjuan standing behind Chu Zhongtian, almost half of the experts present would have intercepted and killed Chu Zhongtian after he received the compensation from law enforcement peak. Chu Zhongtian knew that the number of spirit stones he had raised was an exorbitant demand. He was giving himself room to bargain, because he knew that Su Xiaojie would never agree to such a huge amount of spirit stones. However, he never thought that in the face of 10 million 6th grade middle rank spirit stone and 1 million level 5 intermediate spirit stones, as well as the request of 10,000 upper level 4 spirit stones, Su Xiaojie didn't even consider it. He nodded in agreement. Sure. Su Xiaojie nodded and looked at Chu Zhongtian, indicating that he should continue to offer the compensation. Su Xiaojie's straightforward reply stunned Chu Zhongtian and made him forget what he was going to ask for next. Fortunately, Zhao Enjuan, who had reached the supreme peak and didn't have much of an impression of mid-level spirit stones, found out about Chu Zhongtian's current condition in time and quickly took over the topic. 10 drops of pure 1,000-year spirit milk, 1 low-grade 6th grade dragon soaring pill, 7 high-grade 6th grade soul stabilizing pills, and 3 high-grade 6th grade soul melting pills. 10 drops of pure 1,000-year spirit milk, 1 low-grade 6th grade dragon soaring pill, 7 high-grade 6th grade soul stabilizing pills, and 3 high-grade 6th grade soul melting pills. Senior Brother Zhao, 10 drops of pure 1,000-year spirit milk is not a problem. A grade 6 soaring dragon pill that increases one's cultivation talent is no problem, but 7 grade 6 soul stabilizing pills and 3 grade 6 soul fusing pills, we can't take them out for the time being. Su Xiaojie responded to Zhao Enjuan's request in a very difficult manner. Su Xiaojie couldn't help but feel proud of himself when he saw that Chu Zhongtian had agreed to compensate him with a huge amount of spirit stones. Chu Zhongtian's cultivation speed is indeed abnormal, and the talent of a monster level is very enviable. However, due to his limited experience and short-sighted vision, he doesn't know what kind of treasure is most suitable for him in this world. However, when Zhao Enjuan took the initiative to take over the topic and brought up the treasure to compensate him, Su Xiaojie knew that things had gone bad. The compensation request that Chu Zhongtian made just now seemed to be asking for an exorbitant price. However, the treasure that he requested compensation for was only a spirit stone. For one of the 9 major powers in Southern Domain, the strongest faction in Floating Cloud Sect, who controlled dozens of top-grade spirit mines and hundreds of mid-level spirit mines in Law Enforcement Peak, spirit stones were the least valuable thing. Not to mention the number of spirit stones that Chu Zhongtian had just mentioned. Even if it was doubled, triple, or even 5 times, Su Xiaojie would still agree without any worries. However, as a supreme level, every treasure that Zhao Enjuan could bring out was the most precious amongst all the treasures in the Law Enforcement Peak, and it could also help Chu Zhongtian improve his strength. However, after Zhao Enjuan made the request for compensation, Su Xiaojie secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire his sharp eyesight. This was because the compensation request he made just now included 10 drops of pure 1,000-year spirit milk, soul stabilizing pill, and soul melting pill, which were specially used to raise his divine soul stage cultivation base. There was no need to think too much about it. It must have been prepared for Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian's cultivation speed was already very abnormal. If he could obtain 10 drops of pure thousand-year spirit milk, 7 soul stabilizing pills and 3 soul melting pills, relying on his monster-level talent. A divine soul stage martial artist who was at the dividing line probably wouldn't be able to delay him for too long. According to the grudges between Law Enforcement Peak and Chu Zhongtian, Su Xiaojie was not willing to take out the soul-stabilizing pills and soul-melting pills to help Chu Zhongtian improve his cultivation base. Therefore, he pretended to be in a very difficult situation and said, "Senior brother Jiao, there's no problem with 10 drops of pure thousand-year spirit milk. There's no problem with 1 6th grade dragon soaring pill that can improve the cultivation talent, but 7 6th grade soul stabilizing pills and 3 6th grade soul melting pills, we can't take them out for the time being. Su Xiaojie, 7 soul stabilizing pills and 3 soul melting pills, my bottom line. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you." Seeing the troubled expression on Su Xiaojie's face, Zhao and Juan knew that Su Xiaojie was definitely pretending. Because of the power in the Law Enforcement Peak and their close relationship with the sect alchemists, not to mention the number that he had just mentioned, even if he were to take out 3 times the amount, or 10 times the number of pills, it wouldn't be a problem, so he threatened unquestionably. 2 soul-stabilizing pills and 1 soul-fusing pill. This is the limit that our Law Enforcement Peak can take out at the moment. Although Zhao and Juan had already expressed that the number of pills was his bottom line, Su Xiaojie still insisted. A essence-gathering stage peak of the 6th layer warrior had the ability to kill a divine soul stage intermediate warrior. If Chu Zhongtian could break through to the divine soul stage in a short period of time, he would be able to break through to the peak of the divine soul period realm. At that time, perhaps not even a longevity period warrior would be a match for him. To the Law Enforcement Peak, Chu Zhongtian's potential was too much of a threat. Therefore, he couldn't agree to Zhao and Juan's request no matter what. "You!" Seeing Su Xiaojie rejecting his request, Zhao and Juan's face darkened. An aura that could make the heaven and earth tremble rose from his body, as if he wanted to attack. "Master, 2 soul-stabilizing pills and 1 soul-melting pill are fine too. However," just as Zhao and Juan was about to lose his temper, Chu Zhongtian, who had been stunned by Su Xiaojie's huge compensation of spirit stones, woke up. He also tried to persuade him in time. Although he didn't know what effect the soul-stabilizing pill and soul-melting pill had, from the literal perspective of the soul and soul, they were definitely targeted at the soul. And the cultivation of divine soul stage was targeted at the soul. Therefore, Zhao and Juan didn't hesitate to turn hostile and obtain the soul-stabilizing pill and soul-melting pill. It must be for the sake of his rapid advancement to divine soul stage. Zhao and Juan carefully considered for him. Although Chu Zhongtian was very touched and Su Xiaojie forcefully refused, he could guess the reason behind it, but he could not allow Zhao and Juan to make a move. Although he had killed nearly 1,000 disciples of Law Enforcement Peak, most of the opponents he had killed were ordinary disciples of Law Enforcement Peak. There was also a reason why he had killed his way to Law Enforcement Peak. Both of them had room for discussion and retreat. However, if Zhao and Juan made a move, given his supreme level strength, he would definitely slaughter longevity period and above experts. It might even be super experts that were specifically targeted at King and Emperor realm experts. This action would not only cause him to lose his reputation, it would also provoke the obstruction of experts of the same level as him. According to Zhao and Juan's usual unyielding attitude, he would definitely fight to the death. In the end, it might cause a second bloody conflict in the sect. And this bloody conflict was very likely to cause the Floating Cloud sect to lose a lot of their strength, causing them to fall out of the ranks of the 9 major powers. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian absolutely couldn't allow Zhao and Juan to do something that might cause him to regret for the rest of his life because of a few pills. Furthermore, to Chu Zhongtian, as long as he had the original medicinal pill, as long as he had enough spirit stones, he could have as many medicinal pills as he wanted. And now, as he was about to receive a huge compensation from Law Enforcement Peak, what he didn't lack the most was spirit stones. Of course, persuading Zhao Enjuan to give up on asking for enough medicinal pills did not mean that Chu Zhongtian was willing to accept this condition. He had his own ideas. Therefore, when he indicated that Zhao Enjuan didn't need to continue pursuing the matter, Chu Zhongtian took over the topic. He said, "Su Deputy Mountain Lord, we can accept the number of 2 soul-stabilizing pills and 1 soul-melting pill. But you must take out a top-grade defensive spirit tool and a high-grade 6th-grade blood lotus." The reason why he asked for a top-grade defensive spirit tool was because when Chu Zhongtian met Yan Jinghong a while ago, he still remembered the half-supreme grade defensive spirit tool and Cyan Heart Lotus in her hands. Although the power of the Qi Extermination Fist was not as powerful as the Qi Extermination Fist, the half-supreme grade spirit weapon still lasted for a few minutes when facing the destructive force of the Qi Extermination Fist. Furthermore, Yan Jinghong, who had activated the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus, was only an essence-gathering stage 3rd layer peak. She was able to hold on for a few minutes against the destructive force of the Qi Extermination Fist. This was enough to show how powerful a semi-supreme grade defensive spirit tool was. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian intended to ask Su Xiaojie for a top-grade defensive spirit tool. Then, he would use the supreme grade crafting material, the 9 Heaven Star Brilliant Stone, to upgrade the top-grade defensive spirit tool to a semi-supreme grade spirit weapon. This way, he would have an extra trump card that could save his life. Law Enforcement Peak, on the mountain road leading to Law Enforcement Peak. The Blood Lotus was a type of spirit object that could help a martial artist level up. It was a top rare treasures that could help a martial artist purify their blood and increase their potential. The reason Chu Zhongtian knew about the Blood Lotus and understood it was because it was in the Dan discussing pavilion that Grandmaster of the Pill Tao left behind in the cavern. When the weapon spirit gave him the blood coagulation pill that could help him purify his blood and accelerate the conversion of purple blood, it had once unintentionally revealed the origin of the Blood Lotus. Different from the Cyan Heart Lotus that could be refined into a supreme-grade defensive spirit tool, the effect of the Blood Lotus was somewhat similar to the Blood Divine Tree. And the Blood Devil in the Blood Demon Secret Realm relied on absorbing the blood that remained in the world. It used the remaining blood as the foundation for survival and the capital for advancement. However, as the Blood Lotus did not have any offensive abilities, nor did it have any powerful accompanying beasts, in order to ensure its own safety, the environment it lived in was extremely harsh. It was very difficult to find it in the world. According to the artifact spirit, back then Yao Zun, whose strength had already reached the unparalleled stage, had once searched for the Blood Lotus for his good friend who possessed the purple blood. However, after searching for several hundred years, he ultimately found nothing. The reason Chu Zhongtian asked for the Blood Lotus from Law Enforcement Peak was because he had heard Zhao Enjuan mention it before. When he returned to the sect after the family visit, when he mentioned that he had accidentally barged into the spatial zone of the Blood Divine Tree, he had casually said that the Law Enforcement Peak had a Blood Lotus that had an effect similar to the Blood Divine Tree. Although Zhao Enjuan said it casually, Chu Zhongtian, who was in a hurry to transform the purple blood in his body. However, he firmly remembered it in his heart. This was also the final reason why he had made the 3rd excessive request. It was to ask for the Blood Lotus from the Law Enforcement Peak. There's no problem with the top-grade defensive spirit tool, but the Blood Lotus. After seeing that Chu Zhongtian had taken the initiative to suppress the hostile Zhao Enjuan and change the compensation treasure, at the same time, in the face of Chu Zhongtian's request for the 2 treasures, he was once again in a dilemma. Su Deputy Mountain Lord, could it be that the Blood Lotus has been used by you all? Seeing Su Xiaojie hesitate when he mentioned the Blood Lotus, Chu Zhongtian's little heart couldn't help but start looking. The Blood Lotus absorbed the blood of the world, which was the foundation of his survival and advancement. His body would also emit an enormous amount of pure blood energy. If a martial artist were to absorb this pure blood energy, not only would it change the purity of their blood, but it would also change the purity of their blood. It can increase the potential of a warrior. However, in order to absorb the pure blood energy emitted by the Blood Lotus, the requirements were very harsh. First of all, one had to ensure that the Blood Lotus's roots were not damaged, and that it still had a vigorous life force. Only such a Blood Lotus could absorb the blood that was scattered around the world. Secondly, in order to absorb the pure blood energy emitted by the Blood Lotus, one had to implant the blood lotus into the dantian. This required a lot of skill. And this was not a problem for Chu Zhongtian. After a period of time, his consciousness had been getting closer and closer to the power of the space law. As he continued to increase the cultivation base of the mind state, he also gradually comprehended a trace of the profound mysteries of the power of the space law. Although he couldn't grasp and use the space laws, he could safely place the blood lotus into the dantian. Finally, if he wanted to keep the blood lotus in the dantian for a long period of time, then the quality of a martial artist's blood would have to be extremely high. This was because a living blood lotus needed to absorb blood as its foundation for survival and advancement. And after being implanted with a martial artist's dantian, the blood lotus would absorb the blood within a martial artist's body, be the first target it absorbs. In order to prevent one's blood from being absorbed by the blood lotus, the grade of one's blood must surpass that of the blood lotus. Only if the quality of its blood was stronger than the blood lotus's would it be able to absorb the blood in its body while feeling fear. When the artifact spirit mentioned the blood lotus, it had muttered to itself that the quality of the purple blood in Chu Zhongtian's body was very high, and it could easily suppress the blood lotus. It was because of the various restrictions of using the blood lotus that Chu Zhongtian believed that even if the law enforcement peak obtained the blood lotus, no one would be able to use it for a short period of time. Marshal Nephew Chu, it's not that I'm unwilling to hand over the blood lotus, it's because 5 months ago, Sect Senator Group's elder Lai personally came to ask for it. The blood lotus is now in his hands, Su Xiaojie said helplessly. As a peak of the King Stage and Deputy Mountain Lord of the Law Enforcement Peak, the effect of the blood lotus was very great. However, looking at the entire Law Enforcement Peak, those who had the ability to use the blood lotus did not need it anymore. As for those who needed the blood lotus to increase their potential, their strength and blood couldn't suppress the blood lotus. This caused the blood lotus to be a useless existence in the Law Enforcement Peak. It was also because of this that when the blood-robed old ancestor of the Senator Group asked for the blood lotus, the Peak Master of the Senator Group, Li Lanjun, readily agreed. Since the blood lotus is given to Elder Lai, then forget it. When he heard Su Xiaojie say that the blood lotus was given to old ancestor Bloodrobe, and recalled the concern old ancestor Bloodrobe had for him when he broke through to the Qi transforming period, Chu Zhongtian could only give up helplessly. Giving up the blood lotus that could help him transform the purple blood didn't mean that Chu Zhongtian would give up on the treasure that could help him transform the purple blood. 20 upper level 5 blood coagulation pill and 100 high grade 3 spirit stones. This is my final request. After completely dispersing the destructive force produced by the Qi extermination fist, Chu Zhongtian believed that Su Xiaojie would not reject his request. Sure. Seeing Chu Zhongtian dispersing the destructive force on his own accord, Su Xiaojie couldn't wait to see it happen. How could he continue to fight Chu Zhongtian just because of a few pills and spirit stones? Furthermore, he urgently wanted to discuss with Li Jun about how to deal with the current crisis. He wasn't willing to stay here any longer. After instructing one of his trusted aides, he turned around and rushed to Law Enforcement Peak. After the confidant left, Su Xiaojie looked at his son, Su Hua, and ordered in a dissatisfied tone, Hallmaster Su, let Shi Guangliang, Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning out and hand them over to Marshal Nephew Chu. It was Su Hua's own decision to torture Shi Guangliang and the other 2 men and find evidence that could kill Chu Zhongtian. Su Xiaojie did not know about it at first. If he had known in advance, he would have stopped his son from doing such a whimsical thing. Chu Zhongtian had supreme-level expert as his backing. As long as he did not do something that would deceive his master and destroy his ancestors, it would be impossible to destroy him through the sex punishment. Unfortunately, when he heard the news, Chu Zhongtian had already charged into Law Enforcement Peak. In order to protect the reputation of Law Enforcement Peak and to protect Su Hua's prestige, he had no choice but to confront Chu Zhongtian head-on. Now, facing the helplessness of Zhao Enjuan and Chu Zhongtian and the humiliation of Law Enforcement Peak, it would be strange if Su Xiaojie could give him a good face. If the person in charge of this matter wasn't his own son but another person, he would have captured him and given him to Chu Zhongtian as a bargaining chip to quell the anger of Chu Zhongtian and Zhao Enjuan. Law Enforcement Peak, on the mountain road leading to the Law Enforcement Pavilion. Yes, Hearing the dissatisfaction in his father's voice and looking at the hundreds of corpses on both sides of the mountain road, Suwa knew that he had caused a huge disaster this time. The severity of the trouble might even cause him to lose his position as the head of the disciplinary hall. Therefore, facing his father's orders, he did not dare to have any more dissatisfaction, nor did he have any hopes of being lucky. He obediently released Shi Guangliang and the other two people. The waiting time wasn't long. 3 minutes later, when Su Xiaojia's confidant returned with 2 storage bags, for disciples of the Law Enforcement Pavilion also walked out of the Law Enforcement Pavilion with Shi Guangliang and the other 2 disciples. As for Su Hua himself, he was hiding in the Law Enforcement Pavilion, trying hard to find a way to relieve his guilt. Chu Zhongtian didn't pay attention to the storage bag in Su Xiaojia's confidant's hand for the time being. He quickly looked at Shi Guangliang and the other 2 disciples. However, when he saw Shi Guangliang and Wang Zhongning's condition, he was going to compensate them with a huge amount of money. His calm expression instantly turned gloomy. Among the 3 people who came down from the law enforcement peak, Zhang Qian had not been tortured. However, she was suddenly captured by the law enforcement pavilion and locked up in an airtight secret chamber. She had always been afraid that the spirit, qi, and energy would be seriously tested. As a result, her spirit was not very good. Although Wang Zhongning had been tortured, his strong body made him very resistant to beatings. Although his body was covered in blood and flesh and looked very miserable, his mental state was still quite good. He could walk alone. Only Shi Guangliang was the first to be captured by the people of Law Enforcement Pavilion. He was the one who had the closest relationship with Chu Zhongtian, and was also the first to be interrogated. At this moment, not only was his body covered in blood and flesh, his expression was downcast. The most serious thing was that the aura he was emitting had fallen to the early stage of body refinement. This meant that the people of Law Enforcement Pavilion had used some special means to deal with the 7 meridians and 8 meridians and the dantian in his body. They had gone through a certain amount of torture. At the same time, the injuries caused by the dantian and meridian made it impossible for him to walk by himself. He could only rely on the disciples of the Law Enforcement Pavilion who were supporting him. There were only a few good friends in the sect, and they were the first followers in their lives. Chu Zhongtian, who had already killed nearly 1,000 people and eliminated the killing intent in his heart, was once again ignited by the flames of fury in his heart. The movement technique that was about to break through to the profound grade low rank allowed him to instantly appear beside Shi Guangliang. The top grade natal spirit blade merged with the essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer vital spirit, cutting the 4 Qi transforming period intermediate disciples of the Law Enforcement Pavilion in half. Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand to support Shi Guangliang, who couldn't walk on his own. He blamed himself and said, "Light Zhang Qian Zhongning, it's all my fault. Senior brother Chu cough." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had killed 4 disciples of the Law Enforcement Pavilion without saying a word, Shi Guangliang, who knew the terror of the Law Enforcement Pavilion, subconsciously reacted by telling Chu Zhongtian to run for his life. However, the severe injuries caused by the dantian and meridian had caused his blood and qi to become unstable. The moment he called out Chu Zhongtian's name, he started coughing violently. He took out an upper-rank 7th grade pill from his storage bag and helped Shi Guangliang consume it. Chu Zhongtian nodded at Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning and said, "Don't say anything. Let's return to Hidden Dragon Peak first." Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning, who were in low spirits, had already noticed Chu Zhongtian when he cut down the disciples of Law Enforcement Pavilion. Their reaction was the same as Shi Guangliang's, and they subconsciously wanted him to escape. However, when they noticed the hundreds of experts standing in the air below, the shrewd Zhang Qian seemed to have guessed something. Her originally downcast expression instantly became excited. Supporting Shi Guangliang, they walked step by step to the central square halfway up the mountain. Chu Zhongtian said to Su Xiaojia with an unfriendly expression, "Su Deputy Mountain Lord, you saw the situation of my 3 friends. There are some things that I don't want to say. I hope your law enforcement peak can be more restrained in the future." Perhaps it was because Shi Guangliang's miserable appearance made Su Xiaojia feel that he was in the wrong. Therefore, he didn't show any dissatisfaction when Chu Zhongtian killed the disciples of Law Enforcement Pavilion. He took the 2 storage bag from his trusted subordinate and threw it to Chu Zhongtian. Su Xiaojie said, "Marshal Nephew Chu, this is the compensation you requested. You can check it out." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chu Zhongtian believed that Su Xiaojie wouldn't dare to play any tricks. So he hung the storage ring on his waist and planned to ask Zhao Enjuan and Dongfang Yuner to leave law enforcement peak. However, when he turned around and saw the storage bag hanging from the waist of the hundreds of corpses in the central square, as well as the hundreds of spirit weapons scattered around, a trace of excitement flashed across his face. When he attacked the law enforcement pavilion, he wanted to ensure that he could focus all his attention on killing his opponent. Besides the storage bag and spirit weapon of a few elite disciples, he conveniently accepted them. As for the storage bag and spirit weapon of those ordinary disciples that he had killed, he temporarily ignored them. Although these ordinary disciples' strength and status were far inferior to those genius disciples, no matter what, they were still essence-gathering stage and half-step divine soul period warriors. There might be some tempting treasures in the storage bag. A while ago, in order to break the formation left behind by Grandmaster of the Pill Tao, Chu Zhongtian, who had contributed all his spirit stones, had truly felt the awkward situation of a lack of spirit stones. It was precisely because of the embarrassing state of lack of spirit stones that Chu Zhongtian secretly decided that as long as he encountered spirit stones in the future, even if it was the class 10 lower rank spirit stone, he would do his best to keep it. In the storage bag of these essence-gathering stage and half-step divine soul period disciples, the grade of the spirit stones was probably at the 6th grade and level 7. Spirit stones of this grade could be used to duplicate and paste the required treasures. It could also be used to arrange the formation. He could use the vital spirit inside the perfect Dantian to cast the vital spirit attribute form. 5 green dragons, 5 white tigers, and 5 red vermilion bird. One by one, they appeared above his head and began collecting the storage bag hanging on his waist, as well as the scattered spirit weapon. Chu Zhongtian suddenly used the vital spirit attribute form to transform into 15 spirit object. This frightened everyone present, especially Su Xiaojie. Su Xiaojie thought that Chu Zhongtian was dissatisfied with Shi Guangliang's severe injuries, so he planned to continue slaughtering the disciples of Law Enforcement Peak and Law Enforcement Pavilion to vent the anger in his heart. However, when he found out that Chu Zhongtian's purpose of using the vital spirit to transform into spirit object was to collect the storage bag and spirit weapon of those dead disciples, he was so angry that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, what shocked Su Xiaojie and the people present the most was that when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the essence gathering stage, the Dantian had expanded by many times, allowing him to easily transform into 15 spirit object. It only took less than a minute for all 15 spirit object to move at the same time. After collecting all the storage bag and spirit weapon, Chu Zhongtian saw that there was almost a small hill of loot piled up together. A bitter smile on his face. It wasn't that he couldn't take away this pile of spoils of war, but under the watchful eyes of everyone present, it was impossible for him to expose the secret of his possession of the storage ring finger. Helpless, he could only turn to Zhao Enjuan for help. "You little money grubber." Seeing that he was unwilling to give up on something that would kill him, Zhao Enjun was also angered to the point of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After laughing and scolding, he still helped Chu Zhongtian put away the spoils of war in front of him. After Zhao Enjuan helped put away the spoils of war, Chu Zhongtian waved at Dongfang Yuner, gesturing for her to come to his side. After that, he begged Zhao Enjuan, "Zhao, Guangming and the others can't move now. My vital spirit has been consumed too much. Please send us back to Hidden Dragon Peak's Courtyard 9. Actually, with his current strength, flying with Shi Guangliang and the other 3 was not a problem, but with Zhao Enjuan by his side, he was too lazy to fly by himself. "You!" Seeing that Chu Zhongtian completely treated him as a laborer, Zhao Enjuan raised his finger angrily and pointed at him. He really did not know what to say. In the end, he could only put down his finger helplessly. Then, he waved his sleeve and took Chu Zhongtian and the other 5 away. Looking at Zhao Enjuan and Chu Zhongtian, who had completely left the law enforcement peak, Su Xiaojie raised his head and looked at the hundreds of experts in the sky. There was a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Finally, he looked at Long Xingyun, who was standing at the edge of the square with dissatisfaction. Uncle Jiao and junior brother Chu have left. There is nothing interesting here. Let's leave as well. Just like Jiao and Juan, Long Xingyun also waved his sleeve. He immediately took Tianjun, Dongfang Yongping, and the others away from Law Enforcement Peak. The people who were involved in the conflict, as well as sect leaders group who could intimidate the Law Enforcement Peak, had all left. Those experts in the sky had no reason to stay any longer, so they all cupped their fists and left. Arrange for someone to clean up the place properly. After giving an order to his trusted subordinate, Su Xiaojia disappeared from where he stood. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Living Room. Under the treatment of the upper-rank 7th grade healing pill, Shi Guangliang's injuries had recovered by more than half. He could now stand and walk on his own. As for the injuries of his dantian and meridian, it would take some time for them to recover. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry, because in his storage bag, there was a healing pill medicine that specifically targeted the dantian and meridian. Without explaining why he appeared in Law Enforcement Peak, Chu Zhongtian divided the medicinal pills and spirit stones that Su Xiaojia paid into 3 portions and placed them into the 3 storage bag. After indicating for them to accept, he said with an apologetic tone, Guangguang, Zhangqian, Zhongning, all of you were captured and interrogated by the Law Enforcement Pavilion because of me, Chu Zhongtian. I sincerely apologize to all of you for this. Mr. Chu, you are treating me as an outsider when you say this. It is our choice to be friends with you. Being captured by the people of the Law Enforcement Pavilion is because of our incompetence and bad luck. It has nothing to do with you. Zhang Qian stopped Chu Zhongtian when she saw his sincere apology for the second time. She shook her head and denied it. Guang, Zhangqian, Zhongning, in the storage bag that I gave you just now, there are pills that can increase the cultivation talent strength, as well as pills that can increase the stage's strength. And these are enough spirit stones for you to cultivate for a long period of time. Having said that, Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked outside the living room. Then he continued, for the time being, you will be staying in Courtyard 9. Wait, after recovering from your injuries, I will use these pills and spirit stones to try and break through to the Qi transforming period in a short period of time. As long as you break through to the Qi transforming period and become a disciple of the inner sect, the Law Enforcement Pavilion won't have the right to capture you. All right, Mr. Chu? Yes, senior brother Chu. After becoming a follower, Shi Guangliang had been living in the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. He didn't think much about Chu Zhongtian's arrangement, but it meant a lot to Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning. In Wang Zhongning's opinion, staying in the Courtyard 9 of Hidden Dragon Peak meant that he would have endless delicacies in the future. Thinking of this, the pain in his body seemed to have completely recovered. It didn't hurt at all. In Zhang Qian's opinion, being able to stay in Hidden Dragon Peak's Courtyard 9 meant that she could have a closer relationship with Chu Zhongtian. It also meant that she could better display her charm and let Chu Zhongtian pay more attention to her strengths. The only thing that made her feel uncomfortable was that Dongfang Yuner and Chu Zhongtian, who were originally at the freezing point, had suddenly resolved the misunderstanding between them. Their relationship was even closer than before. After Zhang Qian and the other 2 went down, Chu Zhongtian gestured for Dongfang Yuner to sit down. Then he looked straight into her eyes and said, Yun, there is no need to wait until the day of my birthday. I hope you can tell me now. What exactly have you experienced that made you sit in such a short period of time? There's been such a tremendous change. He had killed nearly 1,000 people. Even Dongfang Yongping, who had also lost a lot of lives, and Long Xingyun, who had killed more than one of his men, felt that his attack was too bloody. However, Dongfang Yuner, who was kind in her heart, wasn't angry. Instead, she understood and supported him. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian really wanted to know what kind of changes she had experienced that made her become so familiar with her so quickly. Shaking her head lightly, Dongfang Yuner refused and said, Mr. Chu, don't ask anymore. I will definitely not tell you in advance until the day of your birthday. Speaking up to this point, Dongfang Yuner suddenly stood up. After leaving a mischievous sentence to Chu Zhongtian, she directly left the living room and Courtyard 9. On the day of your birthday, not only will I tell you what I have experienced, I will also give you a big surprise. Surprise. Looking at Dongfang Yuner, who had recovered her young girl mentality, Chu Zhongtian could not help but shake his head. He could only temporarily suppress the doubt in his heart and wait for 2 days. On the 18th birthday of his, Dongfang Yuner would personally resolve the doubts in her heart. Standing up, Chu Zhongtian left the living room and flew up into the sky, then flew towards Peak Courtyard. The result of this trip to Law Enforcement Peak seemed perfect, and the harvest was also very pleasant. However, Chu Zhongtian discovered a flaw that he hadn't noticed before. Now that he had just discovered it, he had to verify it with Zhao Enjuan. After flying into the courtyard, he saw Zhao Enjuan sitting in the stone pavilion as expected. After flying into the stone pavilion, Chu Zhongtian unexpectedly discovered that not only had Zhao Enjuan prepared a teacup for him in advance, he had also poured a fragrant tea into the teacup. Drink it. Zhao Enjuan gestured for Chu Zhongtian to drink the tea in the cup. Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand to pick up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. When the tea entered his body, he surprisingly found that the tea he drank this time was very different from the tea he drank in the past. This was because the tea he drank this time could not only make people calm down, but also calm down their inner demons, which were stirred up by the slaughter of thousands of people in an instant. This was given to me by the previous sect leader when I was locked up in the sect's back mountain, Xianxia. Its effect is mainly to calm down and eliminate the inner demons, Zhao Enjuan explained after seeing Chu Zhongtian drink the tea in his cup. Thank you, master. Chu Zhongtian put down the teacup in his hand and thanked him. His consciousness kept getting closer to the power of the space law, allowing his mind state to reach the peak of the Divine Soul period. Hidden Dragon Peak. In the stone pavilion in the courtyard. Although the Divine Soul stage peak mind state could suppress the inner demons caused by excessive killing, it didn't mean that the suppression would be removed. In order to completely eliminate the inner demons caused by excessive killing, Chu Zhongtian needed to rest for half a month before he could use the powerful mind state to completely eliminate the inner demons. While the inner demons existed, it was not suitable for him to continue consuming pills to improve his cultivation base. For Chu Zhongtian, who felt uncomfortable without cultivating for a day, it was 100 times more painful than being tortured. However, the small cup of tea just now had not only alleviated the fatigue in his body, it also helped him to get rid of the inner demon, allowing him to consume true Yuan pills and stabilizing Yuan pills. He continued to improve his cultivation base, and continued to advance towards the Divine Soul stage, which was the true dividing line between the martial artists. How could he not be excited? Because of this, his gratitude towards Zhao Enjuan was even more sincere than before. Tisk, when have you ever been so polite to me? Chu Zhongtian's sincere gratitude made Zhao Enjuan very happy. However, the stubborn him still ridiculed him with disdain. Chu Zhongtian only lightly laughed at Zhao Enjuan's ridicule. He didn't mind it at all. He reached out and picked up the teapot in front of Zhao Enjuan. He poured himself another cup of tea and drank it. He immediately straightened his attitude and planned to question the true strength of Law Enforcement Peak. 1. A supreme-level Zhao Enjuan suppressed Law Enforcement Peak and obediently abided by the rules he set, allowing him to slaughter the disciples of Law Enforcement Peak, not daring to resist at all. Then, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for the Sect Lord Peak, which was several times stronger than the Hidden Dragon Peak, or even dozens of times stronger, to completely suppress the Law Enforcement Peak? However, why did the Sect Lord Peak try their best to avoid direct conflict with the Law Enforcement Peak? Furthermore, Long Xingyun's words were filled with fear towards the Law Enforcement Peak. It was also through the massacre at Law Enforcement Peak that caused him to have doubts about the true strength of Law Enforcement Peak. Originally, he hoped to solve the doubts in his heart regarding the Law Enforcement Peak through understanding and familiarizing himself with the Law Enforcement Peak. However, Zhao Enjuan's actions had disappointed and made him unwilling to accept it. Kid Chu, there's no need to say anything. I know your purpose for coming here. Zhao Enjuan waved his hand and indicated to Chu Zhongtian that there was no need to interrogate him. After that, he said with a solemn expression, regarding the true strength of Law Enforcement Peak, your current cultivation base is too low. It's not easy for me to tell you too much. The only thing I can tell you is that the Law Enforcement Peak is very strong. So strong that even if sect leader and I joined forces, we would at most be on par with their top experts. Otherwise, I, who was once an emperor peak, we have already destroyed the law enforcement peak a long time ago. How can we let them continue to harm our sect? Although he couldn't reveal the secret of law enforcement peak, in order to make Chu Zhongtian take it seriously, don't feel proud and complacent just because the massacre went smoothly today. Zhao and Juan still vaguely pointed out the power of law enforcement peak. I really can't reveal any more details. Seeing that Zhao and Juan was the same as Elder Huang and used his low cultivation base as an excuse to confuse him, Chu Zhongtian did not give up and continued to ask. Furthermore, Zhao and Juan had just mentioned that even if he and the stronger sect leader joined hands to avoid being on par with the strongest expert of law enforcement peak, it made him want to know the true strength of law enforcement peak. No! Zhao and Juan shook his head and rejected the offer. However, Zhao and Juan's solemn expression returned to calm, and he said with a relaxed tone, "Of course, you don't have to worry about the threat of law enforcement peak. Although law enforcement peak is very strong, your master and I are not weak either. I can't do anything to them for the time being. Similarly, they won't dare to do anything to me. At the same time, after today's bloody massacre, law enforcement peak won't attack you for a short period of time. You can use this period of time to continue improving your cultivation base." Seeing that Zhao and Juan refused to reveal anything about the secrets of the law enforcement peak, although Chu Zhongtian was unwilling, he knew that he wouldn't be able to get too much information out of him, so he gave up on pursuing the matter. Therefore, he stood up and said goodbye to Zhao and Juan. "In that case, I will go back and rest first." The massacre of nearly 1,000 people clashed with the words of Su Hua, Su Xiaojia, and the Lian brothers. Whether it was spiritually or mentally, Chu Zhongtian felt extremely tired. If not for the doubts he had about the law enforcement peak's hidden strength, he would not have been able to relax for the time being. He would have been lying on the bed sleeping soundly. Although the cup of tea just now had eliminated the exhaustion in his body, the exhaustion in his heart after killing thousands of people still needed to be properly adjusted. Since Zhao and Juan had made it clear that law enforcement peak would not attack him for a short period of time, he decided to go back and make some adjustments after he had calmed down. "Chu brat, wait a moment." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was about to leave, Zhao and Juan suddenly called out to him, "Master, is there something else?" Could it be that Zhao and Juan had a conscience and wanted to tell him the secret behind law enforcement peak? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian quickly turned around. "Chu brat, the day after tomorrow will be your 18th birthday. This also means that you have left the young generation and officially entered the young generation." Zhao and Juan stood up and walked in front of Chu Zhongtian, who was about the same age as him. He sounded like a kind elder, sighing with emotion. "That's right. Time flies." Looking at the rare kind expression on Zhao and Juan's face, Chu Zhongtian also sighed with mixed emotions. Thinking back carefully, the distance between him and this unfamiliar world of the Eternal Continent. It had been almost a year, and too many things had happened in this year. There were many things that he had taken the initiative to fight for, and there were also some things that he had passively accepted. No matter what, after nearly a year of traveling, he had gradually adapted to it, and he had frankly accepted his current life and identity. "I have something important to attend to tomorrow morning, so I might not be able to make it back on your birthday. That's why I gave you my birthday present in advance." Zhao and Juan patted Chu Zhongtian's shoulder and took out an ancient yellow book from his storage ring. "Kid Chu, from the way you used the Qi extinguishing fist to kill your opponent, besides the saber technique, you are also good at fist techniques. At the same time, when you use the profound mysteries of the vital spirit, you can transform into 3 different types of spirit object. You are more interested in the 4 divine beasts from the ancient era. So, the secret technique martial skill that I gave you is a secret technique that records the fist technique of the 4 divine beasts. It was discovered by an ancient expert in cavern when I was cultivating with Dongfang Xiong Ba. This fist technique martial skill of the 4 divine beasts is a rank 0 martial skill. It belongs to that expert with an unknown stage. According to the observations of the 4 divine beasts of the Eternal Continent during the battle, this fist technique was created. Hidden Dragon Peak, Peak Stone Pavilion. as the fist technique secret scripture that was found in the cavern left behind by an ancient expert, Zhao Enjuan, who was also skilled in the fist technique, had also devoted himself to cultivation. He had a very thorough understanding of the power and profoundness of the four divine beasts' fist technique. Therefore, as he pointed at the yellow book in his hand, his tone was filled with endless imagination as he said, "After obtaining its essence, it will possess the divine might of a heaven-grade martial skill. With just a little bit of it, it will not be as powerful as a yellow-level martial skill." "Thank you, Master." Hearing that Zhao Enjuan's birthday present was actually related to the fist technique of the four great divine beasts, Chu Zhongtian was pleasantly surprised. Recently, Chu Zhongtian had been frequently using his attributes profound transformation spirit object to help him fight. He gradually discovered that the transformation spirit object, which was full of spirituality, was helping him more and more. However, the spirit object was influenced by him. He could only use some of the techniques he had imagined, which greatly restricted their ability to be full of spirituality. If he could cultivate the fist technique of the four divine beasts, not only would he be able to master a powerful fist technique, but he would also be able to use the fist technique. The spirit object that was connected to his mind could also use this cultivation technique. Then, the effect of this fist technique would be far greater than 1 + 1 and 2. He stretched out his hand and received the four divine beasts' fist technique secret scripture that Zhao Enjuan handed over. He impatiently opened it, read it, understood it, and gained insights. The deeper he read, the more he could feel the profoundness of the fist technique. The deeper he understood, the more he could feel the power of the fist technique. The deeper he comprehended, the more he could feel the profoundness of the four divine beasts' fist technique. As a gradeless fist technique, if one wanted to successfully cultivate the four divine beasts' fist technique, not only did one have an amazing comprehension ability, one also needed to practice diligently in order to understand the fist technique. Therefore, this grade 4 divine beast fist technique was not something that could be learned in a short period of time. After happily putting away the four divine beasts fist technique secret scripture, Chu Zhongtian once again sincerely expressed his gratitude to Zhao Enjuan. "Master, thank you. This time, I will gladly accept your gratitude." Regarding Chu Zhongtian's second sincere gratitude, Zhao Enjuan did not ridicule and disdain him like before. Instead, he accepted it with a face full of gratification. Then, he waved his hand, and a pile of storage bags suddenly appeared in the empty courtyard, along with hundreds of spirit weapons that gave off a strong sense of majesty. "Little miser, these are your spoils of war. Take them." Pointing at the small hill of storage bag and spirit weapon in the courtyard, Zhao Enjuan said with a helpless expression. Chu Zhongtian was about to become a young man. Whether it was his talent, potential, perseverance, comprehension ability, or his filial piety, sincerity, and loyalty, he was outstanding. If one were to say that he had any shortcomings, it would be his money-obsessed personality, as well as the shrewdness of a businessman. It was hard to accept. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of storage bag and spirit weapon were put into his storage ring finger. Chu Zhongtian nodded at Zhao Enjuan, then flew straight to the parting courtyard and returned to his courtyard 9. Originally, he planned to ask about the secret behind Law Enforcement Peak, then return to his bedroom to rest. Now that he had gotten rid of his inner demons, he also had the fist technique, the four divine beasts that could increase his strength, and the spirit object. And he needed to organize hundreds of storage bag and spirit weapon. Helpless, he could only temporarily give up on resting and head straight to his cultivation chamber. Elder Huang, Elder Huang, Elder Huang. Sitting cross-legged on the hassock in the cultivation chamber, Chu Zhongtian did not copy or paste any medicinal pills. He also did not use the vital spirit pill or the essence-shaking pill to improve his cultivation, nor did he cultivate the fist technique of the four divine beasts. Instead, he began to call out to Elder Huang in his mind. After calling out 3 times and confirming that Elder Huang was still in a deep level of cultivation, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. First, he took out 1,000,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone and 100,000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones from Su Xiaojia's paid storage bag, then placed them on both sides of his body. After that, he took out a longan-sized pill from the storage bag that Xianxia had paid him. It was emitting a kind of intoxicating pill. The pill he just took out was different from the ones he used in the past. This was because inside the pill, there was a vague image of a divine dragon riding on clouds. High grade, 6th grade soaring dragon pill. This was one of the treasures that Xianxia had asked for on his behalf when Xianxia had agreed to pay a huge sum of spirit stones in a straightforward manner. A high-grade ____ soaring dragon pill. The 6th grade soaring dragon pill was not used to increase one's cultivation base, nor was it used to increase one's potential, nor was it used to heal injuries. It was used to raise one's cultivation talent. When he reached adulthood at the age of 16, when he participated in the clan's talent test, he was a top-rank level 8 cultivation talent. When he left the family to participate in the floating cloud sex disciple test, Grand Elder used his own life force as the price to help him obtain a 7th grade low-rank rebirth pill, allowing his cultivation talent to advance from top-rank level 8 to lower level 7. In the cavern, which was suspected to have been left behind by a peerless expert in Purgatory City with the help of Elder Huang, who they had met for the first time, he had obtained one of the 3 great spiritual root that could improve one's physique, the human spiritual root that could improve the cultivation talent. With the help of the human spiritual root, the cultivation talent had advanced from the lower level 7 to the low-grade 6th grade. Later, after the Great Sect Disciple competition ended, Xianxia won an upper-rank 7th grade celestial sphere pill that could increase a small grade of cultivation talent, allowing his cultivation talent to advance to a medium-grade 6th grade. During the Azura Secret Realms refinement process, he had collected 10 10-year blood core, which allowed him to exchange for a wind spirit fruit that could increase his grade by 2 small grades from Merit Palace. Later on, when he broke through to the Qi transforming period, he used the wind spirit fruit to help his cultivation talent break through to the level 5 and reach the low-level level 5. At the same time, it would also allow his future highest cultivation base to rise to the early longevity period. Now, with the soaring dragon pill that could increase his grade, not only could it increase his cultivation talent further, it could also increase the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual qi. He temporarily placed the soaring dragon pill that could increase his cultivation talent by one side. Chu Zhongtian then took out 2 medicinal pills from the storage bag that made his soul yearn for them. Of these 2 medicinal pills, one was the soul-stabilizing pill, and the other was the soul-melting pill. As for the effects, he didn't know for the time being, and didn't have the time to interrogate Xianxia. However, just from the fragrance emitted from the pills, it made his soul feel very comfortable. He could feel that these pills must be targeted at his soul, or at the divine soul stage. He temporarily put the 2 pills and the soaring dragon pill aside, then took out a purple jade bottle carved from purple jade from the storage bag. After opening the lid of the purple jade bottle, an aura that caused the vital spirit in the dantian to boil came out from within the purple jade bottle. At the same time, the vital spirit inside the dantian began to boil, the power of the space law that had been hovering above the dantian. Suddenly, a dazzling light began to shine, just like when they were in Blood Lake. Sensing the unusual behavior of the power of the space law inside the dantian, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly covered it with a purple jade bottle to prevent the aura from spreading out. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Cultivation Chamber. As the purple jade bottle containing the 1,000-year spirit milk was covered, without the attraction of the 1,000-year spirit milk and aura, the vital spirit within the perfect dantian gradually calmed down. The power of the space law that was emitting a dazzling light also gradually dimmed. Sensing the vital spirit and power of the space law within the dantian stabilize, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Zhongtian never would have thought that the liquid spiritual qi would be condensed to the limit. The 1,000-year spirit milk formed by special geographical conditions would actually cause the power of the space law to become abnormal. This made him want to replicate some of the 1,000-year spirit milk so that it could help him break through the stage in the future. He could only give up for the time being. At the same time, through the 1,000-year spirit milk, he could trigger the unusual movement of the power of the space law, giving birth to a thought that allowed him to master the power of law ahead of time. Of course, if he wanted to master the power of the space law ahead of time, he would need to reach the peak of the divine soul period in order to have a slight chance of success. After all, the power of law was a domain that only mighty experts could touch. Putting away the purple jade bottle that contained the 1,000-year spirit milk, Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath and began the last copy and paste of the Great Degree Desert before Elder Huang woke up. Time passed minute by minute. In the process of duplicating and paste, Chu Zhongtian received the storage bag that Xianxia had paid for 5 times in a row. He took out 5 million 6th grade middle rank spirit stone and 500,000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones. It took him nearly 4 hours to complete the duplicating and pasting of the spirit fruit. Putting away the duplicating and adhering medicinal pills and spirit fruit, as well as the remaining level 5 intermediate spirit stones, Chu Zhongtian stood up and left the secret chamber. The tempering between life and death in law enforcement peak had allowed his rapid breakthrough of the stage to settle down. The profound accumulation could allow him to use the essence-shaking pill to break through to the 7th level of the essence-gathering stage. However, considering that there was still less than a day left, it would be his 18th birthday. At that time, Dongfang Yuner and the others would definitely come to celebrate. He didn't want to delay his own birthday party because of his breakthrough to the stage. He wanted to disappoint his few good friends. After leaving the cultivation chamber, Chu Zhongtian, who was going to visit his 3 friends in the guest room, unexpectedly discovered that Shi Guangliang, Zhang Qian, and Wang Zhongning weren't healing in the guest room. Instead, they were arranging the environment in the courtyard. "Mr. Chu, you have come out of seclusion." The sound of the cultivation chamber being opened woke Zhang Qian, who was not too far away from the secret chamber. She looked up and saw Chu Zhongtian walking out of the secret chamber. She shouted in surprise. "Instead of staying in the room to recover, you ran out to do these chores. You don't want your own future." Although he knew that Zhang Qian and the others had meticulously cleaned up the courtyard for the sake of his birthday tomorrow, however, Chu Zhongtian still didn't want them to delay his injuries and cultivation. "Mr. Chu, don't worry. I have the high-quality healing pill that you gave me. Our wounds have healed long ago." Seeing Chu Zhongtian's serious expression, Zhang Qian did not have the slightest fear. Instead, she was playing a mischievous joke. Actually, when Zhang Qian returned to the guest room last night to treat her injuries, she had already started to consider her next plan. Although she did not know what happened between them to make Dongfang Yuner and Chu Zhongtian reconcile again, their relationship had also become deeper and deeper. But since she had already decided to pursue Chu Zhongtian, he had to accept the relationship between him and Dongfang Yuner. How could she let Chu Zhongtian accept her? How could she make Dongfang Yuner agree to accept her and serve Chu Zhongtian together? After nearly a year of being a disciple of outer sect, Zhang Qian quickly thought of a solution. First, she had to lower her attitude, which was to willingly admit Dongfang Yuner's position and identity as the legal wife. After all, Dongfang Yuner was the first to confirm her relationship with Chu Zhongtian. She was also his official girlfriend, and Dongfang Yuner came from Heavenly Dragon Empire. Her loving father was a famous expert in Southern Domain. At the same time, Dongfang Yuner also had a peerless face that men could not reject. All kinds of superior conditions made it impossible for her to compete with Dongfang Yuner for the position of the main wife. Actually, she had to change her previous personality and continue to maintain her previous personality. Changing her previous personality was to make herself appear cute and mischievous when she was in contact with Chu Zhongtian. This way, it would attract Chu Zhongtian's attention and develop into liking. He had to maintain his previous personality. When he was in contact with outsiders, he had to maintain his cold and arrogant temperament. He would not allow strangers to approach him. This proved that he was only responsible for him. Lastly, he would make use of the spirit stones and medicinal pills that Chu Zhongtian had gifted him. He would do his best to increase his cultivation. He would not allow his cultivation to progress. The gap between him and Chu Zhongtian had widened. Otherwise, the greater the gap between them, the less chances he would have to interact with ____ in the future. The chances of capturing Chu Zhongtian's heart would be even slimmer. It was precisely because she had a countermeasure in her heart that she responded naughtily to Chu Zhongtian's serious criticism. "You!" If Zhang Qian answered in all seriousness, Chu Zhongtian could still pull down his face and criticize her a little. but the naughtiness revealed a trace of cuteness, making him unable to bear to teach her a lesson. He could only helplessly laugh bitterly. His friend was busy working on his birthday with his unrecovered body. Chu Zhongtian was embarrassed that he had nothing to do, so he could only join in the cleaning work. Looking at the courtyard filled with dust and dirt, Chu Zhongtian felt that his courtyard could not only be occupied by a man like Shi Guangliang. There must be a few maids in charge of cleaning the courtyard and taking care of his life. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian decided to discuss with Zhao Enjuan after he finished his cultivation in Heaven Baron Secret Realm and see if he could transfer a few servants from the Chu family. Courtyard 9 was not very large. When Chu Zhongtian participated in helping, the whole work was basically coming to an end. Therefore, after half an hour of work, the originally dirty and messy courtyard was restored to its original state. Initially, he planned to let Zhang Qian and the others return to their rooms to continue healing, but after seeing Wang Zhongning's eager eyes, he could only helplessly go to the back mountain of the Hidden Dragon Peak and catch a 300 gene level 10 beast, a wild boar. He personally cooked a delicious barbecue for them before persuading them to return to their guest rooms. He didn't return to the cultivation chamber, nor did he return to his bedroom to rest. Chu Zhongtian sat on a wooden chair in the living room, looking through and comprehending the 4 divine beasts' fist technique, while quietly waiting for his birthday to arrive. As he deeply comprehended the mysteries of the fist technique, Chu Zhongtian gradually sank into it, and gradually forgot about the passing of time. Only when light footsteps sounded did he wake up from the fist technique's secret scripture of the 4 divine beasts. Looking up, Chu Zhongtian was surprised to find that Dongfang Yuner, who always liked to wear a dark blue dress, had changed into a pure purple dress today. The straight purple dress made her slender figure look even more perfect. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Living Room. Yun, why are you here? Chu Zhongtian asked in surprise when he saw Dongfang Yuner suddenly appear in the living room. Mr. Chu, are you stupid with your cultivation? Today is your birthday. I am here to celebrate your birthday. Dongfang Yuner quickly walked to Chu Zhongtian's side and helped him tidy up his bangs that were scattered between his eyebrows. She said with a smile. Yes. Chu Zhongtian suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a sudden realization. At the same time, he also remembered that the reason why he stayed in the living room was not because of his birthday. Yun, you are so charming today. After feeling vexed, Chu Zhongtian stood up and looked at Dongfang Yuner, who was shorter than him by half a head. Chu Zhongtian could not help but sigh when he saw the purple dress that made her proud figure stand out. Mr. Chu, do you remember? I told you before I left yesterday. I will give you a special gift on the day of your birthday. Chu Zhongtian looked at her with deep affection. Dongfang Yuner could not help but lower her head shyly. But after lowering her head for less than 3 seconds, she suppressed her shyness. She raised her head and looked directly into Chu Zhongtian's eyes as she asked. Of course I remember. Chu Zhongtian nodded and replied. After coming back from Law Enforcement Peak, Chu Zhongtian had 2 questions in his heart. One was the secret behind Law Enforcement Peak. Unfortunately, Zhao Enjuan's cultivation was too low, so it was difficult for him to know too much. The other question was about what Dongfang Yuner had experienced that made her mature and scary in a very short period of time. Mr. Chu, the special gift I gave you is my true appearance. Staring at Chu Zhongtian's eyes, Dongfang Yuner slowly took off the veil covering her face. When the grade of the top-grade spirit weapon reached the top-grade level, the silk veil that could prevent the divine sense from checking was slowly removed by Dongfang Yuner. Chu Zhongtian's breathing gradually became heavier, and his face revealed a trace of infatuation. Fortunately, the mind state that exceeded his great stage cultivation and had a special relationship with Dongfang Yuner woke him up very quickly, and he carefully observed Dongfang Yuner's face. Raising his eyebrows and looking at the distant mountain, with bright eyes and phoenix eyebrows, looking around and trying to sow discord, it was soul-stirring. Exquisite nose, skin as white as snow, vermilion lips more like a little red plum in the snow, aloof and demonic. Dongfang Yuner, who had shed her fine hair, was simply like a fairy that had walked out of a fairyland. She had the appearance of a fish that had sunk into the water, the appearance of a bird that had fallen into the water, and the appearance of a flower that had closed the moon and was shy of the flower. When Chu Zhongtian saw Dongfang Yuner reveal her true appearance, he felt that the 2 lines of poetry used to describe a peerless beauty before he transmigrated were not enough to describe her current peerless appearance. No wonder, no wonder, no wonder. Looking at Dongfang Yuner, who had once again used a silk veil to cover her peerless appearance, Chu Zhongtian could not help but say no 3 times in a row. Yun, it was only at this moment that I finally understood why you used a silk veil to cover your appearance. If your face was exposed to the world, I'm afraid that countless men in this world would fall for you. Countless experts would go crazy for you. Chu Zhongtian held Dongfang Yuner's small hand tightly and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Chu, in fact, when I was 10 years old, my father used the prophecy technique that he was good at. He predicted my appearance when I grew up, and it was also because of that prediction. It was because of that prediction that my father personally made a trip to the crafting school and specially concocted a top-grade defensive spirit tool for me to prevent the divine sense from being inspected. Dongfang Yuner was happy to hear Chu Zhongtian's sigh. She felt helpless as well. Although the top-grade defensive spirit tool's silk muslin had the ability to clean up automatically, it made her very uncomfortable to wear silk muslin all day long. Yun, remember this. Before I reach the supreme, the silk muslin on your face must not be removed in front of outsiders, and you must not let outsiders see your true face. Chu Zhongtian reminded her with a solemn expression. Although a martial artist's resistance to the stage would become stronger as the stage increased, Dongfang Yuner was far more beautiful than a fairy, which made the stage and her cultivation base weaker. Before he transmigrated, there were too many cases of beauties causing riots in the country. Chu Zhongtian was well aware of the serious impact that a peerless beauty would bring. Mr. Chu, I will remember this. Dongfang Yuner nodded and indicated that she would remember it. In fact, even if Chu Zhongtian did not deliberately remind her, she would not casually expose her appearance. Because other than having a peerless appearance that could make men go crazy, she also had the profound physique that could make countless experts go crazy. Whoever obtained her body would obtain the enhancement of the profound qi. This was something that Dongfang Xiongba had specifically told her after the coming-of-age ceremony. Looking at the very docile Dongfang Yuner, Chu Zhongtian could not help but embrace her. He said with a sigh, I, Chu Zhongtian, have no morals or abilities. I am so fortunate to be able to obtain the favor of a peerless beauty like you. Dongfang Yuner was shocked when she was suddenly held in Chu Zhongtian's arms. She thought that Chu Zhongtian was hooked by her face and wanted to take the opportunity to have her. Dongfang Yuner could accept this, but she did not want the relationship to happen so early. Other than the fact that they had yet to truly establish a marriage agreement, it was also after that kind of relationship. The effect of the profound sun physique on Chu Zhongtian was too weak. However, when Chu Zhongtian only hugged her, not only did he not do anything, but he also felt it from the bottom of his heart. Dongfang Yuner was also touched and also sighed. Mr. Chu, don't say that. It should be said that I, Dongfang Yuner, have been blessed with luck for a few lifetimes. I was able to meet such an outstanding man like Mr. Chu. Oh right, Yun, you once said that. I will also tell you what you have experienced during this period of time. You have changed so much in such a short period of time. He hugged Dongfang Yuner tightly for a few minutes until the shock brought by her beautiful face gradually calmed down. Chu Zhongtian suddenly thought of the most important reason why he had waited for Dongfang Yuner. Thus, he pressed his hands on her shoulders, pushed her away from his embrace, and looked straight into her eyes as he asked. Suddenly leaving the warm embrace, Dongfang Yuner inadvertently felt a trace of loss. The feeling of loss made her clear-headed to realize that not only did she fall in love with the man in front of her, but also deeply in love. She could no longer extricate herself from love. Yun, I am asking you a question. Seeing Dongfang Yuner's blurred eyes, Chu Zhongtian could not help but shake her shoulders and remind her. Dongfang Yuner, who was shaken awake, was first stunned. When she regained consciousness, she hurriedly explained, Mr. Chu, not long after you left the Imperial Palace, I had a conversation with Imperial Father once. Just at that time, Imperial Father used the prophecy pill that I gave him. And the prophecy technique, secret technique that Mr. Chu gave me, it allowed me to experience Mr. Chu's experiences for a period of time. It was through these experiences that I was able to understand some of Mr. Chu's ways of doing things. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Living Room. It was indeed Dongfang Xiongba's fault. After hearing Dongfang Yun'er's explanation, Chu Zhongtian could not think of anything. In fact, when he was in the central plaza halfway up the law enforcement peak, facing the hundreds of corpses that had been slaughtered, Dongfang Yun'er's overly calm attitude and understanding of his actions. This made Chu Zhongtian suspect that there must be a reason for Dongfang Xiongba's actions. If a person did not experience unimaginable hardships in a very short period of time, or if he did not have rich experience, it would be very difficult for him to grow quickly in a short period of time. If it was before Dongfang Yun'er did not put on her veil and revealed her true face, she said that Dongfang Xiongba had arbitrarily predicted his fate and that she had personally witnessed the process of her future fate. Chu Zhongtian was afraid that he would be displeased and might even implicate Dongfang Yun'er. This caused the relationship between the two of them to once again sink into a freezing point. After all, casually stealing a person's privacy and using the divination secret technique that this person gave him, no one would feel comfortable. As a transmigrator who had experienced the baptism of modern civilization, Chu Zhongtian attached more importance to his privacy, and he hated it even more when others peeked at his privacy. Furthermore, he had 3 secrets that he could not reveal. The first secret was about his true origin. The second secret was about the duplication and paste program he had. The third secret was the power of the space law hovering above the Dantian. Any one of these 3 secrets that was leaked out would bring him a disaster of slaughter. Even supreme-level experts Zhao and Juan would find it difficult to protect his life. Fortunately, Dongfang Yun'er's narration didn't involve these 3 secrets. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian couldn't bear to get angry at her because of her unparalleled beauty. Not being able to be angry did not mean that Chu Zhongtian was truly at ease. He had to know in detail what Dongfang Yun'er saw and knew in her future fate. He reached out and pulled Dongfang Yun'er back into his embrace. He gently patted her shoulder and said gently, "Yun, you have suffered. Compared to the suffering Mr. Chu will experience in the future, Yun did not suffer at all." Leaning her head on Chu Zhongtian's shoulder, Dongfang Yun'er said with understanding. Lightly hugging Dongfang Yun'er, Chu Zhongtian did not say anything. He just quietly felt her beating heart and the nervousness she felt when she was hugged by a man. When her heart calmed down and she gradually adapted to his embrace, Chu Zhongtian asked, "Yun, can you tell me what you saw in my future fate? At the same time, is your father the same as you, seeing my future fate?" Dongfang Yun'er's head left her shoulder. She shook her head and said in a strange tone, "Mr. Chu, do you know that my father's prophecy technique is more powerful than the cultivation of martial arts? He can easily predict a person's fate for the next 10 years by observing his appearance and aura. But my father said that you are very strange, as if your fate doesn't exist in the long river of destiny. It is as if you are a variable in this world. If not for your background being clear, my father would probably think that you are not a person of this world." Hearing Dongfang Xiongba's judgment, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. Although he knew that prophets were very terrifying and used some special means, they could predict the future and the present of living beings, but Chu Zhongtian didn't think that they were prophets in this world. He could see that something was wrong with his soul. He didn't expect that Dongfang Xiongba would be able to sense his abnormality just by meeting him once. This made him admire Dongfang Xiongba's foresight. He also decided to try his best to avoid meeting a high-level prophet in the future, in order to avoid exposing his identity as a transmigrator. The reason why Father was able to use the prophecy technique to predict your future fate, the main reason is that my relationship with you is special. My fate has been intertwined with yours for a long time. At the same time, the prophecy pill that I gave him, as well as the prophecy secret technique that you gave him, you forced me to see your fate for the next 3 years. So that's how it is. After hearing Dongfang Yun'er's detailed introduction, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Dongfang Xiongba did not see his future fate, as long as Dongfang Yuner did not discover his 3 most important secrets, he would be truly at ease. However, being at ease did not mean relaxing. He had once heard Elder Huang talk about the ways of prophets. He also talked about how to prevent prophets from predicting his own fate. That was to do his best to improve his cultivation. The higher your cultivation, the more difficult it would be for the diviner to test your fate. The stronger your cultivation base, the more inaccurate the prophets would be in predicting your future fate. When your cultivation base reaches the supreme level and your divine soul is able to control the power of law, it is basically impossible for a diviner to test your past life and present life. Chu Zhongtian decided that after today's birthday party ended, he would immediately enter secluded cultivation and strive to raise his cultivation base to the peak essence gathering stage before the Heaven Baron's secret realm opens. After making a decision in his heart, Chu Zhongtian's originally nervous mood had completely relaxed. At the same time, he started to enjoy the intoxicating fragrance emitted from Dongfang Yuner's body. 3 minutes later, just as the two of them were hugging each other and feeling each other's body temperature, Long Xingyun's laughter suddenly came from outside the living room. "Haha! You are sure Guangliang, junior brother Chu's follower, right? I am Long Xingyun, the eldest senior brother of sect leader. I just learned from junior brother Huangfu that today is junior brother Chu's 18th birthday. So I specially came to congratulate him. As sect leader's eldest senior brother, Long Xingyun had personally come to congratulate him on his birthday. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian had to personally welcome him. He patted Dongfang Yuner's shoulder and signaled her to follow him to welcome Long Xingyun. Senior brother Long, what birthday? It's just a reason why a few friends want to meet. After walking out of the living room, he saw Long Xingyun, Tianjun, and Wang Fuqi standing in the yard. Chu Zhongtian quickly said humbly, "Junior brother Chu, you are wrong." Long Xingyun stopped smiling when he saw Chu Zhongtian coming over and explained in a preaching tone. "Junior brother Chu, be it in Southern Domain or Central Domain, a warrior has 2 very important birthdays in his life. The first birthday is the coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 16. This means that you are going to break away from the ranks of ordinary people and officially step into the threshold of becoming a warrior. The first birthday is the coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 16. It means that you are going to break away from the ranks of ordinary people and officially step into the threshold of becoming a warrior. At the same time, the talent test of the coming-of-age ceremony also determines the turning point of your future fate. The second important day is the 18th birthday, because this day represents that you have officially stepped into the youth generation, and the youth generation is the true protagonist of this era. They are competitors who can compete for the top rankings in the world, and they are also famous in the Southern Domain. The beginning of the world-shaking Eternal Continent. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. So that's what happened. After listening to Long Xingyun's detailed introduction of his 16th and 18th birthday, Chu Zhongtian finally understood why Shi Guangliang and the others attached so much importance to his 18th birthday. They would rather drag their seriously injured bodies to clean up the Courtyard 9. Zhang Qian also specially tidied up a large room as a banquet hall for the guests. Originally, in the Eternal Continent, the 18th birthday was called the Youth Ceremony. It indicated that the young generation that was not yet mature would enter the mature and independent young generation. Actually, Chu Zhongtian could not be blamed for not paying attention to his 18th birthday, because before he transmigrated, the birthdays of the young generation didn't seem to pay much attention to it. Only when the age reached 54, 66, 73, and 88 would there be a grand celebration between family and family. Although that's the case, Junior Brother's 18th birthday, Junior Brother is still a little flattered that Senior Brother Long came personally, as he brought Long Xingyun and the others into the specially arranged banquet hall. Chu Zhongtian humbly thanked him. "Ha!" Long Xingyun laughed happily at Chu Zhongtian's modest gratitude. As the eldest senior brother of sect leader, his cultivation base was already at the royal stage peak. In his entire life, he had never participated in an 18-year-old youth ceremony. Those who were qualified for him to participate were older than 18 years old. Those who were 18 years old were not qualified to let him participate. Chu Zhongtian was really too special. Putting aside his master-disciple relationship with supreme-level expert and Zhao Enjuan, just his monster-level talent alone was enough. With his abnormal cultivation speed, the power of his fist technique was stronger than his own fist technique, which was a great stage cultivation base. It was enough for him to pay attention to this matter and try his best to maintain a good relationship with Senior Brother Chu. Senior Brother Dongfang is here. Just after Chu Zhongtian invited Long Xingyun into the banquet hall that was temporarily arranged, Dongfang Yongping, who had a special relationship with him in the sect, said. He brought Zhang Yinan and Yu Zhongzong to Courtyard 9. When Dongfang Yongping followed Shi Guangliang into the courtyard, he saw Chu Zhongtian, who took the initiative to welcome him. Senior Brother Chu, congratulations on breaking away from the immature young generation. You have entered the mature and independent young generation. Junior Dongfang, thank you. Chu Zhongtian replied with a smile. He was the only one who did not feel strange about Dongfang Yongping attending the birthday party. However, the sudden change from junior brother to senior brother still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Junior Zhang, thank you. Junior Yu, thank you. After responding to Dongfang Yongping, Chu Zhongtian thanked Zhang Yinan and Yu Zhongzong, who were standing next to him. Senior Brother Chu, I dare not. Seeing Chu Zhongtian take the initiative to clasp his fists and express his gratitude, Zhang Yinan and Yu Zhongzong quickly dodged, and then pushed him away in a panic. At this moment, seeing Chu Zhongtian's appearance and attitude that had not changed much from before, whether it was Zhang Yinan or Yu Zhongzong, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. When they first met Chu Zhongtian, he was only a third-layer peak of the body refining period disciple of the outer sect. When he had a conflict with Lang Yun and the others, he still needed their help in order to keep his life. Now only half a year had passed. Back then, the cultivation base of a third-layer peak of the body refining period disciple had not only surpassed them, but also their follower Dongfang Yongping. How could they not be shocked by this? Chu Zhongtian didn't give them any time to be shocked or sigh. After leading Dongfang Yongping into the banquet hall, he immediately turned around and left. Shi Guangliang, who was guarding the entrance of the courtyard, called out to the new guests. Senior Huang, why are you here? Chu Zhongtian asked in surprise when he saw Huang Yurong chatting with Shi Guangliang from afar. Long Xingyu knew that today was his 18-year-old youth ceremony, and he had heard about it from Wang Fuqi. Dongfang Yongping knew that today was his 18-years-old youth ceremony, and he had heard it from Dongfang Yuner. However, he didn't have a deep relationship with Huang Yurong, and they didn't know each other very well. Where did Huang Yurong get the news of his 18-years-old youth ceremony from? Senior Brother Chu, first of all, congratulations on breaking away from the immature young generation, stepping into the mature and independent young generation. When he saw Chu Zhongtian coming up to him, he had a surprised expression on his face. A hint of pride flashed across Huang Yurong's heart. Then he cupped his fists and congratulated him. As deacon elder of the inner sect who had lived in the sect since he was young and his father was very powerful, Huang Yurong had many spies in the sect. It wasn't difficult for him to find out some things. After that, his expression changed, and his tone was filled with regret. Senior Brother Chu, in order to save your good friend, you killed your way to the law enforcement peak alone. I was in secluded cultivation when I broke through to the second level of the essence gathering stage, and I didn't see your magnificent feat of killing so many people. I haven't been there to cheer you on either. Junior Brother Huang, you're too polite. Chu Zhongtian said politely with a smile on his face. Of course, he would not believe what Huang Yurong said just now. It was possible that he would feel regretful if he didn't watch him slaughter the disciples of law enforcement peak. But when it came to cheering him on, Chu Zhongtian didn't believe it. Not to mention that he didn't have the courage. Even if he did, his father wouldn't agree to it. If he didn't see the eldest senior brother of sect leader's faction, Long Xingyun, he wouldn't dare say anything at the scene. Junior Brother Huang, please. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, Huang Yurong was here today to celebrate the 18-year-old youth ceremony. Furthermore, the relationship between the two of them was quite good. Chu Zhongtian wasn't willing to take too much into account the hypocrisy in his words. He had been a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect for less than a year, and most of the time, he had either gone into secluded cultivation. There were very few sect disciples that he truly knew. Therefore, after bringing Huang Yurong into the banquet hall, Chu Zhongtian thought that no one would come. However, just as he stepped into the banquet hall and was about to chat with Long Xingyun, Shi Guangliang's welcoming voice came from the door of the courtyard. Chu Zhongtian frowned slightly, and the question of who would come to congratulate him on the young man's gift rose in his heart. However, although he was curious, he still quickly left the banquet hall to welcome the guests. Senior Brother Zhang. When he saw a young man in his 20s standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Chu Zhongtian shouted in surprise. He had an ordinary appearance but an extraordinary temperament. The young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him actually had some grudges with him. That was when he had participated in the Blood Devil Secret Realm's refinement. Zhang Danfeng, who had once hunted him down in the third-level palace of the Secret Realm. If it was said that he didn't have much contact with Huang Yurong, then it could be said that he had nothing to do with Zhang Danfeng. Where did Zhang Danfeng, who had nothing to do with him, find out that today was his 18-year-old youth ceremony? What reason did he have to attend today's gathering? Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. Senior Brother Zhang. Why are you here? Chu Zhongtian greeted Zhang Danfeng with a smile on his face. He raised his hand and didn't hit the smiling man. No matter what their relationship was in the past, and no matter whether there was hatred between the two of them, as long as he didn't deliberately come here to cause trouble today, for the sake of his 18-years-old youth ritual, he wouldn't make too much of a fuss about it with the other party. Senior Brother Chu, your current cultivation base has already far surpassed junior brothers. It's reasonable for me to call you Senior Brother. The first time he addressed himself as Senior Brother was because he suddenly saw someone he wasn't familiar with. He called out in surprise so Zhang Danfeng could understand. He didn't refute it, but the second time he deliberately addressed him as Senior Brother. He couldn't bear it, so he hurriedly delayed it. Senior Brother Chu, the conflict in the palace in Blood Demon's secret realm that day was because I was blinded by greed. I hope that Senior Brother will be magnanimous and forgive Junior Brother for being muddle-headed back then. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Danfeng suddenly apologized sincerely. There was no way he could not apologize. Unlike Zhu Yan, who came from the great Ming royal dynasty, he could not follow Gong Rulin, who had the backing of an elder of Bloodrobe. As a 7th-grade family, after breaking through to the Qi transforming period and becoming a disciple of the inner sect, he was too eccentric, so he rejected the invitations from the Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace. He chose to join the weaker Beast Spirit Peak. Beast Spirit Peak was a peak that specialized in nurturing strange beasts for the higher-ups and disciples of the sect. Its strength was ranked at the bottom among the thousands of peaks in Floating Cloud sect. 4 months ago, when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Qi transforming period, he went to Trial Peak to visit a member of his clan. Because of this, not only did he see Chu Zhongtian pulling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for more than 10,000 miles, but he also saw the strange changes that occurred in the sect. At the same time, he also learned some things about Chu Zhongtian's participation in the sect's competition from his clansmen. It was precisely because he knew so much that he knew that he had offended an expert who might become famous in the southern domain in the future. He had always wanted to apologize to Chu Zhongtian, hoping that Chu Zhongtian would forgive him, because when facing a monster-level disciple like Chu Zhongtian, not only would the expert from Beast Spirit Peak behind him not support him, they might even capture him personally and send him to Chu Zhongtian, allowing him to deal with him as he pleased. However, every time he went to the Hidden Dragon Peak, the door would always be tightly shut, and he wouldn't be able to see Chu Zhongtian at all. Fortunately, his junior brother knew Chu Zhongtian's good friend, Wang Zhongning. It was from him that Zhang Danfeng found out that today was Chu Zhongtian's 18th birthday young man's bao, and that was why Zhang Danfeng took this opportunity to pay him a visit and apologize. Senior Brother Zhang, the matter has already passed. I have almost forgotten about what happened back then, so you don't have to take it to heart, Chu Zhongtian said indifferently. In fact, in his heart, he had never regarded Zhang Danfeng as an enemy. This was because in the true palace of a third layer of the Blood Demon secret stage, in the mystic illusion array technique that he had used the blood crystal to set up, he only saw Gong Rulin, Zhu Yan, and Lu Zixin, but he didn't see Zhang Danfeng. He also knew that ____ had given up on chasing after him. Senior brother Chu is magnanimous. Junior disciple admires you. With a small bootlicking, Zhang Danfeng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Junior Zhang, please come in. After resolving their resentment, Chu Zhongtian felt that Zhang Danfeng was a more pragmatic and sincere person. So he extended his hand and invited him into the banquet hall. Senior brother Chu, sorry to bother you. Seeing Chu Zhongtian inviting him to his youth party, Zhang Danfeng was very excited. Since ___ had invited him to the youth banquet, it meant that he not only forgave his previous mistakes, but also treated him as a friend from the bottom of his heart. After inviting Zhang Danfeng into the banquet hall, Chu Zhongtian stood at the entrance of the banquet hall and looked at the door of the courtyard. Even Zhang Danfeng, whom he had never met before, had come to attend his 18-year-old youth ceremony. Chu Zhongtian felt that there might be some unexpected guests coming next. Sure enough, just as he was staring at the open door of the courtyard, Shi Guangliang, who was waiting at the door to welcome the guests, suddenly left the door and went to welcome the guests. Due to the obstruction of the courtyard wall, he was unable to see the appearance of the guests. Chu Zhongtian didn't wait for the guests to enter before he went to welcome them. He directly appeared in the courtyard, but when Shi Guangliang led the guests into the courtyard, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. Senior brother Chu, today is your 18-year-old youth ceremony. Junior brother, on behalf of Law Enforcement Peak, I have come to congratulate you. When he saw Chu Zhongtian standing in the courtyard, the young man who walked into the courtyard said with a proud expression, Lin Dong, it seems like I have wreaked havoc in Law Enforcement Peak and slaughtered nearly 1,000 disciples. In the end, you have actually gotten some benefits. Looking at the young man who was standing at the entrance with a proud expression, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but ridicule him. The person who came to congratulate him this time was Lin Dong, who had betrayed the Hidden Dragon Peak and joined the Law Enforcement Peak. Initially, Chu Zhongtian thought that he would show his powerful cultivation and strength by killing his way to the Law Enforcement Peak. Adding Wang Fu Qi's luck and cultivation base, it would make Lin Dong consider his future fate. However, he didn't expect that Lin Dong would be even more loyal to Law Enforcement Peak. He could even represent Law Enforcement Peak to congratulate him. More importantly, it had been less than 2 days since he returned to Hidden Dragon Peak. Originally, his cultivation base was only at the half-step Qi transforming period, but now, his cultivation base had broken through to the Qi transforming period, and had even reached the early second layer of the Qi transforming period. It seemed like after he left the Law Enforcement Peak, the higher-ups of the Law Enforcement Peak had given him a lot of training for some unknown reason. Senior brother Chu is right. If it wasn't for senior brother, you would have killed nearly 1,000 senior brothers. Without senior brother, you deliberately disturbed my thoughts. I wouldn't have been highly regarded by Su Deputy Mountain Lord. It's even more impossible for me to arrange for a Divine Soul Stage Elder to help me break through to the Qi transforming period. At the same time, the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has reached 1,000 miles. My talent can be considered to have barely made it into the ranks of peerless geniuses. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had guessed the reason why he had broken through to the Qi transforming period, while Lin Dong admired his sharp mind, he couldn't help but boast proudly. TCH, a mere second layer of the Qi transforming period. I wonder what makes you so proud of yourself. Chu Zhongtian looked down on Lin Dong, who was so proud of taking advantage of him. However, Lin Dong didn't take Chu Zhongtian's sarcasm seriously. He said with a smile on his face, Senior brother Chu, today I am here to congratulate you on breaking away from the immature young generation. I have officially stepped into the mature and independent young generation. Senior brother, do you allow me to enter as well? Please. Chu Zhongtian waved his hand and gestured. There was one thing Lin Dong was right about. No matter how dissatisfied he was with Lin Dong and how sarcastic he was here today on behalf of Law Enforcement Peak. He had to be polite to Lin Dong. Thank you, Senior brother Chu. Lin Dong cupped his fist and said proudly. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. In the banquet hall. After Lin Dong walked into the banquet hall, Wang Fuqi, who had been listening to Long Xingyun, Huang Yurong and Tianjun chatting, suddenly stood up. He looked at Lin Dong, who was standing at the door with a face full of pride. Junior brother Huang Fu, what happened to you? Wang Fuqi suddenly stood up and shocked Tianjun. He quickly asked, why is he here? Without answering Tianjun's question, Wang Fuqi muttered to himself, puzzled. Wang Fuqi's strange behavior made Long Xingyun, Tianjun, and Huang Yurong follow his gaze. Soon, they saw Lin Dong standing at the entrance of the banquet hall with a smug smile on his face. When Long Xingyun saw Lin Dong's smiling face, a trace of doubt appeared on Long Xingyun's face. It was as if he had seen this young man in the banquet hall before, but no matter how he thought about it, he could not remember. Big senior brother. This person's name is Lin Dong. He is a disciple who participated in the sect disciple test with me and senior brother Chu. He is ranked second in the overall results of the sect disciple test. After that, we will join the Hidden Dragon Peak and become elite disciples. However, during the sect's outer sect disciple competition, he received an invitation from the Law Enforcement Peak. He chose to betray the Hidden Dragon Peak and become a disciple of the Law Enforcement Peak. After waking up, Wang Fuqi noticed the puzzled expression on his eldest senior brother's face. He quickly suppressed the shock in his heart and explained in detail. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. When junior brother Chu killed his way to Law Enforcement Peak the day before yesterday, I once paid special attention to a person in the central square halfway up the mountain. That person is called Lin Dong, right? Wang Fuqi's reminder made Long Xingyun finally recall why he felt that the person in front of him was somewhat familiar. When he first arrived at the central square of Law Enforcement Peak and greeted Chu Zhongtian had looked at Lin Dong meaningfully when Wang Fuqi had reached the third layer peak of the Qi transforming period. It was also because of Chu Zhongtian's strange behavior that made him pay attention to Lin Dong. That's right. It's him. Wang Fuqi confirmed his guess. Stupid guy. In Long Xingyun's opinion, although the number of people who betrayed them seemed small, the potential of the Hidden Dragon Peak was boundless. Either they were stupid to the extreme or they were blind. As for this guy called Lin Dong in front of him, he was afraid that he was the combination of these two. Lin Dong walked into the banquet hall and glanced at the people in the hall. As Chu Zhongtian did not have many friends, there were even fewer who came to congratulate him. There were only 11 people in the banquet hall, so he quickly found Wang Fuqi standing next to Long Xingyun. Brother Huang Fu. Lin Dong walked quickly to Wang Fuqi's side and pretended to greet him warmly. Hello, junior brother Lin. No matter how much he hated Lin Dong for betraying the Hidden Dragon Peak and joining the enemy of the Hidden Dragon Peak, Law Enforcement Peak, their families were still connected by marriage. Therefore, Wang Fuqi's attitude could still be considered kind. Brother Huang Fu, although your current cultivation base is at the third layer peak of the Qi transforming period, but it only took me 2 days to break through to the Qi transforming period. Furthermore, I'm only one minor stage away from breaking through to the second layer of the Qi transforming period. So, Brother Huang Fu, you have to work harder or else, junior brother, I will most likely surpass you. At that time, you will have to call me senior brother instead. Wang Fuqi's kind attitude did not make Lin Dong restrain himself at all. He briefly showed his current cultivation base and then provoked him proudly. Junior brother has extraordinary talent and extraordinary talent. It's only natural that your cultivation base is higher than senior brother's. Facing Lin Dong's provocation and the threat of Law Enforcement Peak, Zhao and Juan ignored the confusion at the beginning, as well as the concern of sect leaders' senior brothers. Not only did Wang Fuqi no longer have his previous arrogance, his overbearing personality had also been reduced by a lot, so he responded in an indifferent tone. You! Wang Fuqi's indifferent reaction made Lin Dong feel as if he had punched a cotton flower. He could not use his strength. Junior brother Huang Fu, 5 days later, sect leader's marrow cleansing pool will be opened. Senior brother will give you a slot to enter. The gentle Wang Fuqi could ignore Lin Dong's provocation. However, Long Xingyun, who had a fiery temper and always had a face like his life, could not bear it. Therefore, he decided to give a slot to Wang Fuqi for Sect Leaders Department, which was specifically used to raise the cultivation base of Qi transforming period and essence gathering stage disciples. Eldest senior brother, is that all right? When he heard that Long Xingyun was planning to let him enter the purification pool, Wang Fuqi asked in disbelief. Wang Fuqi, who had been an official disciple of Sect Leaders faction for a period of time, deliberately lowered his attitude. He was very liked by his fellow senior brothers. Not only did they have many guidance in their cultivation, but they also had a lot of guidance. He also introduced a lot of treasures related to Sect Leaders faction to _____. And the marrow cleansing pool was one of the top treasures of Sect Leaders faction that could rank in 10th place. The purification pool was the previous sect leader of Sect Lord Peak who went out to temper himself. He had obtained a treasure from a mysterious spatial zone, and its main purpose was to increase the potential of Qi transforming period and essence gathering stage disciples. In addition, he had also obtained a treasure from a mysterious spatial zone. At the same time, he could also increase his cultivation base by 1 to 3 minor stage disciples. However, the purification pool opened once every 3 years. Every time it opened, due to the limited amount of liquid in the pool, it could only allow 4 Qi transforming period disciples from the inner sect and 6 essence gathering stage core disciples to enter. Wang Fuqi had only joined Sect Leaders faction for a short period of time, no matter in terms of experience. As for Sect Leaders contribution, it's impossible for him to get a spot in the marrow cleansing pool. However, he didn't expect that Lin Dong would deliberately provoke him. Under his forbearance, his eldest senior brother actually made the decision. It allowed him to enter the purification pool to improve his cultivation base. Seeing that Wang Fuqi was so excited that he didn't know what was going on, Long Xingyun smiled. After that, his expression changed, and he said in a serious tone, "Junior brother Huangfu, I have a condition for you to enter the purification pool. Please instruct me, big senior brother." Hearing Long Xingyun's tone suddenly become serious, the excited Wang Fuqi instantly calmed down. He solemnly listened to Long Xingyun's instructions. After the baptism of the marrow cleansing pool, your cultivation base will at least advance to Qi transforming period 4th layer and peak. That's why I want you to advance your cultivation base to the 5th level of the Qi transforming period within half a month. In 1 month's time, your cultivation base will be at the Qi transforming period 5th layer peak. Within 2.5 months, your cultivation base will advance to the 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period. Can you do that? Long Xingyun shouted with an encouraging tone. Yes. In just 4 short months, Chu Zhongtian had broken through to the essence gathering stage from the Qi transforming period. Although his talent was not as good as Chu Zhongtian's, after experiencing the baptism of the marrow cleansing pond, he was confident that he would be able to break through to the minor stage in just 4 months. Wang Fuqi replied without any worries, which made Long Xingyun very satisfied. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at Lin Dong. He found that his face, which was full of pride, had turned gloomy. His fists, which were placed in his sleeves, were clenched tightly. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. While Long Xingyun was using the marrow cleansing pond to fight back against Lin Dong's provocation, Chu Zhongtian, who had returned to the courtyard, once again welcomed a guest. He didn't know this guest, but his strength made him very afraid of him. "May I ask, senior brother, who are you?" Chu Zhongtian cupped his fist and asked respectfully and vigilantly. "My surname is Bailey, and my name is Feng Yun." Facing Chu Zhongtian's interrogation, the uninvited guest introduced himself. Bailey Feng Yun. After hearing the other party's introduction, Chu Zhongtian vaguely felt that he had heard of this name not long ago, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. His thoughts slowly turned, and finally stopped at the 3 monster-level disciples that Huang Yurong had introduced to him when he had just returned to the sect. Among them, the monster-level disciple from Merit Palace was Bailey Feng Yun. So it's senior brother Bailey from the Merit Palace. As the beginner, his talent wasn't any worse than as a monster-level warrior whose cultivation base was far stronger than his, Bailey Fengyun had personally come to visit him. It didn't make Chu Zhongtian feel honored at all. Instead, it made him feel a little nervous. "It seems like someone has introduced me to you." Seeing Chu Zhongtian pointing out that he came from the Palace of Martial Arts, Bailey Fengyun knew that someone had informed Chu Zhongtian about his situation in advance. Regarding this, he didn't really care. As a disciple who had revealed his monster-level talent when breaking through to the Qi transforming period, he was now a peerless peak of the Divine Soul period warrior. Bailey Fengyun knew that he was very famous in the sect, and many people had talked about him behind his back. "There was a senior disciple who introduced you before, so I know his background." Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian did not hide it from him. After that, he asked with a puzzled tone, "Senior brother Bailey, we didn't know each other before, and we didn't have any interactions with each other. May I know why you came here today?" Huang Yurong and Zhang Danfeng had come uninvited. Chu Zhongtian could guess their purpose in coming here. After all, he knew these two people and they knew each other very well. However, as a peerless Divine Soul stage expert and the eldest senior brother of the young generation in Merit Palace, he couldn't guess the purpose of Bailey Fengyun's visit. Furthermore, he didn't believe that they were here to congratulate him on his 18th birthday. Chu Zhongtian, 18 years old, from the Chu family, a level 8 family from a remote kingdom. A year ago, he passed 3 rounds of the Sex Disciple test with his 10th layer Great Perfection of the Qi Refining Period Cultivation base, and became a disciple of Hidden Dragon Peak with the overall result of the 3rd place. On the same night he became a disciple of the Hidden Dragon Peak, his cultivation base broke through to the 1st layer of the Body Refining Period. 10 days later, he followed Deacon Elder and Xiejun of Outer Sect out for cultivation. 1 month later, he returned to the sect, and his cultivation base was already at the 4th layer of the Body Refining Period. In the following month, my cultivation base broke through 3 minor stage in a row. With my 7th layer peak of the Body Refining Period cultivation base, I participated in the cultivation of Blood Demon Secret Realm. When the cultivation of Blood Demon Secret Realm ended, my cultivation base broke through to the 8th layer peak of the Body Refining Period. After that, he participated in the disciple competition of the Outer Sect. Not only did he obtain the 1st place in the competition, but he also broke through to the 9th layer peak of the Body Refining Period on the spot. For the next period of time, you will be cultivating in Hidden Dragon Peak. 1 month later, when you break through to the Qi Transforming Period, the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will reach 10,999 miles, and you will be able to break through to the monster level. After refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that you absorbed when breaking through to the Qi Transforming Period, it will allow you to break through to the Qi Transforming Period 4th layer. Then, you will follow the rules of the sect and return to your family to visit your relatives. After 3 months of visiting your family, when you return to the sect, your cultivation base has already reached the Essence Gathering Stage 4th layer peak. After learning that 3 of your friends were secretly captured by the Law Enforcement Pavilion, they slaughtered their way to the law enforcement peak with a single blade. With the help of the pressure of supreme-level Zhao and Juan, they slaughtered nearly 1,000 people in the law enforcement peak and finally saved 3 friends. Chu Zhongtian, was my explanation accurate? Bailey Fengyun did not answer Chu Zhongtian's question. Instead, he told him about Chu Zhongtian's background and his experiences after he became a disciple of the sect. After hearing Bailey Fengyun's explanation, Chu Zhongtian's calm expression turned gloomy. To be able to explain his background and his experiences after becoming a disciple in such detail, it was enough to show that the people of Merit Palace had been paying attention to him and even had the feeling of monitoring him. Fortunately, they didn't know that before he broke through to the Qi Transforming Period, Zhao and Juan had secretly sent him to the Azura's secret realm for cultivation, and they didn't know about his return to his family. Otherwise, Chu Zhongtian would have immediately turned hostile. This was because he hated people spying on his privacy the most, and it was someone who was full of hostility towards him. It made him even more furious. Although he knew that he was no match for Bailey Fengyun, even if he used the Qi Extermination Fist, he still wouldn't be a match for him. However, he wasn't afraid at all. Because he was in his Courtyard 9, in the Mountain of Cultivation where Supreme-level Expert and Zhao and Juan were cultivating. No matter how outstanding Bailey Fingyun's talent was, no matter how highly the higher-ups of the Merit Palace thought of him, he didn't dare to attack him. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Merit Palace to save his life in the face of Zhao Enjuan, who was known as the Bloody Butcher. Bailey Fingyun, explain your purpose of coming here. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, Chu Zhongtian asked with a gloomy expression. 3 objectives. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's gloomy face, Bailey Fingyun didn't mind explaining his purpose of visit. 1. I want to see with my own eyes what a monstrous disciple who is on par with me, Senior Brother Xiao and Junior Zhang, looks like. 2. I want to congratulate you on officially entering the youth stage and remind you to start taking over sect affairs in the future. 3. I am here to issue a challenge letter. 5 years later, there is a broken sword peak 50,000 miles to the north of the sect. In the Battle of our Sword Peak, the winner takes charge, and the loser takes on the role of a servant. Bailey Fingyun, why are you here? Just as Bailey Fingyun was explaining his purpose of coming, just as Chu Zhongtian was deep in thought, an angry question came from the direction of the banquet hall. Oh, so it's Senior Brother Long. Bailey Fingyun didn't even need to look up to know that the person questioning him was Long Xingyun. However, as the only monster-level disciple in Merit Palace, he was highly regarded by the big shots in Merit Palace. He wasn't afraid of Long Xingyun. Bailey Fingyun, tell me why you are here. When he saw Bailey Fingyun, who showed no respect to him, Long Xingyun also scolded him with a gloomy expression. Hidden Dragon Peak was Zhao Enjuan's territory, and Zhao Enjuan was a supreme-level warrior. No one dared to cause trouble in his territory, so Long Xingyun had never used the power of the divine sense. After he used the marrow-cleansing pawn to fight back Lin Dong's provocation, he realized that as the main character of today's banquet, Chu Zhongtian did not bring any new guests in, nor did he return to the banquet hall. Unsure of the situation, he secretly used the divine sense's power, and unexpectedly found Bailey Fingyun confronting Chu Zhongtian in the courtyard. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. Senior Brother Long, I'm not here to look for you today, so I can refuse to answer your question. Facing Long Xingyun, who was furiously interrogating him, Bailey Fingyun showed no signs of fear and replied in a carefree manner. Eldest Senior Brother. Looking at Bailey Fingyun, who didn't put him in his eyes, the furious Long Xingyun had the first thought in his mind. It was to slap him out of the Courtyard 9 and out of the Hidden Dragon Peak. Fortunately, Tianjun, who knew Long Xingyun's character very well, stopped him in time. He didn't ask him to attack Bailey Fingyun. Otherwise, Chu Zhongtian's 18-year-old youth ritual would very likely turn into an internal conflict between the Sect Lord Peak and the Merit Palace. After all, Long Xingyun and Bailey Fingyun weren't ordinary people. They could both represent their respective powers. All right, Bailey Fingyun, I'll remember you. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in his heart, Long Xingyun threatened with a cold expression. Bailey Fingyun didn't take Long Xingyun's threat seriously at all. In the sect, there was a Merit Palace that was not weaker than sect leader as their backer. Long Xingyun did not dare to touch him. When they went out for training, the Merit Palace would send a royal stage peak warrior to protect them in secret. Similarly, they weren't afraid of Long Xingyun killing them in the middle of the journey. This was the importance of being a monster-level disciple, and it was also a necessary measure for them to grow in the early stage. Of course, a monstrous disciple like Chu Zhongtian, who was raised freely, was an exception. Chu Zhongtian, the third request I made just now, do you accept it or not? Bailey Fingyun asked impatiently when he saw Chu Zhongtian still in deep thought. A mere essence-gathering stage monstrous disciple was not worthy of Bailey Fingyun's attention at this stage. However, Chu Zhongtian had broken into the law enforcement peak alone, slaughtering thousands of disciples in the future. He had forced the law enforcement peak to apologize. This was to give the Merit Palace behind him an apology. It brought a lot of shock. Back when Zhao Enjuan had a conflict with the law enforcement peak, the Merit Palace had stood behind the law enforcement peak. They were the participants of the bloody conflict, as well as the conspirators and promoters behind the bloody conflict. Although after the conflict escalated, When the experts of the Merit Palace discovered that something was wrong, they had withdrawn from the conflict in time and preserved the strength of the Merit Palace. However, the higher-ups of Merit Palace knew that Zhao and Juan actually hated them very much. If it wasn't for the fact that Law Enforcement Peak was in front of them, which attracted most of Zhao and Juan's attention, they were afraid that the Merit Palace would be the one standing opposite of Zhao and Juan. As Zhao and Juan's only disciple, not only was Chu Zhongtian's talent more outstanding than Zhao and Juan's, his way of doing things, and the degree of ruthlessness in his attacks were exactly the same as Zhao and Juan's in the past. Therefore, the higher-ups of Merit Palace were worried that Chu Zhongtian would become the second Zhao and Juan, or perhaps even stronger than Zhao and Juan. If that was the case, the strength of Hidden Dragon Peak and Sect Leader would completely surpass the strength of Merit Palace and Law Enforcement Peak. At that time, the Merit Palace would be completely defeated. Even their higher-ups would be killed. In order to prevent such an accident from happening, the Merit Palace had arranged for Bailey Fengyun to pay a visit. They wanted to use the opportunity of Chu Zhongtian holding a young man's ceremony to force him to accept the challenge and restrict Chu Zhongtian's development. After all, if someone as influential as Bailey Fengyun suddenly appeared in the Hidden Dragon Peak, it would definitely arouse Zhao and Juan's suspicion, and it wouldn't be good for them to play tricks. The 5-year agreement was that the winner would be the master, and the loser would be the servant. This was also the cautious approach that they had considered over and over again. If the time of the arranged battle was too short, the conditions of the arranged battle would be too cruel, and the intention of using someone else's knife to kill someone would be too obvious. It was very likely that it would anger Zhao and Juan. And Zhao and Juan, who had gone completely crazy, would give their Merit Palace a huge headache. Bailey Fengyun, 3 years later, the winner of the Broken Sword Peak will live, and the loser will die. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Bailey Fengyun impatiently reminded Chu Zhongtian, waking him up from his deep thoughts. He looked up at Bailey Fengyun and challenged him with a hoarse voice. When he heard that Chu Zhongtian did not accept his challenge, but took the initiative to change the time and content of the challenge, Bailey Fengyun was stunned for a moment, and then he became angry. The 5-year agreement he had proposed, besides not wanting Zhao and Juan to catch the weakness of Merit Palace and make trouble for them, he also hoped that Chu Zhongtian would have enough time to grow. At that time, he would be able to fight him. However, Chu Zhongtian directly shortened the time by 2 years, and changed it to 3 years, as if he needed more time to prepare. The result of his challenge was that the winner would become the king, and the loser would become the servant. However, Chu Zhongtian changed the challenge directly to a life-and-death contract, obviously mocking him for being afraid of death. Regarding this, how could the proud Bailey Fengyun not be angry? In his anger, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Today, 3 years later, at the top of the Broken Sword Peak, I will personally behead you. After that, I will hang you at the entrance of the Merit Palace's mission hall, and let all the sect disciples take a look. I want to see the consequences of offending me, Bailey Fengyun." Chu Zhongtian's facial expression didn't change at all in the face of Bailey Fengyun's blatant threat. He just stared at him coldly. After staring at him for nearly a minute, Chu Zhongtian asked calmly, "Bailey Fengyun, are you alright?" Shaking his head, Bailey Fengyun still looked at Chu Zhongtian somewhat angrily. He was still dissatisfied with Chu Zhongtian changing the time and content of the arranged battle without permission. "Since you don't have anything to say, then please, immediately, get out of Courtyard 9 and get out of Hidden Dragon Peak," Chu Zhongtian shouted loudly at the entrance of the courtyard. "Kid, you are courting death." When he heard that Chu Zhongtian wanted him to get out of Hidden Dragon Peak, he used 3 verbs in a row. This caused the already unhappy Bailey Fengyun to be unable to suppress the anger in his heart. A powerful qi rose from his body. However, Long Xingyun had completely suppressed his anger. With a flash, he appeared in front of Chu Zhongtian, blocking the powerful qi coming from Bailey Fengyun's body. After that, he looked at Bailey Fengyun coldly. "Long Xingyun, this is a matter between Merit Palace and Hidden Dragon Peak. Could it be that sect leader's family is going to interfere?" Looking at Long Xingyun, who was blocking Chu Zhongtian's path, Bailey Fengyun didn't try to suppress his desire to attack. Furthermore, he immediately raised the Merit Palace behind him and threatened. You! If it wasn't because he was the eldest senior brother of sect leader, if it wasn't because of the consequences of his actions, how could he allow him to be so arrogant here? Senior brother Long. He stretched out his hand and pressed on Long Xingyun's shoulder. Chu Zhongtian motioned for him to move aside for the time being. Then, he faced Bailey Fengyun, who was emitting a powerful aura from his body. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. Bailey Fengyun, I'll count to 3. If you don't get out of Hidden Dragon Peak immediately, then I'm afraid we won't be able to proceed with the battle just now. Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand and took off the life-saving trump card that Zhao Enjuan had left for him. He also threatened, because Hidden Dragon Peak is your burial ground. Today next year will be the day of your death. Bailey Fengyun's expression was uncertain about Chu Zhongtian's blatant threat, because he knew very well what the jade pendant in Chu Zhongtian's hand represented, and what it would provoke if it was crushed. However, as one of the 4 monstrous disciples of Floating Cloud sect, Bailey Fengyun, who was highly regarded by the big shots of Merit Palace, had never been threatened or humiliated by anyone. Therefore, he wasn't willing to leave just like that. 3. Looking at Bailey Fengyun, who was still unwilling to withdraw his qi, Chu Zhongtian began to count down loudly. 2. Raising the jade pendant in his hand, Chu Zhongtian continued to count down loudly. 1. His right hand, which was holding the jade pendant tightly, began to exert force. Chu Zhongtian looked like he was about to crush his life-saving trump card. Chu Zhongtian, 3 years later, Bailey Fengyun, will not take your life in the Broken Sword Peak. I swear I am not a human. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's right hand start to clench the jade pendant, he recalled the comments of the Merit Palace's big shots about Zhao Enjuan's madman. Bailey Fengyun, who was afraid of death, swore an oath and flew away from the Courtyard 9. After that, he planned to fly away from Hidden Dragon Peak. Chu Zhongtian and Long Xingyun couldn't help but sneer when they saw Bailey Fengyun flying away from the Hidden Dragon Peak. Ever since he broke through to the Qi transforming period and revealed his talent as a monster-level warrior, Zhao Enjuan had been trying to prevent anyone from ambushing him. Or perhaps he had disturbed Chu Zhongtian, who was in the middle of his secluded cultivation, when he left the Hidden Dragon Peak. When he returned to his family to visit his family, he had used his supreme-level strength to set up a space restriction around Hidden Dragon Peak. Except for Chu Zhongtian himself, no one was allowed to enter and exit Hidden Dragon Peak through the air. Otherwise, the air restriction would launch an attack. If it wasn't for the force of the supreme forbidden space above the Hidden Dragon Peak, with Long Xingyun's good relationship with Zhao Enjuan, he would have flown into the Hidden Dragon Peak a long time ago instead of climbing up the mountain path step by step. After flying in the sky for less than 100 meters, a huge hand that blotted out the sky and covered the sun slapped Bailey Fengyun down from the sky. Fortunately, when Zhao Enjuan set up the Forbidden Air Force, he had considered the possibility of mistaking his way in. Or perhaps it was because he did not know the reason, so the huge hand that covered the sky and covered the sun and covered the sky. It did not contain too much supreme power, but only slightly embarrassed Bailey Fengyun, who had fallen to the ground. He wasn't injured. Zhao Enjuan, I will definitely pay you back 10 times for what you have done today. The only one who could use the force of the sky to cover the sky and cover the sun was Zhao Enjuan, which was why Bailey Fengyun hated him. Separated by the wall of the courtyard, Chu Zhongtian couldn't see Bailey Fengyun, who had been slapped down. However, Long Xingyun, who could use the power of the divine sense, was able to see __ being slapped to the ground. Bailey Fengyun was in a sorry state. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, after laughing out loud, he looked straight at Chu Zhongtian with a worried look in his eyes. Chu Zhongtian had only become a sect disciple for a short period of time, and he didn't like to pay attention to others. Therefore, he didn't understand how terrifying Bailey Fengyun was. But as the eldest senior brother of sect leader, Long Xingyun paid special attention to some of the influential people in the sect. As the only monster-level disciple in the young generation of Merit Palace, Long Xingyun paid a lot of attention to Bailey Fengyun. He knew how scary Bailey Fengyun was, and also knew Bailey Fengyun's means. It was because of this that Long Xingyun didn't believe that Chu Zhongtian would be able to defeat and kill Bailey Fengyun at the top of the Broken Sword Peak 3 years later. Of course, Chu Zhongtian saw the worry in Long Xingyun's eyes. However, he shook his head slightly, indicating that Long Xingyun didn't need to say anything, because he did not want to ruin the atmosphere of today's gathering because of Bailey Fengyun's matter. Alright, the annoying thing has left. Let's go to the banquet hall and continue today's gathering. Dispersing the pressure brought by Bailey Fengyun, Chu Zhongtian tried his best to relax, and then called everyone back to the banquet hall. That's right, for junior brother Chu's youth ceremony this time. I even specially prepared a gift. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian didn't want to talk about Bailey Fengyun more, Long Xingyun tactfully didn't mention it. He also cooperated with Chu Zhongtian to change the topic. That's right. I also prepared a big gift for senior brother Chu this time. Wang Fuqi joined the Dao integration stage. When everyone returned to the banquet hall, even though Chu Zhongtian tried his best to mediate the atmosphere, he even took out some small yellow jokes that he had made before he transmigrated. However, Bailey Fengyun brought about a heavy pressure. It still affected everyone present, and Huang Yurong's performance was the most obvious. Just like how Long Xingyun had to pay attention to the influential people in the sect because of sect leader's eldest senior brother. He, Huang Yurong, was a disciple born and raised in the sect, and his father was deacon elder of the inner sect, who held a high position in the sect. He knew very well how scary Bailey Fengyun was. Huang Yurong knew that Chu Zhongtian was going to die for sure after seeing the death pact between Chu Zhongtian and Bailey Fengyun. His original intention to befriend Chu Zhongtian faded away, and he took out the gift that he had specially prepared. Junior brother Chu, today is your 18th birthday. It means that you are going to leave the young generation. As your senior brother, you are going to step into the more passionate young generation. I have 2 gifts for you. Seeing the oppressive atmosphere, Long Xingyun wanted to mediate the situation. Therefore, the most important agenda of the gathering was to present birthday gifts. Junior brother Chu, your talent, aptitude, perseverance, and comprehension are all the best in the world. Only the cultivation talent is a key factor that restricts your growth. First, according to Chu Zhongtian's own situation, Long Xingyun took out a pill bottle from the storage ring's finger. He introduced, although senior brother can't directly raise your cultivation talent, I have an intermediate level 5 dragon soaring pill here. It can barely increase the cultivation talent's grade by 1.5. Junior brother Chu, you can use the law enforcement peak to pay you a high-grade 6th grade dragon soaring pill. Then, you can use this intermediate level 5 soaring dragon pill to try and see if you can directly increase the cultivation talent by 2.5 levels. After introducing the first gift in his hand, Long Xingyun directly handed the pill bottle to Chu Zhongtian. When they saw the first gift from Long Xingyun, it was actually a dragon soaring pill that could increase the cultivation talent's grade to intermediate level 5. Apart from Tianjun, the rest of the people present were shocked and envious. Even though his father was deacon elder from the inner sect, when he saw the pill bottle in Chu Zhongtian's hand, his eyes revealed a trace of desire. Because the cultivation talent was only a low-grade level 5, he also needed the dragon soaring pill to enhance his own cultivation talent. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. In the banquet hall. Senior brother Long, thank you. Chu Zhongtian took the pill bottle with the soaring dragon pill from Long Xingyun and thanked him excitedly. The reason why he changed Bailey Fengyun's proposal of a duel was not because he was impulsive and made an impulsive decision. It was because he had thought it through carefully. His thoughts kept coming into contact with the power of the space law that was close to the Dantian. While he was rapidly increasing the cultivation base of the mind state, it also allowed him to gradually adapt and familiarize himself with the power of the space law. It was also because of this period of adaptation and familiarity that the original feeling gradually became real. That was, when he was at the peak of the Divine Soul period, he could barely use a trace of the power of the space law's power. As the power of law that was ranked second among the myriad laws of the eternal continent, the terrifying power of the space law was unimaginable and unpredictable. 3 years of time, life and death, this was the time Chu Zhongtian gave him. He hoped that this deadline would give him enough pressure to stimulate his potential, which had already reached its limit. It would allow him to improve his cultivation base in a shorter period of time. In order to quickly increase his cultivation base, besides the environment of cultivation, the pills that could increase his cultivation base, and the higher quality heart technique, the cultivation talent that would determine one's greatest achievement in the future was equally important. Chu Zhongtian had originally planned to consume the high-grade 6th-grade soaring dragon pill that Law Enforcement Peak had paid as compensation after the gathering ended. When he raised his cultivation talent to mid-grade level 5 and used the cultivation talent to increase his strength, when his mind entered a state of emptiness, he wanted to see if he could break through to the 7th level of the essence gathering stage. Now that Long Xingyun had gifted him a higher grade intermediate level 5 soaring dragon pill, he could duplicate and paste an intermediate level 5 soaring dragon pill. Then, he could use the medicinal strength of the 2 soaring dragon pills to raise his cultivation talent to a high grade level 5. The longer he could increase his cultivation talent by 2 small grades, the longer his consciousness would enter an empty state. Chu Zhongtian was confident that he could break through to the 7th level of the essence gathering stage even without consuming the vibrating yuan pill. At the same time, the high-grade level 5 cultivation talent would allow him to save more time in his cultivation, allowing him to step into the divine soul stage earlier, allowing him to have more time to understand the power of the space law. Regarding this, how could Chu Zhongtian not be excited? Junior brother Chu, in 5 days, our sect Lord Peak will open a disciple that can help Qi transforming period and Qi condensation stage. I will give you a slot to increase your potential and cultivation. It will allow you to enter the marrow purification pool and cultivate. A medicinal pill that could increase one's cultivation talent level had made Chu Zhongtian so excited. Long Xingyun was looking forward to how excited Chu Zhongtian would be after learning about the gift in the purification pool. Unfortunately, Chu Zhongtian's reaction had disappointed Long Xingyun. Chu Zhongtian, who didn't understand the effects of the purification pool, had a puzzled expression. Senior brother Chu, the purification pool is like this. Seeing the puzzled expression on Chu Zhongtian's face, Wang Fuqi stood up and explained, "Thank you for senior brother Long's kindness." After hearing Wang Fuqi's introduction, Chu Zhongtian was only happy to thank Long Xingyun, but not very excited. The reason why he wasn't too excited was because he knew very well in his heart. Every time he broke through to the minor stage, he would push his potential to the limit. Furthermore, with the help of the profound dragon fruit, human spiritual root, blood core, and other top rare treasures enhancement, his potential had been raised to an unimaginable height. It was just that the marrow cleansing pond that was targeted at the Qi transformation C and essence gathering stage disciples was probably not as effective as Long Xingyun had imagined. Junior brother Chu, I'm not as rich as eldest senior brother, and I don't have the authority to control all the treasures in sect Lord Peak. That's why I can't bring out a very precious gift. This is a 500-year-old upper rank 7th grade ice spirit grass. It can help you calm your mind and dispel your inner demons. It's very suitable for junior brother Chu to use when he breaks through to the divine soul stage. After Long Xingyun finished giving out the gift, Tianjun, who had the 2nd strongest cultivation base, stood up. He took out an ice box carved from 1,000-year-old ice from the storage ring's finger and gave it to Chu Zhongtian. He explained the treasure in the jade box. Senior brother Tian, thank you. Chu Zhongtian took the ice box and thanked him. Looking at the calm and emotionless Chu Zhongtian, Tianjun knew that the gift he had prepared did not provide much help to Chu Zhongtian. He could not help but feel a trace of disappointment in his heart. It was different from Huang Yurong's short-sighted look. After Chu Zhongtian and Bailey Fengyun had made the 3-year life and death pact, he felt that the person who won in the end was, it must be Chu Zhongtian, so Tianjun still wanted to have a good relationship with Chu Zhongtian. He wanted to become his true friend, a brother who could live and die together with him. In fact, what Tianjun didn't know was that the reason why Chu Zhongtian could face the ice spirit grass that could help him break through to the divine soul stage was not because he didn't know how precious the ice spirit grass was, but because he didn't understand the function of the ice revival grass. It was because the mind state that could help him break through to the great stage made him fearless of any inner demons when breaking through to the stage. As Long Xingyun and Tianjun took the initiative to give gifts, Dongfang Yongping, Zhang Danfeng, Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan also took out the gifts that they had prepared. Due to the limitation of their own cultivation, although the gifts they prepared could not be compared to Long Xingyun and Tianjun's, it also represented their sincerity. Chu Zhongtian happily accepted them and thanked them from the bottom of his heart. When Wang Zhongning, who had the lowest cultivation base, finished giving the gifts, everyone looked at Huang Yurong. Among the people present, besides Lin Dong, who represented law enforcement peak, who didn't give any gifts, only Huang Yurong, who had come to visit and deliberately befriended Chu Zhongtian, didn't give his own gifts. Huang Yurong felt a little awkward when he was suddenly looked at by everyone. However, he had already made up his mind, so he quickly dispersed the awkward feeling. He said apologetically, "Senior Brother Chu, I'm really sorry. This morning I went out in a hurry. If I didn't have the time to prepare a gift for you, I would definitely make it up to you in the future. It's all right. Everyone has been gathering to have fun. It doesn't matter if there are gifts or not." Chu Zhongtian waved his hand and said indifferently. Although he said he didn't care, he actually cared a lot in his heart. He didn't care about whether there was a gift or not, nor did he care about the preciousness of the gift. Instead, he cared about the attitude of being willing to make friends with him when he gave the gift. Huang Yurong's action of taking the initiative to distance himself made Chu Zhongtian very disappointed. In his opinion, the seemingly unrestrained Huang Yurong was actually a person who was timid and attached to power deep in his bones. Therefore, when he looked at Huang Yurong, besides disappointment, there was also a trace of alienation and coldness in his eyes. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. In the banquet hall, facing Huang Yurong's action of alienating himself, Chu Zhongtian felt very disappointed. In his opinion, Huang Yurong, who seemed forthright, was not as timid as Zhang Danfeng, who appeared to be timid on the surface, but actually dared to do something in his bones. Zhang Danfeng was different from Huang Yurong. Between Zhang Danfeng and him, because of hunting and being hunted, there was a grudge between them, and Zhang Danfeng was able to take the initiative to apologize to him. Furthermore, when faced with the pressure of Bailey Fengyun, he didn't show any signs of backing down or fear. He still sincerely made friends with him. But what about Huang Yurong? Back then, in the third layer of the Blood Demon Secret Stage's palace, without his help, Huang Yurong would never have been able to escape the attack of the palace's illusion, and he wouldn't have been able to enter the true palace of third layer of the secret realm. He would never have been able to obtain the treasures in the palace. Although Chu Zhongtian was grateful for Huang Yurong's help in the face of Zhu Yan's mockery and threat, the rewards in the third layer of the Blood Demon's secret stage palace was enough to repay his kindness. Therefore, Huang Yurong's proactive alienation only made Chu Zhongtian feel disappointed and unhappy. He didn't feel like he was betrayed, nor did he feel angry because of it. "Senior Brother Chu, since everyone has sent their gifts, it's my turn now." Taking a deep breath, Lin Dong, who was sitting in the corner of the banquet, stood up and said loudly. Ever since Long Xingyun used the marrow cleansing pool to fight back against his provocation, Lin Dong had been sitting in the corner of the banquet hall with a gloomy expression. Even when Chu Zhongtian and Bailey Fengyun had a conflict, he did not leave the banquet hall, because he was angered by Long Xingyun's counterattack, and he was also annoyed to death by his own stupidity. If he hadn't taken the initiative to provoke him, Long Xingyun would never have given Wang Fuqi the chance to enter the marrow cleansing pond. Without the assistance of the marrow cleansing pool, Wang Fuqi's cultivation base definitely wouldn't have been able to increase quickly in a short period of time. With the help of the Divine Soul Stage Elder of Law Enforcement Peak, he would definitely be able to surpass Wang Fuqi in a short period of time and achieve Wang Fuqi's wish of calling him senior brother. Unfortunately, it was because of his stupidity that his wish, which was originally within reach, was shattered. It was precisely because of this chagrin and self-blame that he didn't pay attention to other things. When he finally adjusted his mindset, it was also the time for Huang Yurong to explain why he didn't have any gifts. "Oh, I wonder what kind of gift Junior Brother Lin will give me on behalf of Law Enforcement Peak." Chu Zhongtian, who was in a bad mood after being estranged by Huang Yurong, asked with a sneer. "Senior Brother Chu, I, Deputy Mountain Lord of the Law Enforcement Peak, know that Senior Brother likes spirit stones. Therefore, I'm here to give Senior Brother an inferior spirit stone as a gift for him to become a young man." While introducing the origin of his gift, he took out a gray stone from the storage bag. When he saw the gift Lindong gave him, he was surprised to find that it was an inferior spirit stone that was not even comparable to a Class 10 lower-rank spirit stone. Apart from Huang Yurong, everyone present was furious. They used their ferocious eyes to stare at Lindong, as if they wanted to kill him. Among them, the one who hated Lindong the most was Dongfang Yuner, Zhang Qian, and Shi Guangliang. To Dongfang Yuner, Chu Zhongtian was her boyfriend. He had seen her real face. In the future, he would definitely marry her. Insulting his own man was the same as insulting her. To Zhang Qian, Chu Zhongtian was the man she loved, the man she pursued. Insulting the man she pursued was also the same as insulting her. To Shi Guangliang, Chu Zhongtian was his master, the guarantor of his life. Insulting his master was even more detestable than insulting his follower. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was inferior to Lindong's, he would have scolded him loudly and expelled him. Junior brother Lin, thank Su Deputy Mountain Lord for me and pass the message to him on my behalf. I really like this inferior spirit stone, and I will keep it well. After taking the half-spirit stone from Lindong, Chu Zhongtian was not angry. The gloomy mood that Huang Yurong had been feeling because of his estrangement had been dispelled. Looking at the inferior spirit stone in his hand, Chu Zhongtian's thoughts immediately returned to the days when he had just transmigrated to the Luolin town's Chu family's medicine store. Back then, when faced with the predicament of the meridian being damaged and unable to cultivate, he had once been confused and in despair. He unexpectedly discovered that when he transmigrated, his mind had a copy and paste program. It had given him hope to cultivate again, and he had been able to pull himself together once again. Furthermore, it was with the help of the inferior spirit stone that he was able to open the door to cultivation again. Ever since the meridian was completely restored and his cultivation base had entered the qi refining stage, he had basically never seen or used the inferior spirit stone again. Now, looking at the inferior spirit stone in his hand, Chu Zhongtian felt as if he was looking at the door of his life. It was once again opened, allowing him to face Bailey Fingyun's life and death pact without any pressure. At the same time, the cultivation base of the peak of the Divine Soul Period mind state seemed to have been upgraded, and it seemed as if it could see through life and death. Seeing the longevity period mind state rising from his body, Long Xingyun couldn't help but stand up and look at him with a shocked expression. This was because he had never thought that a mere inferior spirit stone that he had left on the side of the road would allow Chu Zhongtian's mind state to break through to the longevity period. Could it be that the inferior spirit stone Lindong had given him was a rare treasure that could aid the mind state's cultivation? Chu Zhongtian, who had originally imagined that he would be enraged because of the inferior spirit stone, did not get angry. Instead, an aura that made him feel fear rose from his body. Lindong had finally adjusted his mental state, and in an instant he became irritated again. Senior brother Chu, junior brother suddenly remembered that he has an urgent matter to deal with. I'll take my leave first. The irritated feeling made Lindong feel more and more uneasy. It was as if he felt Wang Fuqi and the others not far away were mocking him with mocking eyes. This uneasy feeling made him want to leave this place immediately. Since junior brother Lin has urgent matters to attend to, then I won't keep senior brother here for too long. I won't see you off. Lindong, who had ulterior motives, left the banquet hall, which could make the atmosphere in the hall more lively. Chu Zhongtian couldn't wait for him to leave immediately. How could he possibly ask him to stay? Senior brother Chu, junior brother also has urgent matters to attend to. I will take my leave now. Just as Lindong said goodbye and turned around to leave the banquet hall, Huang Yurong, who also felt uncomfortable, stood up and said goodbye. I won't see you off. Chu Zhongtian's attitude towards Huang Yurong, who had changed his mind at the last minute, became much colder, as if he was facing a stranger he had never met before. Goodbye. Huang Yurong clasped his hands together and quickly turned around to leave the banquet hall. However, when he walked to the entrance of the hall, he couldn't help but turn his head and look at Chu Zhongtian. His heart was filled with endless regret. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. In the banquet hall, Because he was familiar with and understood Bailey Fengyun, he knew how powerful Bailey Fengyun was. Knowing how terrifying his means were, Huang Yurong decided to change his attitude towards Chu Zhongtian at the last minute. He wanted to use this opportunity to distance himself from Chu Zhongtian, in order to avoid causing Bailey Fengyun to misunderstand and get involved in this matter. And his father. However, Chu Zhongtian had broken through to the longevity period with just a single inferior spirit stone. This made him understand what was going on. The reason why Chu Zhongtian dared to propose a 3-year life and death contract with Bailey Fengyun wasn't because he wanted to die. It was because he was confident that his cultivation base would surpass Bailey Fengyun's in the next 3 years. He was confident that he could kill Bailey Fengyun today in 3 years. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Originally, he could use the opportunity of the youth ceremony to get closer to Chu Zhongtian, but because of his timid nature, he lost the opportunity to befriend Chu Zhongtian. As the detestable Lin Dong and Huang Yurong left the banquet hall, the depressing atmosphere brought by Bailey Fengyun gradually dissipated, and the atmosphere of the banquet became more and more lively. However, everyone present knew that Chu Zhongtian was a cultivation maniac. Furthermore, he had just agreed to a life and death contract with Bailey Fengyun for 3 years, and he definitely wanted to enter secluded cultivation as soon as possible. Therefore, those who were tactful only stayed for less than half an hour before saying their goodbyes. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian also didn't try to persuade them to stay. He sent them to the entrance of the courtyard and watched them leave one by one. Yun, don't worry. I have the confidence that today, 3 years later, kill Bailey Fengyun. When Shi Guangliang, Zhang Qian, and the other 2 returned to the guest room to continue treating their injuries, there was only Dongfang Yuner left at the entrance of the courtyard. Chu Zhongtian held her mysterious guard and comforted her. Mr. Chu, I am not worried about the life and death battle between you and Bailey Fengyun, because I have seen your fate for the next 3 years. I know that Bailey Fengyun is no match for you. Dongfang Yuner was deeply touched by Chu Zhongtian's action of comforting her. She shook her head. After that, she expressed her confidence in Chu Zhongtian's ability to kill Bailey Fengyun. Seeing that Dongfang Yuner wasn't as worried about him as the others, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Yun, let me send you back. It was getting late. Although Hidden Dragon Peak was not far from Trial Peak, Chu Zhongtian still wanted to send her back personally. However, Dongfang Yuner shook her head and refused. Mr. Chu, you should hurry up and cultivate. Reaching out her hand to push Chu Zhongtian into the courtyard, Dongfang Yuner mischievously said, My brother is waiting for me halfway up the mountain. I don't want him to misunderstand anything. Seeing Dongfang Yuner turn around and leave the courtyard, and taking the initiative to close the door for him, Chu Zhongtian could not help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. Then he turned around and entered the cultivation chamber. Sitting cross-legged on the hassock in the cultivation chamber, Chu Zhongtian temporarily didn't cultivate. Instead, he carefully recalled what happened today. From the time Bailey Fengyun provoked him and took the opportunity to propose a battle between master and servant, Chu Zhongtian knew very well that his rapid growth had already aroused the vigilance of some people. They had started to be anxious to deal with him. Although the mind state could help him break through to the longevity period and allow him to have more confidence in comprehending and using the power of the space law, he still had to take Bailey Fengyun's progress into consideration. As a monster level, Chu Zhongtian was very clear about the importance of the monster level's heavenly talent in the process of cultivation. In these 3 years, his cultivation base and strength were improving, and his opponent's cultivation base and strength were also improving. How could he allow his cultivation base and strength to catch up and surpass his opponent's? Apart from pills that could increase his own strength, he also needed more time to cultivate, as well as to sharpen himself between life and death. With the pills gifted by the Dan discussing Pavilion's weapon spirit and the pills from Law Enforcement Peak as compensation, he wouldn't have to worry about pills before reaching the peak of the Divine Soul period. There were still 3 years left before the arranged battle. Although it was a little urgent, it was still enough to squeeze a little. He had no choice but to sharpen himself in this life and death situation for the time being. But he was not worried, because the Elder Huang in his mind was a formation master that had lived for 1,000,000 years. He definitely had a way to find a place suitable for him to undergo life and death tempering. After adjusting his state of mind, Chu Zhongtian took out an upper-rank 8th grade vital spirit pill. After consuming it, he raised the vital spirit in his dantian to the peak. When the vital spirit inside the dantian reached the limit of an essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer, Chu Zhongtian panted for a moment. Then, he took out 70,000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones from the storage bag. First, he used 20,000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones to duplicate and paste a level 5 intermediate soaring dragon pill. Then, he used the remaining 50,000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones to set up a complete gathering formation. When everything was ready, Chu Zhongtian sat cross-legged behind the spirit gathering formation. He began to consume the dragon soaring pill to improve his cultivation talent, and also to borrow the strength of the cultivation talent. When his consciousness entered a state of emptiness, he used the complete version of the spirit gathering formation that contained sufficient spiritual qi. He would try to break through to the 7th level of the essence gathering stage. While Chu Zhongtian was using the soaring dragon pill to improve his cultivation talent, Long Xingyun, who had returned to the sect Lord Peak, did not return to his own place of cultivation. Instead, he used a special technique to enter a mysterious space. If Chu Zhongtian was here as well, he would definitely be very familiar with the environment in front of him. Because this mysterious spatial zone was the place where the floating cloud sect's sect leader, Shen Fengxing, cultivated. Xingyun greets Master. Long Xingyun walked into the mysterious space, came to the young man who was floating in the air, and knelt down to greet him. Long, get up. What's the matter? Seeing Long Xingyun kneeling down to greet him, Shen Fengxing indicated for him to get up and reply. Master, I feel that Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace have already started to have disloyalty. Within 100 years, they will definitely launch a coup and drive away the people of sect leader's faction. Long Xingyun said solemnly. Oh, why do you say that? Shen Fengxing, who was floating in the air, heard Long Xingyun's report and stood up straight. Then he appeared in front of Long Xingyun. Master, it's like this. Seeing that his master had taken the initiative to end his cultivation, Long Xingyun knew that his report had attracted his attention. He quickly told Long Xingyun about his recent observations and thoughts. AI. After hearing Long Xingyun's observations and guesses, Shen Fengxing couldn't help but sigh. His tone was a little helpless, but also a little relaxed as he said, It seems like Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace have already felt the threat brought by your junior brother Xiao and junior brother Chu. They are trying to kill the threat in the cradle. Master, what should I do? Shen Fengxing's words were similar to what Long Xingyun had expected, but he wanted to know what he should do next. Sect Lord Peak. Within the mysterious spatial zone. Regarding Long Xingyun's request, Shen Fengxing gave it some thought. Then he solemnly reminded, Long, from tomorrow onwards, there will only be one thing you need to do. That is to go to the endless void to undergo training so that when there is internal strife in the sect, you can break through to the chaotic realm. It's best if you can break through to the supreme level. Because only Chaos Period warriors have the right to interfere in the final decisive battle. Only supreme level warriors can influence the final direction of the battle. Master, what about junior brother Xiao and junior brother Chu? They went to the endless void to search for opportunities to break through to the Chaos Period. Long Xingyun had been trapped in the Emperor Peak realm for a long time. When he was unable to break through for a long time, he wanted to go into the endless void to search for opportunities to break through. However, as the eldest senior brother of sect leader, he was worried about the disciples of sect leader. Furthermore, sect leader was determined to break through to the legendary stage, so he basically didn't care about the matters of the sect. That was why he didn't go there. Your junior brother Xiao has just broken through to the Emperor mid-stage, and 30% of his ancient bloodline has awakened. His current strength isn't any weaker than yours, so he doesn't need your protection. He heard that his most valued disciple was still concerned about sect leader's disciples. At the same time, he decided that he couldn't delay his cultivation no matter what. If he wanted to become the one who could decide the life and death of others in the southern domain, the one who could truly play chess, he had to be a supreme being. As for your junior Chu, he has his master to protect him. You don't need to worry about him. Besides, Chu Zhongtian is quite special. His future fate is like the vast starry sky. No one can predict his future. At the same time, the challenges he was facing right now might be because he was chasing after him. And opportunities beyond yours. Long Xingyun felt envious when he heard his master's evaluation of Xiao Shan and Chu Zhongtian. At the same time, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The reason why he valued Xiao Shan and Chu Zhongtian was not only because they were outstanding and had a good character, but also because they had grown up. In the future, they would definitely be the main force to suppress Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace. After all, as long as there were no fatal accidents in the future, those who were at the monster level would basically break through to the chaos period and become supreme beings. Since there were no problems with the two people he cared about the most, Long Xingyun heaved a sigh of relief. However, he immediately considered the hundreds of disciples in sect leader's line. With a worried expression, he asked, "Master, I'm not worried about junior brother Xiao and junior brother Chu, but after I leave, what about the disciples of the sect Lord Peak?" The disciples and matters of sect Lord Peak will temporarily be left to junior brother Tian. Tian Jun's cultivation might not be high, but his deep fortune and foresight might be more suitable to manage the sect Lord Peak than you. If it was anyone else who heard Xin Fengxing's evaluation, they would definitely be jealous and might even hate their own master. Because the meaning of his words just now was that he already had the intention of inheriting the position of sect leader. However, to Long Xingyun, as long as he was a disciple of sect Lord Peak, as long as he had a good character, he wouldn't have any objections to sect leader becoming the peak master of Floating Cloud sect in the future. That's true. Junior brother Tian has a very high reputation amongst the disciples. He is also a generous and forthright man, and he has deeply earned the respect of his fellow disciples. He is quite suitable to handle the matters of sect Lord Peak. Long Xingyun nodded his head, agreeing with Xin Fengxing's opinion. Long, you go back and make some arrangements. I will personally send you to the endless void tomorrow. Afraid that Long Xingyun would have something to worry about, Xin Fengxing decided to make the decision for him. All right, master. I will go back first. After a respectful bow, Long Xingyun turned around and left the mysterious space. After Long Xingyun left, Xin Fengxing's eyes swept across the mysterious spatial zone. He looked in the direction of Merit Palace. At the same time, he said to himself, "How dare you plot against Chu Zhongtian? Aren't you afraid of junior brother Jiao's bloody revenge? Or perhaps you already have a way to deal with junior brother Jiao." Hidden Dragon Peak, Mansion Number 9, Cultivation Chamber. 1 high-grade 6th-grade Soaring Dragon Pill and 2 5th-grade Intermediate Soaring Dragon Pills. With the help of these 3 pills that could increase one's cultivation talent, Chu Zhongtian successfully raised his cultivation talent to the highest grade level 5. At the same time, with the help of his cultivation talent, his consciousness entered a state of emptiness. The complete version of the Spirit Gathering Battle Array had gathered sufficient spiritual qi, allowing his cultivation to smoothly enter the 7th level of Qi Si. Spitting out the turbid air accumulated in his chest, he carefully felt the changes in his own strength after breaking through to the stage. The 7th level of Qi Si was the process of compressing and condensing the Dantian. Every compression and condensation would increase his strength by more than 3 times. Because of the perfect Dantian, the first compression and condensation process had increased Chu Zhongtian's strength by at least 30 times. Regarding this, his emotions were very calm. He wasn't excited at all after breaking through to the stage. Within 3 years, his cultivation base would be at least at the Divine Soul stage peak. He would even try his best to break through to the longevity period. Only in this way would he have the confidence to defeat the opponent. Furthermore, the situation had changed for the time being. Therefore, with the advancement of the minor stage, he was confident that he would be able to defeat it. For the current him, there wasn't much to be surprised about. Using his control over his force, Chu Zhongtian quickly consolidated the stage after his breakthrough. Then, he took out a few high-grade level 7 True Essence pills from his storage bag and began to restore the perfect Dantian. After it shattered and reconstructed, the Dantian was completely empty. While using the high-grade level 7 true essence pills to restore the vital spirit, Chu Zhongtian was multitasking. He used the feeling of the vital spirit's recovery process to start comprehending and raising the level of force. Perhaps it was because his current cultivation base had reached the 7th level of Qi high stage, or perhaps it was because the vital spirit flowed through every part of his body. It allowed him to observe and feel his own body more accurately. The force that was originally very profound, it gradually became clear in his eyes, and his understanding of force became more and more clear. On the mountain path leading to Law Enforcement Peak, he took advantage of the opportunity to break through to the 6th level of Qi. His force had just advanced by 1 level. Under such a clear observation, very quickly he broke through the bottleneck, allowing his force to smoothly reach the 8th level. However, after the force was raised to the 8th level, the originally clear feeling gradually became fuzzy, and the understanding of force began to become difficult. After comprehending for nearly half an hour, there was no progress on the 8th level's momentum. And at this time, he had no choice but to stop comprehending. Because the perfect Dantian had been replenished by the level 7 true origin pill, it had once again recovered to a sufficient level. Recovering the feeling of the vital spirit made Chu Zhongtian feel his own strength. However, compared to the life and death pact he had 3 years later, therefore, Chu Zhongtian waited until the vital spirit in the perfect Dantian calmed down. He took out the stabilizing pill that was gifted to him by the weapon spirit and continued to increase his cultivation. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Cultivation Chamber. Chu Zhongtian's consciousness had entered a state of emptiness. He didn't need to use the energy-shaking pill to easily break through to the 7th level of the essence-gathering stage, but his consciousness was still in a state of clarity. In the face of the endless perfect Dantian, he could only use the energy-shaking pill. Otherwise, with his own efforts, it would take at least 3 to 5 months for him to break through to the next essence-gathering stage advanced. Not to mention 3 to 5 months, even 10 days to half a month was too long for Chu Zhongtian, who was facing the pressure of life and death. As the 7th grade low-rank essence-shaking pill turned into a destructive force in his body, it began to destroy the perfect Dantian that had just solidified. Chu Zhongtian felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his lower abdomen. The pain made him want to scream out loud. The tearing pain made him want to roll on the ground. However, his perseverance and desire for strength, and the pressure of the life and death pact made him grit his teeth and hang on. At the same time, as he gritted his teeth and persisted, he even began to feel the process of the Dantian being destroyed bit by the destructive force. With the help of the destruction of the perfect Dantian, his momentum, which had originally stopped, once again increased rapidly. At the same time, the destructive force formed by the essence-shaking pill had also made his understanding of the Qi extermination fist become deeper and deeper. Originally, it would take about 3 seconds to complete the process of accumulating the Qi extermination fist's power, but it had been shortened by at least 1 second. Don't underestimate this 1 second. With Chu Zhongtian's current cultivation and strength, he could kill more than 10 experts of the same level as him in 1 second. The Great Zhou Empire was located in the northwest direction of Floating Cloud Sect. It was a dynasty with a rather strange power structure. The uniqueness of the power structure meant that the Great Zhou Empire was still implementing a monarchy system. That was to say, when the children of each dynasty entered the youth stage at their age, depending on their own strength, talent, potential, comprehension, and degree of being favored, the strength of the forces behind them in the past would be determined. They would be given titles of different ranks, and then they would be given titles according to their rank. Different regions will be divided and fiefdom of different sizes will be given. The true strength of the Great Zhou Empire, which was governed by a monarchy, could not be accurately determined in the dozens of dynasties in southern domain. Because the members of the imperial family who were in theft made great contributions to the dynasty. It was either because of their own ambitions or because of unfair treatment, or because they were not on good terms with some of the people in the dynasty, and were in a situation where they would not listen to orders. There was once a royal stage peak powerhouse who said that if the Great Zhou dynasty did not enforce a monarchy, if the Great Zhou dynasty enforced a centralized system like the other dynasties, then the strength of the Great Zhou dynasty. It would definitely be the strongest of the dozens of dynasties in southern domain, and it would be more than 10 times stronger than the Great Ming royal dynasty, which was the strongest in the southern domain. Unfortunately, the enfeoffment system that had been implemented for nearly 100,000 years was not something that could be changed just because one wanted to. Hushan County was located to the south of the Great Zhou dynasty. It was located in a remote location, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was scarce. Its overall strength was ranked last among the thousands of counties in the Great Zhou dynasty, and it was one of the prefectures that the Great Zhou dynasty basically did not pay attention to. The princess of Hushan County was the 97th son of the current emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Tianzi. It was said that the 97th prince's background was not glorious. After Zhou Tianzi got drunk one night, he did a silly thing to an ugly palace maid. When Zhou Tianzi woke up from his drunken stupor and saw the ugly appearance of the woman he favored, he immediately felt disgusted. Since then, he did not pay any attention to this palace maid. Unfortunately, it was just a silly matter. It actually made that palace maid pregnant, all the way until the child was born. Only then did Zhou Tianzi know that he was drunk that day and actually made him have an additional child. And it was a boy. Although he didn't like this child from the bottom of his heart. No matter what, this child was his biological son, and his blood flowed in his veins. In the end, he still recognized this child and followed the sequence of birth. He was ranked 97th. The only thing that made Zhou Tianzi feel fortunate was that the palace maids were unable to give birth. There was no imperial physician or alchemy master to take care of him, so after giving birth to the 97th prince, died from difficult giving birth. Otherwise, according to the Great Zhou Empire's clan system, a mother would be valued by her son. He had to make that palace maid a concubine. Although he had no choice but to acknowledge his 97th son, every time he saw him, Zhou Tianzi would think of that palace maid that he loathed and would think of that knight's muddle-headed matter. Thus, when the 97th prince had just reached adulthood at the age of 16, he was directly conferred the title of Viscount by Zhou Tianzi. Then, he had given Hushan County to Zhou Tianzi as his own fiefdom, allowing him to leave the imperial palace far away. The identity of the 97th prince was not a secret in the Great Zhou Empire. Hence, some of the powerful people in Hushan County did not take the 97th prince seriously at all. Not only did they take over the benefits that originally belonged to him, but they also took over the position of the 97th prince. Furthermore, he forced him to let go of the administrative matters of the entire Hushan County. For all the ranked families in Hushan County, the 97th prince was only the nominal master. In fact, he was not even comparable to a disciple of a level 8 family. Faced with such a situation, the 97th prince was neither angry nor rebellious. He hid in his own Viscount residence all day long and refused to show his face easily. Weishan Lake was located in the southeast direction of Hushan County. It was an extremely wide lake. The anuary fish produced in Weishan Lake was a delicacy that shook southern domain. It was one of the top 108 delicacies in southern domain. However, the anuary fish belonged to the race with the fastest speed and the highest intelligence among the water-type beasts. It was not easy for ordinary warriors to capture the anuary fish. They could only take advantage of the season when the anuary fish mate every year. They could barely capture several tens of thousands of them. It was precisely because there were very few of them that the price of anuary fish had always been very high. At the highest price, one anuary fish was sold for 1 million Class 10 lower-rank spirit stone. It was currently the season for the anuary fish to mate. The Weishan Lake, which was flourishing because of the lake, became even more popular. There were experts with divine weapons everywhere. These experts took advantage of the time when the anuary fish was mating. They were specifically used to capture the anuary fish. However, the strength of these experts wasn't very strong. Most of them were chi refining stage and body refining stage. This was because only this stage warrior would use the Class 10 lower-rank spirit stone during his daily cultivation. On this day, a young man wearing a light blue long robe, who was only 16 or 17 years old, with a smile on his face, attracted the attention of everyone on the eastern street. This was because this youth in blue was not only handsome, but also had an extraordinary temperament. He was also very friendly. Whenever someone accidentally bumped into him, they would smile and show that they were fine. Youth in blue, who had a smile on his face, was enjoying the scenery on both sides of the street. He would occasionally mutter to himself, "Although the scenery is beautiful, there is nothing strange about it. What does Master mean by this?" Water Lake, East Street. Just as Youth in Blue was strolling to the south side of the main street, a shop called Ijue attracted his attention. "Customer, are you going to eat or stay in the restaurant?" When he walked to the entrance of the inn, a waiter who was only at the first level of the chi refining stage, about 25 or 26 years old, greeted him with a smile. "Let's eat first and then stay at the inn. This is your reward." Youth in Blue took out a gold coin from his sleeve and threw it to the waiter. He said with a smile, "Thank you for your reward, sir. Please come in." A random tip was 1 gold coin. For a waiter who only earned 1 silver coin a month, this was 1 gold coin. Therefore, he had a smile on his face. In an instant, it turned into flattery, and his body became 90 degrees bent. "Give me a few of your specialty dishes and a pot of fine wine." Youth in Blue walked into the hall and took a look at the situation inside. He then chose a table by the window and sat down. "Sir, please wait for a moment. I'll bring it to you right away." Little Two greeted him warmly and then turned around to prepare some food. "Chu, I haven't seen you for more than a month. I didn't expect you to not only leave the sect, but also leave the sect. And he came here to enjoy the delicious food. It's a bit of a game to lose one's mind." While Youth in Blue was enjoying the scenery outside through the window of the shop, a familiar mocking voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Elder Huang, you're awake." Youth in Blue heard a familiar voice in his mind. It should be Chu Zhongtian asking excitedly. 10 days ago, he had used the upper-rank 7th grade essence shaking pill that the artifact spirit had gifted him. Chu Zhongtian had raised his strength to the early 8th level of the essence gathering stage. Later, with the help of the Sect Lord Peak's marrow cleansing pool, he had directly raised his cultivation to the essence gathering stage 8th layer peak. Initially, he planned to use the help of the 6th grade and upper level 5 restoration pills to advance his cultivation to the essence gathering stage peak of the 9th layer in one go. But right at this moment, Zhao Enjuan, who had gone out to do some business, returned to the Hidden Dragon Peak. After listening to what Chu Zhongtian had told him about what had happened during his absence, Zhao Enjuan didn't shout out in anger to find trouble with Merit Palace. He didn't have the intention to cancel the life and death contract for him. Instead, he left Hidden Dragon Peak without saying a word. 5 days later, Zhao Enjuan returned to the Hidden Dragon Peak. He did not say anything. He just stuffed a crystal-clear crystal ball into his hand and tore open the void, sending him directly to the unfamiliar Hushan County. Being sent to a completely unfamiliar environment for no reason, Chu Zhongtian's mind was filled with huge question marks. Fortunately, he knew that Zhao Enjuan, who genuinely cared for him, would definitely not leave him in a strange place for no reason. Hushan County definitely hid a secret that could increase his strength. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian, who was in a strange environment, did not panic. He first bought a local map, and then followed the markings on the map to find a place where he could hide and increase his strength. However, after wandering around Hushan County for nearly 5 days, not to mention finding a place that could help him increase his strength, he did not even find a place that was more valuable. When he was bored, he heard that the Anuary fish in Weishan Lake was still one of the best in southern domain. Moreover, it was the season for the Anuary fish to mate, and it was also a good time to capture and enjoy the Anuary fish. Therefore, he did not rush to Weishan Lake. "Elder Huang, when did you wake up?" Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Chu Zhongtian asked with concern. "I just woke up too." Responding to Chu Zhongtian's concern, Elder Huang continued to explain his recovery. "Chu, with the help of the 3-yang soul returning pill, this old man has finally recovered the 3rd layer power of the divine soul. Not only can I hide it from supreme level experts' divine sense, I can also unleash the strength of a royal stage peak warrior." Great! Hearing Elder Huang say that he could use his royal stage peak strength, Chu Zhongtian was so surprised that he almost cried out. One should know that being able to unleash the strength of a royal stage peak was basically at the top of the southern domain. Furthermore, the identity of the formation master might allow him to directly face a half-step supreme-level expert. With such a powerful strength, not only would it be beneficial to Elder Huang in 2 months' time, the operation after the opening of the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm, and under his protection, he could go to a more dangerous place to cultivate, and find a rare treasures that could quickly increase his strength. Chu, why don't you stay in the Floating Cloud sect and wait for the opening of the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm? Why did you come to such a chaotic place like the spiritual Qi? Elder Huang, who had recovered his third-layer power of the Divine Soul, explained his situation to Chu Zhongtian. He also used the Divine Senses power to check his surroundings. After all, before consuming the 3 Solar Soul returning pill, he had specifically instructed Chu Zhongtian to stay in the sect until the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm opened, in case of any accidents. However, when he found out that the environment outside wasn't the Floating Cloud sect, he asked doubtfully. AI! Chu Zhongtian, who had been searching for so many days without any results, told Elder Huang everything that had happened during this period of time in a gloomy manner. Chu, in the next 3 years, you will be under a lot of pressure. He heard that Chu Zhongtian not only accepted the challenge from Bailey Fengyun, who had broken through to the peak of the Divine Soul period and reached the monster level. Furthermore, he had shortened the time for the challenge and changed it to a duel of life and death. While Elder Huang was praising Chu Zhongtian's courage, he was also worried about the consequences of his actions. Without pressure, how could there be motivation? Chu Zhongtian responded with a relaxed tone to Elder Huang's worries. After that, he told Elder Huang about his master sending him to Hushan County for no apparent reason. He hoped that the experienced Elder Huang could help him discover the differences in Hushan County. Chu, although I have been refining the 3 Yang Soul returning pill in your mind, my consciousness has sunk into a deep level of cultivation, and I am unable to find out what is happening outside. However, your master's qi is too powerful, causing me to sink into a deep state of cultivation. I can clearly feel that aura. After hearing Chu Zhongtian mention the reason why he appeared in Hushan County, Elder Huang thought about it for a moment, but he still could not guess the secret hidden in Hushan County. However, he told Zhao Enjuan about his feelings towards Zhao Enjuan. Chu, do you know? Your master is only 1 step away from the title. I'm afraid that this 1 step won't be able to stop him for too long. That's why, since he doesn't stop you from fighting Bailey Fengyun to the death, since he doesn't want to stop you from fighting ___ to the death, it means that he has enough confidence in you. At the same time, he will send you to this strange environment. This also means that there must be a secret here that can quickly increase your strength. Weishan Lake, one of the best stores. Elder Huang's speculation was the same as Chu Zhongtian's, but after 5 days of observation, he was like a headless fly, not knowing where to start. Elder Huang, I know that Master must have his intention in sending me to Hushan County, but how can I find his intention? This is the biggest headache I have right now. Facing Chu Zhongtian's predicament, Elder Huang did not know how to answer for the time being. Did you guys hear? This morning, in Weishan Island, someone has captured a 3-gene anuary fish. While Chu Zhongtian and Elder Huang were thinking about Zhao Enjuan's intention, a table of guests not far away from them were talking. It attracted Chu Zhongtian's attention. I also heard that the person who captured 3 kilograms of anuary fish, he was a body refining stage expert, and only such a great expert could do so. Only then will we be able to capture an anuary fish that weighs 3 gene. A middle-aged man who was around 30 years old, a 6th layer of the Qi refining period peak warrior. He had an envious expression on his face as he joined the Dao integration stage. That's right. Last year, a 2.5 kilogram anuary fish was sold at a sky-high price of 1 million class 10 lower rank spirit stone. I wonder what kind of sky-high price the 2.5 kilogram anuary fish will fetch in the end. Another customer sitting at the same table also said with a face full of envy. My guess is that a 3-gene anuary fish can be sold for at least 100,000 ninth grade low-rank spirit stones. The last guest sitting at the same table who had reached the 9th level of Qi refining stage peak said with an affirmative tone. 100,000 ninth grade low-rank spirit stones. In my opinion, I might not even be able to get 100,000 low-grade 10th grade spirit stones. While the customers were guessing the final price of 3 kilograms of anuri fish, they were also envious and jealous of when they would be able to make such a fortune. A young man in his 20s, dressed in luxurious clothes, refuted loudly. Isn't this the third young master of the Yu clan, Yu Zichao? While the young man refuted, among the customers who were eating in the hall, someone recognized the origin of the young man and couldn't help but say, "That's right. I am from the Yu clan of the level 8 family in Hushan County." Hearing someone recognize him and call out his origin, Yu Zichao didn't get angry. Instead, he seemed very proud of himself. Young Master Yu, last year, an anuri fish weighing 2.4 kilograms was sold at a sky-high price of 1 million Class 10 lower-rank spirit stone. Why can't this year's 2.5 kilograms anuri fish be sold at this price? Some of the customers who were familiar with Yu Zichao knew that although he came from a level 8 family and knew that he liked Zhangyang, he was still kind and didn't have the arrogance of an aristocratic family's disciple. Therefore, a customer in the northwest corner questioned him. Why? Because 2 hours ago there was a half-step Qi transforming period warrior. He caught an anuri fish that weighed 5 jin and 7 taels. He found an empty table by the window and explained to Yu Zichao. He sat down at the same time. Then, he ordered the waiter who came up to him. A anuri fish that weighs 5 jin and 7 taels of silver. Hearing Yu Zichao say that someone had captured an anuri fish that weighed 5 caddies and 7 caddies, most of the customers at the scene were stunned on the spot. Something is not quite right. The history of Weishan Lake producing anuri fish had been at least 10,000 years. It was very rare to find an anuri fish that weighed more than 1 jin. The number of anuri fish that can produce 2 jin or more can be counted on one's finger. As for the anuri fish that weighs more than 3 jin, it had never appeared before. Why was there not only an anuri fish that weighed more than 3 jin this year? There is even an anuri fish that weighs 5 jin and 7 taels. Among the customers in the main hall, there was an old man whose cultivation base had reached the Qi refining level 7, but his hair had already turned completely white. He muttered to himself with a puzzled expression. The puzzled voice of the white-haired old man made all the customers in the main hall nod their heads. According to what third grandpa who brought me here, the Weishan Lake this year is somewhat abnormal. I'm afraid that some unknown secrets will appear, so he asked me to leave the Weishan Island for the time being. In case anything unexpected happens, Yu Zichao said unwillingly after tasting the wine served by the waiter. Young Master Yu, could it be that Senior Yu Wushuang is also here? Hearing Yu Zichao mention his third grandpa, one of the customers who knew about the Yu clan asked in surprise. Yeah, I, third grandpa, am currently on the island in the middle of the lake. Yu Zichao nodded his head. He didn't hide third grandpa's information. Since Senior Yu Wushuang said that something unusual has happened in Weishan Island, then this matter will definitely happen. Let's leave Weishan Lake as soon as possible. After interrogating Yu Zichao's customers, Yu Zichao quickly suggested to his companions. Chu Zhongtian, who had been listening to the conversation between Yu Zichao and the customers in the main hall, heard it clearly. At the same time, he had a guess in his heart. Elder Huang, do you think the changes in Weishan Island were caused by my master? Although he had a guess in his heart, Chu Zhongtian still had to discuss it with Elder Huang in his mind. It is very likely. Elder Huang, who also heard the conversations between customers, also felt that the unusual change in Weishan Island was very likely the reason why Zhao and Juan sent Chu Zhongtian here. However, guess was still just a guess. Whether or not the Weishan Island, which was currently undergoing changes, was the target that Zhao and Juan had arranged for this trip, it would be known once one went to the island. Chu, with your current flying speed, it won't take you too much time to make a trip to Weishan Island. Therefore, it's best that we make a trip there ourselves. You're right, Elder Huang. Let's go. Elder Huang's suggestion was exactly what Chu Zhongtian was thinking. After reminding Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian left a gold coin and left the inn. Yu Zichao saw Chu Zhongtian leave and immediately put down his wine glass. When Chu Zhongtian left the hall, Yu Zichao immediately stood up and followed him. Since he did not know why Zhao Enjuan arranged for him to come to Hushan County, after entering Hushan County for the first time, he bought a map of the entire county, so he knew the exact location of Weishan Island. The customer shop was not very far from the lake. There were people coming and going around, so it was not suitable to use the movement technique that was too profound. Chu Zhongtian talked to Elder Huang in his mind while quickly approaching the lake. He found a relatively quiet place by the lake, where there were basically no pedestrians. Chu Zhongtian flew into the air and went straight to the small island in the middle of the lake. However, when he flew into the air, he lowered his head and looked at Yu Zichao, who was hiding behind a rock. A cold smile flashed across his face. He had been followed for no reason. According to Chu Zhongtian's past personality, he had long captured Yu Zichao. He first gave him a good beating and then asked why he was following him. However, he was in a hurry to find Zhao Enjuan's intention, so he temporarily ignored Yu Zichao. So he coldly looked at Yu Zichao, then raised his head and sped away. Yu Zichao quietly followed behind Chu Zhongtian and finally hid behind the rock. When he saw Chu Zhongtian flying in the air, he was so scared that he immediately sat down on the rock. Although Chu Zhongtian had used his precise control of his momentum to suppress his cultivation base to the Qi refining level 7, however, the aura he unintentionally emitted was that of a powerful man, and he was wearing clothes worth tens of millions of gold coins. This attracted the attention of Yu Zichao. Based on his many years of experience in the martial arts world, it was very likely that this young man in front of him was an elite disciple from a major power that hid his own strength. The true purpose of hiding his true strength was likely to be the island in the center of the Weishan Lake. That was why Yu Zichao chose to secretly follow Chu Zhongtian, wanting to see if this young man who was very likely hiding his true strength really knew the secret of the island in the center of Weishan Lake. However, when he saw that the young man he was following was able to fly in the sky and knew what it meant to be flying in the sky, Yu Zichao nearly fainted out of fear. This was because the Yu family he was born in was one of the top powers in Hushan County. But their geographical location was remote, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was scarce. It was very difficult for a true expert to appear. The strongest expert of the Yu family was only a 7th layer of the Qi refining period advanced. Yu Zichao knew that he had caused a huge disaster by following a peak essence gathering stage expert who could fly in the sky. Although the young expert didn't teach him a lesson, he was afraid that Yu Zichao might come and teach him a lesson. Therefore, he quickly left Weishan Lake and returned to the headquarters of the Yu clan in Hushan County, a few hundred miles away. What Yu Zichao didn't know was that it was precisely because he returned to the clan immediately that he was able to keep his life. The Weishan Lake was known to be boundless, as if there was no end to it. It was only targeted at ordinary warriors. To Chu Zhongtian, who could fly in the sky, the Weishan Lake wasn't considered very big. After flying for less than 20 minutes, he saw the center of the lake from afar. It was an island about the size of a town. He first circled the island and found that it was just an ordinary island. Chu Zhongtian ___ chose a remote location, the movement technique and the flight spell. With this, when Chu Zhongtian's legs landed on the island, Elder Huang, who was in his mind, suddenly cried out in surprise. Elder Huang, what's wrong? Did you find anything unusual? Elder Huang, who was able to make a Grandmaster of Formation Masters exclaim in surprise, meant that there must be a shocking secret hidden on this island. Chu, go to the center of the island. I want to use the power of the Divine Soul to examine it carefully and see if it is as I have guessed. Without answering Chu Zhongtian's question, Elder Huang indicated for him to continue moving forward. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry. Because he knew that Elder Huang was not 100% sure about his guess, he had to continue observing and verifying his own guess. The island in the center of the lake was equivalent to a small town with more than 20,000 people. A small town like this wasn't too big, and the distance between the north and the south was less than 30,000 meters. Even if he was walking normally, it only took him 7 or 8 minutes. He successfully arrived at the center of the island. Chu, stop here. Elder Huang, who had been using the power of the divine soul to observe the island, indicated for Chu Zhongtian to stay where he was. After that, he spread out all the power of the divine soul in his body and thoroughly examined the entire island. So that's how it is. Using the power of the divine soul that had just recovered to the third layer, Elder Huang examined it for nearly 5 minutes, and finally confirmed his guess. Chu, I remember you saying that your master gave you a crystal ball when he sent you here, right? Elder Huang still didn't say his guess, and wanted to verify it through facts. That's right. Chu Zhongtian nodded and said, "Show it to me." Elder Huang tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart and said. Chu Zhongtian took out a crystal-clear crystal ball from the storage ring finger and signaled, "Elder Huang, this is the crystal ball." As expected, the divine sense entered the crystal ball. After confirming the special space within the crystal ball, Elder Huang's tone revealed that it was indeed the case. Chu, I have to say, your luck is really good. In the sect, your master will take care of you at all times. And when you go out, this old man will help you at all times. Through observing the entire island and the crystal ball, Elder Huang was 100% sure why Zhao Enjun sent Chu Zhongtian here. It was precisely because he understood the real reason that he was filled with envy and jealousy towards Chu Zhongtian's luck. Elder Huang, I will never forget your kindness. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. If he didn't explain the abnormalities on the island, it didn't mean that his master had sent him here for a purpose. He had actually started to envy him, as well as the changes in Elder Huang's mood. Chu Zhongtian was speechless. However, he needed to know the true purpose of Zhao Enjun sending him here from Elder Huang. As long as he kept his silence and comforted him nicely, it would make him feel happy. At least you have a conscience. When he heard Chu Zhongtian swear again and again, he patted his chest to guarantee. In the end, Elder Huang restrained the envy and jealousy in his heart and started to introduce the island, and the origin and function of the crystal ball in his hand. Chu, do you remember the first meeting gift I gave you when we first met? Of course. Chu Zhongtian was used to Elder Huang changing topics and answering his questions. He patiently answered every question Elder Huang asked. 10 months ago, in the Purgatory City, in the cavern that was suspected to have been left behind by a peerless expert, you helped me obtain one of the 3 great spiritual root in the world, the human spiritual root. Chu, do you know how the experts of the ancient era evaluated the 3 great spiritual root? Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian indicated that he was not clear about it. The 3 great spiritual root. Whoever obtains the human spiritual root can achieve immortality. Those who obtains the earth spiritual root can become gods, and those who obtain the heaven spiritual root can achieve eternity. He recalled that before his fleshly body was damaged, he had read about the 3 great spiritual root in the records left behind by an ancient powerhouse. He couldn't help but feel envious and jealous of Chu Zhongtian. Although he was the one who gave the human spiritual root to Chu Zhongtian, considering the rumors about the human spiritual root, the body of the divine soul that he had gradually recovered, and the possibility of rebuilding his body in the future, he regretted his impulse to do so. However, regret was only temporary. Elder Huang quickly put out the regret in his heart. Because even if he didn't give the human spiritual root to Chu Zhongtian back then, when faced with a divine weapon that erupted with destructive power after awakening, the human spiritual root, therefore, even if his body was reconstructed, he wouldn't be able to use the human spiritual root to change his physique. Weishan Lake, Weishan Island. Elder Huang, is there an immortal in this world? Is there a god? Is there an eternal existence? Upon hearing Elder Huang's evaluation of the 3 great spiritual root, Chu Zhongtian didn't feel any excitement. Instead, he doubted whether the immortal god really existed in this world. I don't know. The legends about the immortal god only existed in the records left behind in the ancient era. At least in the era when my body was still intact, no one had ever stepped into the immortal god realm, and no one had ever achieved eternal immortality. Elder Huang couldn't give an accurate answer to Chu Zhongtian's question. After all, in the era where his body was still intact, there were countless experts who had reached the limit of their cultivation. They wanted to break through the shackles of life and death and obtain eternal life, but no one had ever succeeded. Elder Huang, even if there really is an immortal God in this world, you and I are still miles away from that stage. Now that he thought about it so much, besides adding to his worries, there were no other benefits. So, you should quickly introduce me to the special features of this island. Elder Huang was deeply moved by immortal God, and he was getting further and further away from the main topic. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but remind him. You're right. Chu Zhongtian's reminder made Elder Huang stop thinking about immortal God, and he continued to explain the real reason why Zhaoenjuan had sent him here. As the only three great spiritual root in the world, whether it is the human spiritual root, earth spiritual root, or the heavenly spiritual root that has never appeared in the world, they are the same as the blood divine tree. They are all existences that are accompanied by beasts. However, unlike other spirit trees or spirit herbs, the accompanying beasts of the three great spiritual root are not strange beasts, but spirit beast. Spirit beast. Could it be a strange beast that can sign a master-servant contract with a martial artist? Hearing Elder Huang mention the spirit beast, Chu Zhongtian suddenly remembered the contract spirit beast that Zhaoenjuan had given him in the secrets of the continent. In the eternal continent, other than countless, there were different types of _____. There were also many other types of beasts of different grades. For example, the spirit beast was a unique existence among the beasts, such as the 5 elemental beasts and soul beasts. This was because it possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans, a powerful body that was not inferior to the bodies of strange beasts. It was an existence that stood at the top of the food chain in this world, and also a contract spirit beast that human martial artists yearned for in their dreams. Strange beasts, because of their intelligence and bloodline, could be reared by martial artists. They could be controlled by martial artists, but they could not sign a master and servant contract. They could not become companions that could truly support combat strength. A spirit beast was the only thing that could sign a contract with a human martial artist and become a common beast that grew up together. However, due to the scarcity of spirit beast in Eternal Continent, it was rare to encounter a spirit beast in several hundred years, and even if it was a spirit beast, it was also because it was unwilling to become a contracted spirit beast for human martial artists and fought with all its might. The final result was a life and death struggle. Therefore, in the Eternal Continent, there were very few martial artists who truly possessed a spirit beast. In fact, there were even fewer geniuses who had reached the monster level. According to Elder Huang's character, he would never mention the spirit beast for no reason. Since he mentioned it now, it meant that there was a possibility that there was a spirit beast on this island that was suitable for signing a contract. Right, also not right. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's guess, Elder Huang gave an ambiguous answer. Without saying anything, Chu Zhongtian waited quietly, waiting for Elder Huang to give the real answer. Chu, there are actually 2 types of spirit beast that can sign a master and servant contract with a martial artist. They are combat type and auxiliary type. The contract spirit beast you mentioned just now is actually a battle type spirit beast in the traditional sense. It is also one of the most numerous types of spirit beast in the world, but the most precious spirit beast in the world. It is also a support type spirit beast. This is because this spirit beast can assist you in your cultivation, and it can help you quickly increase your cultivation base. It can assist in your cultivation and help martial artists increase their cultivation. Lin Elder Huang did not feel too excited about the introduction of the 2 different types of spirit beast, especially when it came to the praise of the support type spirit beast. With the duplication and paste program, any supplementary cultivation level treasure in this world was not as useful as this program. It was not as powerful as this program's ability to copy and paste everything. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian didn't show any excitement because of the support spirit beast, Elder Huang knew that he hadn't introduced it in detail. He didn't really point out the importance of the auxiliary spirit beast, so he continued. Support spirit beast can swallow all treasures that contain spiritual chi and intelligence. Through special absorption and transformation, it can turn into energy that is suitable for martial artists to absorb. For example, your cultivation is at the chi refining stage. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that can assist the spirit beast in swallowing can be turned into the purest spiritual power, allowing you to directly absorb it to increase your strength. For example, if your cultivation breaks through to the Qi transforming period, then the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that can help the spirit beast absorb the energy. For example, if your cultivation base breaks through to the _____, then the _____ that can help the vital spirit absorb the _____ will be directly converted into the purest vital spirit. Furthermore, the effect of absorbing it is comparable to the vital spirit pill that the weapon spirit gave you, a few times stronger. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, whose emotions had changed slightly, a hint of pride flashed across Elder Huang's face. He continued to give examples to prove how powerful the supplementary spirit beast was. For example, when you broke through to the divine soul stage and helped the spirit beast devour the heaven and earth spiritual power, your cultivation base would break through to the divine soul stage. For example, when you break through to the ____ and support the power of the divine soul in devouring the heaven and earth divine sense, you will also transform it into a power of the divine soul. It will allow you to temper your 3 souls and 7 souls as soon as possible, and also increase the cultivation base of the vital spirit. It will help you break through to the divine soul stage as soon as possible. Elder Huang. The support of the spirit beast is really terrifying. Elder Huang's explanation was even more detailed, causing Chu Zhongtian, who didn't really care about it, to start. He gradually realized how powerful the auxiliary spirit beast was. At the same time, the supporting spirit beast's supplementary function was to ignore the stage. That's what he needs in the future. As his cultivation base increased, his strength became stronger and stronger. The number of pills and spirit fruit that could help him improve the stage also decreased. Although the duplication and paste procedures were heaven-defying, the prerequisite was that the original pill had to be the initial procedure. Otherwise, the duplicating and paste program wouldn't be able to replicate it at all. At the current stage, due to the low cultivation base, there were still many medicinal pills and spirit fruit that could assist this stage. The duplication and paste program could play a heaven-defying role, but once his cultivation base reached the royal stage peak, or perhaps, a supreme level with the highest stage could provide assistance to pills and spirit fruit of this level. Basically, it was nearly extinct. Then, the duplication and paste procedures would be useless. If the supplementary spirit beast really had such a powerful ability, then breaking through to the supreme level within 30 years wouldn't be a dream anymore. That's right. The auxiliary spirit beast is even more powerful than you imagined. It's even more heaven-defying. Nodding his head, Elder Huang confirmed that the supplementary spirit beast was a heaven-defying help to a martial artist. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, whose mood was gradually rising and his face was filled with excitement, Elder Huang said with a sigh, "Chu, the number of spirit beast is originally very small. Support spirit beast only takes 1% of the spirit beast population. To be able to encounter such a type of spirit beast, one can no longer use luck to describe it. Weishan Lake, Weishan Island. Facing the heaven-defying ability of the auxiliary spirit beast, Chu Zhongtian was unable to maintain his calm. He looked around excitedly, hoping to see the appearance of the supplementary spirit beast. Chu, there's no need to be anxious. There's still some time before the auxiliary spirit beast is born. Do you think it's that easy to capture the supplementary spirit beast? When he saw Chu Zhongtian rubbing his fists, he immediately wanted to capture the spirit beast. Elder Huang said in a speechless manner. Chu Zhongtian knew that he was a little anxious, but when he thought of the ability to assist the spirit beast, he still couldn't control the urge to obtain it immediately. Elder Huang, continue. He took a few deep breaths and tried to calm himself down. Chu Zhongtian gestured for Elder Huang to continue. Seeing Chu Zhongtian take a deep breath and suppress the excitement in his heart, a strange smile flashed across Elder Huang's face. His words even revealed a teasing tone. Chu, let me tell you the truth. Kid, not only have you found a supplementary spirit beast, you have also witnessed the appearance of this spirit beast with your own eyes. Is that so? Where is it? He had actually seen this spirit beast before. It was not easy for him to calm down, but his emotions were once again stirred up. He looked around in all directions, looking for the silhouette of the spirit beast. Far in the horizon, near to my feet, Elder Huang's words still revealed a teasing tone as he teased. Far in the horizon, near at your feet. He lowered his head and looked at his feet. The ground was still hard, and there was no sign of the spirit beast at all. Something's not right. When he wanted to complain about Elder Huang teasing him, Chu Zhongtian suddenly remembered that before he transmigrated, he had read some records about the ocean. It was said that when some large whales surfaced in the ocean, they were often mistaken for islands. Elder Huang, could it be that the island under my feet is... Pointing at the island under his feet, Chu Zhongtian asked in a trembling voice. That's right. The island under your feet is the real body of the spirit beast. Elder Huang had confirmed Chu Zhongtian's speculation. This is too big. Looking at the island that was about the size of a town, Chu Zhongtian stuttered. He continued to take deep breaths. After he had calmed down a little, he said with some difficulty, Elder Huang, how should I catch it? How should I take it away after successfully catching it? Chu, do you know why I envy you? Because your master, Zhao is really good to you. He not only helped you find the general position of the spirit beast, but also helped you find it. Furthermore, I have prepared a spatial spirit tool in advance to assist you in wresting your spirit beast. Elder Huang, could it be that you're talking about this crystal ball? Zhao had prepared a spatial spirit tool for himself in advance. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian took out the crystal ball that he had placed in the storage ring's finger and asked, That's right. This crystal ball is called the Spirit Nest Ball, and it has its own independent space. It is suitable for combat and support spirit beasts to survive. When he introduced the Spirit Nest Ball in Chu Zhongtian's hand, Elder Huang's tone was still mixed with a trace of envy and jealousy. Even in the era when his body was not damaged, the Spirit Habitat Ball in Chu Zhongtian's hands was suitable for spirit beast survival. It was also a rare top treasure. With his supreme level strength, with his identity as a formation master, his good friends were all over the world, and even after searching for 100 years, he had never found a spiritual sphere like this. That was why he was jealous of Chu Zhongtian's luck and his master, Zhao. Elder Huang, how can I refine this spiritual ball? Chu Zhongtian pretended not to hear Elder Huang's envy and jealousy. He then asked him about the method to refine the spirit nesting ball. A spirit nesting ball that could make a formation master like Elder Huang envy must be the most precious treasure in the world. Therefore, after knowing the function of the spiritual nesting ball, Chu Zhongtian's first thought was to refine it as soon as possible. He wanted it to become his own treasure. The method to refine it is very simple, just like refining the storage bag. Elder Huang understood Chu Zhongtian's intention to immediately refine the spirit chi sphere. If he obtained this kind of rare treasures that was suitable for the spirit beast to live in, his first thought would be to refine it immediately. He forced out a drop of nearly 6 layers of purple essence blood from his body and carefully dripped it onto the ball. After that, his eyes stared intently at the spirit chi sphere in his hand. As the purple-colored essence blood slowly merged into the ball, Chu Zhongtian gradually felt the ball in his hand. It gave him a very intimate feeling. It was as if the ball itself was a part of his body. When the purple blood completely merged into the nesting ball in his hand gradually began to become illusionary. Finally, it turned into a white light and rushed into his mind. Seeing the disappearing ball in his hand, Chu Zhongtian did not panic. He calmed his mind and focused his mind. Then, he found that the originally ball-shaped ball had turned into a grayish-brown isolated space in his mind. His consciousness slowly approached the isolated space. When he realized the edge of the space, to his surprise, he discovered that his consciousness was unable to enter the space. Elder Huang, what's going on? Chu Zhongtian withdrew his consciousness from his mind and told Elder Huang everything that had happened in detail. He asked in confusion. Logically speaking, the twin nest ball was a spatial spirit weapon similar to the storage bag. Since he had used his own essence blood to temper his body, then the twin chi sphere was a treasure that belonged to him. His consciousness should be able to enter the spatial zone formed by the twin chi sphere. 1. Chu, although the twin chi sphere is also a spatial spirit weapon, it is different from the storage bag. The storage bag can only store non-living things, but it can't store living things. Therefore, your consciousness can enter the spatial zone. The twin chi sphere is a spatial spirit weapon that can store living things. Only complete living creatures can enter the spatial isolated space formed by the twin chi sphere. After explaining to this point, Elder Huang used the divine senses power to check his surroundings. Finally, he chose a relatively remote forest and signaled Chu Zhongtian to go there. Chu, your consciousness is close to the isolated space formed by the nesting ball, and then you can imagine yourself as yourself. Try to enter the isolated space. Elder Huang suggested after Chu Zhongtian entered the woods where the trees were more vibrant. Chu Zhongtian calmed his mind and focused his mind. He used his consciousness to connect with the isolated space in his mind. He then imagined the body outside his consciousness as his consciousness and imagined the consciousness in his mind as himself. Just as the consciousness in his mind was thinking of himself, the completely sealed isolated space suddenly opened up a gap that was big enough for him to enter. Through the gap in the isolated space, Chu Zhongtian stepped into the isolated space. After Chu Zhongtian used his consciousness to visualize his body, the body that was originally standing in the forest instantly disappeared, and a gray gas the size of a finger appeared on the spot. Weishan Lake, Weishan Island. In the woods, after his consciousness entered the isolated space formed by the twin chi sphere, Chu Zhongtian discovered that he had entered a completely new and unfamiliar space. Although there was no sunlight in the spatial zone, the light in the entire spatial zone was very dim, as if the barrier of the spatial zone could automatically light up. However, the light emitted by the barrier was very dim, making the entire space appear gray. It was similar to the world that was said to have never been opened before he transmigrated. At the same time, there was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire spatial zone. This feeling was similar to the earth before his transmigration. Chu, come out after you finish feeling it. The isolated space formed by the twin chi sphere is not suitable for you to stay in there for a long time. Just as Chu Zhongtian wanted to check how big this independent spatial zone was, Elder Huang's voice suddenly came from outside the isolated space. Without any hesitation, his body once again transformed into his consciousness. A powerful repelling force immediately expelled him from the isolated space. Elder Huang, there's not a single spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the isolated space formed by the twin nest sphere. If the spirit beast enters the isolated space, how will it absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? This way, it will be able to absorb the energy that is suitable for me. Chu Zhongtian, who had reappeared in the forest, asked with a puzzled tone. Chu, everything in the world is about balance, which is to say, there is a saying that if there is a gain, there will be a loss. If you want the supplementary spirit beast to transform into energy suitable for you to improve your cultivation base, then you must provide sufficient spiritual qi. For example, spirit stones, spirit herbs, and so on. Elder Huang explained. Spirit stones. Only by assisting the spirit beast in absorbing the spiritual qi within the spirit stones could the spiritual qi be converted into energy that was suitable for him to absorb. After hearing Elder Huang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Besides saving Shi Guangliang and the others and obtaining medicinal pills that could increase their cultivation base and innate talent, his greatest harvest in the law enforcement peak was the spirit stones. In addition to the 10 million spirit stones that Su Xiaojia had compensated, he had also obtained several tens of millions of spirit stones of different grades from nearly 1,000 disciples' storage bag. Right now, he could be said to be filthy rich. He didn't care about the consumption of spirit stones at all. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's attitude as if he had become a nouveau riche, Elder Huang didn't say anything. He only gave a mysterious smile. Elder Huang, this island is about 200,000 square meters. In other words, the size of the spirit beast that helps with cultivation is also about this area. Then where should I start? The twin chi sphere had been refined, and the exact location of the spirit beast had been determined. What he needed to do next was to subdue the spirit beast. Chu, if you want to subdue the spirit beast, sign a contract with it. You must do so while it is still conscious. There's still some time before it wakes up, so we need to wait patiently. Elder Huang understood Chu Zhongtian's desire to subdue the spirit beast very well. But he also knew how to successfully subdue the spirit beast. Elder Huang, how much longer until the spirit beast awakens? Although he wished he could sign a master-servant contract with the spirit beast right now, and then try out the effect of the spirit beast on increasing his strength, however, in order to ensure the success of subduing the _____, he could only forcefully suppress the urge to do so. About 2 hours. Using the power of the divine sense to sense the spirit beast's aura, Elder Huang gave an approximate period of time. About 2 hours later, he silently calculated the time. He felt that there was still enough time to capture the spirit beast. After leaving the forest, he used the beginner-level movement technique and rushed to the edge of the island. Chu, where are you going? Seeing Chu Zhongtian rushing towards the island without saying a word, Elder Huang asked in confusion. Elder Huang, there is a specialty in Weishan Lake called anuri fish. It is a rare delicacy in this world. Furthermore, the bigger the anuri fish, the more unique its taste is. Since the spirit beast has yet to awaken, I will go and catch a few. While explaining to Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian casted the movement technique and continued to run towards the island. The reason Chu Zhongtian appeared in Weishan Lake was because he couldn't find Zhao Enjuan's intention. He wanted to try his luck in Weishan Lake, but he also wanted to try his luck at Wu Suanyu. After all, he had seen and heard the most during his stay in Hushan County. It was the anuri fish that was passed down through word of mouth. Elder Huang was quite speechless when he saw that Chu Zhongtian was actually trying to satisfy his good luck with his mouth. When a martial artist broke through to the Qi transforming period, the vital spirit could provide all the energy that a martial artist's body needed. Therefore, experts above the Qi transforming period stage rarely ate food like ordinary people. For someone like Chu Zhongtian, who had reached the essence gathering stage advanced and was still greedy for food from the secular world, Elder Huang, who had lived for more than 1,000,000 years, was rarely seen. However, he did not stop Chu Zhongtian from capturing the anuri fish. Because the spiritual Qi on this island was rare and lacked interesting things, he didn't go fishing and just waited on the spot. Compared to the island that was only tens of thousands of meters away from the north and south, even if Chu Zhongtian only used the beginner-level movement technique, it wouldn't take much time. 1 minute later, Chu Zhongtian successfully arrived at the edge of the island. After seeing the heads of the people on the island, Chu Zhongtian finally understood why there were so few people on the island. Originally, these people were all squeezing at the edge of the island to capture the anuri fish. Looking around, Chu Zhongtian found a location that was not very good, but there were very few fishermen. After that, he cast the middle-rank movement technique and landed on the spot he had chosen. After looking at the 6 ordinary martial artists who were staring at the surface of the lake, and the highest cultivation level was only at the 3rd layer of the Qi refining period, Chu Zhongtian was just like them, staring at the surface of the lake. As the most precious fish in Weishan Lake, the anuri fish was not only the most delicious fish, but also the strongest fish in the lake. Otherwise, it was impossible for only true martial artists to have the chance to capture it. As the overlord of the lake, it was the season of mating every year. It was when they were most active, and also when they were most active, it was when they could truly be captured. At the same time, the anuri fish was also very active when it mate. For the other fish in the lake, this was the moment of disaster. In order to not disturb the anuri fish's mating at this time every year, most of the fish in Weishan Lake would hide far away, leaving enough space for the anuri fish. Therefore, this time of every year was the quietest time on the surface of the lake. Look! The anuri fish has come out. Just as Chu Zhongtian was observing the calm surface of the lake, a surprised voice came from the edge of the island about 50 meters away from him. Looking up, Chu Zhongtian found that on the surface of the lake, dozens of anuri fish of different sizes had jumped out. Regarding the appearance of the anuri fish, Chu Zhongtian didn't know how many times he had heard about it in the past few days, but he had never really seen it. Weishan Lake, the border of Weishan Island. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian finally saw the anuri fish clearly when it jumped out of the water. The anuri fish that jumped out of the water was somewhat similar to the flower bone fish he had passed through. However, there was something different about the flower-bone fish. The anuary fish did not have the tail of the fish. Presumably, this was also the origin of the anuary fish's name. Originally, according to Chu Zhongtian's ability to fly in the air, he wanted to capture the dozens of anuary fish that jumped out of the water. It was just a small effort, but he didn't make a move. Because among the dozens of anuary fish that jumped out of the lake, the heaviest one was only worth 9 taels of silver. It didn't fit his taste. In fact, not only did Chu Zhongtian not attack, but the warriors who were at the edge of the island and above body refining stage also didn't attack. Because they knew very well that with the changes that occurred during this year's anuary fish mating season, originally, the price of the anuary fish that was less than 1 jin was no longer as high as before. Therefore, they had set their sights on the bigger and heavier anuary fish. If those body refining stage and above warriors didn't capture it, it would benefit those chi refining stage warriors. Using a wooden board of different sizes as a support point, these chi refining stage warriors, like monkeys in the forest, they nimbly rushed to the surface of the lake. Reaching out his hand, he caught the anuary fish that was still in midair. The chi refining stage warrior had attacked later than the anuary fish had jumped out of the water. They were well prepared. Therefore, the dozens of anuary fish that jumped out of the water were all captured without exception. Chu Zhongtian did not continue staring at the calm lake in front of him. He started looking around, observing the anuary fish that jumped out of the lake from other places. Not long after, 10 meters away from the surface of the lake, another wave of anuary fish jumped out of the water. This time, not only had there been over 100 anuary fish that had jumped out of the water, but the largest anuary fish had a weight of more than 1 jin, which was at least 1 jin and 7 taels. When the anuary fish that weighed more than 1 jin appeared, those primary rank of the body refining period warriors immediately became nervous. They threw the wooden boards in their hands towards the surface of the lake, and then rushed towards the anuary fish that jumped out of the lake. As for those chi transforming period stage warriors, they continued to stand where they were and wait, not showing any intention of attacking. Among the dozens of warriors that rushed towards the anuary fish, 6 of them had reached the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period, and their target was the largest and heaviest anuary fish. As the biggest anuary fish was only 1, the 6 of them wanted to take it as their own. Therefore, during the process of snatching the anuary fish, they attacked each other. In the end, it was still the strongest martial artist who temporarily repelled the other 5 competitors, and was the first to approach the largest anuary fish. Just as the strongest martial artist reached out his hand to grab the anuary fish that fell from the sky suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on the arm of the strongest martial artist. The martial artist that wanted to catch the anuary fish simply didn't think that the anuary fish in the air would be able to do so. It was actually able to control its own body to counterattack, an arm that it couldn't dodge in time. It was directly sent into the anuary fish's mouth, and the result was that it was bitten off. With the support of half an arm's weight, the largest anuary fish fell at an accelerated speed. Finally, before the other 5 surrounding martial artists attacked, it dived into the lake. Damn it! After taking out a high-grade level 10 healing pill from his bosom and consuming it, the martial artist stood on the wooden board, gnashing his teeth as he stared at the surface of the lake and cursed. Unfortunately, in the face of the anuary fish that had once again dived into the lake, his curses were useless. In the end, he could only gloomily return to the island's edge and return to the center of the island to treat his injuries. In the next 10 minutes, another 10 waves of anuary fish jumped out of the water. Although most of the anuary fish were captured, a small portion of them managed to escape. Among the small portion that escaped, there were at least 8 anuary fish that managed to escape by fighting back. The result of their counterattack was that the 8 body refining stage and half-step chi transforming period warriors were either missing an arm or a leg. Through the detailed observation just now, Chu Zhongtian gradually understood some of the rules of the anuary fish. For example, an anuary fish that was shorter than 10 centimeters and weighed less than 1 jin. Grade. It was equivalent to a chi refining stage warrior in the stage, and every time it jumped it would reach a height of 1 meter. An anuary fish of this grade didn't have any offensive properties. The resistance after being caught wasn't intense either. It was over 10 centimeters long, shorter than 20 centimeters, and weighed more than 1 gene. The Anuri fish that weighed less than 2 gene was equal to a body refining stage warrior's stage. Each leap was 2 meters high, and it already had a very powerful attack power. It was over 20 centimeters in height, and was shorter than 30 centimeters. Its weight was more than 2 gene. The Anuri fish that weighed less than 3 gene was equal to a Qi transforming period warrior stage. Each leap was 3 meters high, and not only did it have a very strong attack power, but it also had a very high attack power, and can shoot very threatening water arrows. Just now, there was a 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period warrior who had almost been killed by the water arrows because of carelessness. Fortunately, the grade of the Anuri fish was the same as a warrior stage. However, their strength was 1 to 2 levels lower than their own. Otherwise, how could a body refining stage perfection stage possibly dare to capture a Qi transforming period level 8 Anuri fish? Although Chu Zhongtian had a clear understanding of the basic situation of the Anuri fish, there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. That was when he was in a special guest shop. Yu Zichao had mentioned it before. There was a half-step Qi transforming period warrior who caught an Anuri fish that weighed 5 gene and 7 taels of silver. According to his previous observation, an Anuri fish that weighed 5 gene and above was at least at the 6th grade, which was equivalent to the divine soul stage of a human warrior stage. Even if the true strength of the Anuri fish was 1 to 2 levels lower than its own, a 6th grade Anuri fish would at least have the strength of an essence gathering stage warrior. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was very suspicious. Either Yu Zichao was lying, or the Anuri fish that half-step Qi transforming period warrior caught definitely didn't have 5 gene and 7 taels. Or it was that half-step Qi transforming period warrior who hid his strength. He was the same as ____, also an essence gathering stage warrior, perhaps even higher. And in his speculation, it was more likely to be the second speculation, which was that half-step Qi transforming period warrior hiding his true strength. After all, Yu Zichao's lie did not benefit him at all. He had no reason to fabricate this lie. If the truth was as he had guessed, then the hidden strength of this warrior probably wasn't aimed at the Anuri fish in the lake, but at the spirit beast underneath his feet. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian secretly raised his guard, and observed the surrounding people at all times to see if he could find the hidden expert. Weishan Lake, the border of Weishan Island. Weishan Lake wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. At least, one couldn't see the end of it with the naked eye. In such a vast lake, was there a higher grade and stronger Anuri fish hidden? This was one of the reasons why Chu Zhongtian hadn't made a move yet. Look, that Anuri fish is definitely more than 4 gene in weight. Just as Chu Zhongtian was guessing whether there was a higher grade Anuri fish at the bottom of the lake, an exclamation suddenly came from the island nearly 100 meters away from him. A level 7 Anuri fish with a weight of more than 4 gene, which was equivalent to an essence gathering stage Anuri fish that could unleash the strength of a Qi transforming period. He hurriedly turned his head to look, and Chu Zhongtian quickly saw the undersurface leaping out of the water. It was an Anuri fish that was over 40 centimeters long. At the same time, he also saw 3 powerful master of the Qi transforming period. He was using the wooden board that fell into the water to quickly approach the largest Anuri fish. He didn't fight with the 3 Qi transforming period warriors for the Anuri fish. The Anuri fish was over 40 centimeters long. Chu Zhongtian moved slightly and looked at the right side of the Anuri fish, which was about 10 meters away from where the fish had appeared. According to the pattern of the Anuri fish leaping out of the water, Chu Zhongtian guessed that the next time the Anuri fish appeared, it should be at the spot he was staring at. Although he did not pay special attention to the fight between the 3 master of the Qi transforming period for the Anuri fish, he was looking at a place not far away from where the fight for the Anuri fish was going to take place. Using the corner of his eye, Chu Zhongtian knew that the 40-centimeter long Anuri fish had finally fallen into the hands of the old man who had reached the 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period. He retracted his gaze and stared at the calm surface of the lake. Chu Zhongtian counted silently in his heart. When he counted to 60 seconds, the originally calm surface of the lake, all of a sudden there's a lot of bubbles along with bubbles. Anuri fish after Anuri fish rushed out of the water. In just a dozen seconds, the angry fish had rushed out of the water. The number has reached tens of thousands. And the angry fish that led the charge out of the lake's surface was just as he had guessed. It was more than 50 centimeters long and weighed more than 5 kilograms. At the same time, among the tens of thousands of angry fish that jumped out of the lake, there were 2 angry fish that were over 40 centimeters in length and weighed more than 4 kilograms, as well as 4 angry fish that were over 30 centimeters in length and weighed more than 3 kilograms. Without any hesitation or suppressing his own cultivation base, Chu Zhongtian unleashed his essence-gathering stage beginner-level cultivation base and flew towards the largest angry fish in the air. The reason why he didn't unleash his full cultivation base was to prevent the hidden expert from knowing his true strength in advance. The angry fish, which was over 50 centimeters long and weighed more than 5 kilograms, attracted everyone's attention, because the angry fish was over 50 centimeters in length and weighed more than 5 kilograms. It was the second angry fish that appeared during this year's angry fish mating season. Therefore, among the people present, all the Qi transforming period warriors would adjust the vital spirit. They were ready to snatch this angry fish. However, just as they threw the wooden board into the water, a young man who was flying in the air stopped these Qi transforming period warriors. Flying in the air was an ability that only a peak essence gathering stage warrior and above could possess. At the same time, the young man in front of them was only 16 or 17 years old. He must be a disciple from a major power, and most likely an elite disciple from one of the 9 major powers. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for 6th grade and 7th grade family to cultivate such an outstanding disciple. Although he didn't use all of his strength, his flying speed wasn't slow. In just 3 seconds, Chu Zhongtian appeared next to the angry fish. The powerful vital spirit wrapped around his palm, and he grabbed the angry fish's head. As the overlord of Weishan Lake and an advanced beast that had reached the 6th grade, the largest angry fish first spat out a water arrow that emitted a chill. Unfortunately, the water arrow that was powerful enough to reach the Qi transforming period was shattered by Chu Zhongtian's palm, and it didn't have any effect at all. Seeing that the water arrow was ineffective, the 6th grade angry fish opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Chu Zhongtian's arm. Through the power of the water arrow just now, Chu Zhongtian basically understood the true strength of this angry fish in front of him. The strength of a peak of the Qi transforming period. Therefore, when faced with the bloody mouth that was coming at him, he didn't retract his arm, but slightly changed the direction of his attack. The razor-sharp maw brushed past Chu Zhongtian's sleeve, and the right hand that was wrapped in the vital spirit opened up. Its 5 fingers were like sharp weapons as they stabbed into the angry fish's head. When the 5 fingers stabbed into the angry fish's head, the vital spirit contained in the finger directly attacked the weak head of the angry fish, completely destroying its vitality. Casually putting away the angry fish that had lost its life force into the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian used the vital spirit to form a large hand. He grabbed the 2 angry fish that were falling over 40 centimeters in length. The vital spirit's large hand trembled slightly. It directly knocked out the 2 angry fish. Ignoring the remaining angry fish, Chu Zhongtian once again returned to the island. The 6 martial artists that were originally standing with him subconsciously distanced themselves from him by at least 20 meters. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian did not mind. He took the angry fish that he had used the vital spirit to knock out and connected it with Elder Huang in his mind. Elder Huang, take a look and see if there is any special relationship between the angry fish and the spirit beast that is about to awaken. The reason why he captured the angry fish was because he wanted to taste the delicious taste of the angry fish. At the same time, he suspected that there was some connection between the angry fish and the spirit beast underneath his feet. Otherwise, the spirit beast that had slept for countless years would soon awaken. The angry fish, which had always been very orderly, immediately had an anomaly. Therefore, it would be strange if there was no relationship between the 2 of them. When he saw Chu Zhongtian suspect that the angry fish that kept jumping up from the surface of the lake had something to do with the spirit beast that was awakening, Elder Huang realized that he had misunderstood. He had misunderstood that Chu Zhongtian was a true foodie. Using the power of the divine sense, he took out 2 angry fish that were over 40 centimeters long. After examining them from head to toe, Elder Huang's face revealed a trace of doubt. Then he ordered, "Chu, take out the 6th grade anuary fish that you just killed." Using his mind to connect with the storage bag, the dead 6th grade anuary fish appeared in his palm. Elder Huang immediately used the power of the divine sense to check it, but the result made his face look even more confused. "Elder Huang, what did you find?" Seeing that Elder Huang did not speak for a long time, Chu Zhongtian asked anxiously. "Chu, I can't answer you for the time being, because I am not sure if there is really a relationship between the two. So, next, you must capture a living 6th grade anuary fish and a living level 5 anuary fish." Without explaining the results of the investigation, Elder Huang ordered. Weishan Lake, the border of Weishan Island. Regarding Elder Huang's request, Chu Zhongtian seemed to be in a difficult position as he said, "Elder Huang, I have full confidence in capturing a 6th grade anuary fish alive, but I don't have the slightest confidence in capturing a level 5 anuary fish alive." A level 5 anuary fish was equivalent to a longevity period warrior in the stage. Although the grade of an anuary fish was seriously inconsistent with one's strength, a level 5 anuary fish at least had the strength of a divine soul stage warrior. As for an anuary fish of this grade, let alone capturing it alive, it was a question whether or not one could defeat it. "Chu, you don't need to attack a level 5 anuary fish." Chu Zhongtian's dilemma allowed Elder Huang to quickly guess the reason behind it, so he spoke in a very generous manner. "That's good." Seeing that Elder Huang was going to attack him personally, Chu Zhongtian was delighted in his heart. With Elder Huang's royal stage peak strength, capturing level 5 anuary fish alive would be a piece of cake for him. At that time, not only would he be able to obtain the secrets between the anuary fish and the spirit beast, he would also be able to obtain them. Furthermore, he could also enjoy a higher quality level 5 anuary fish that tasted even more delicious. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The only thing he was worried about was whether there were any level 5 anuary fish in the lake, or whether the anuary fish would really leap out of the water. Just as Chu Zhongtian was guessing whether there would be a level 5 anuary fish leaping out of the lake, the sound of bubbles popping attracted his attention. He raised his head and took a look, then he retracted his gaze and stopped paying attention. This was because from the anuary fish leaping out of the lake more than 10 times just now, he could tell how big the water bubbles were. It represented the number and grade of the anuary fish that jumped out of the water. The number of bubbles on the surface of the lake just now was only over 60. Furthermore, the water bubbles were very small. It was obvious that it was impossible for a level 8 or above anuary fish to appear. Not to mention the 6th grade and level 5 anuary fish, he had no intention of paying attention to them. Wave after wave of anuary fish jumped out of the water. The number of anuary fish that jumped out of the lake increased, and the grade of the anuary fish became higher and higher. Chu Zhongtian, who was not paying attention to it, gradually focused his attention. When there were more than tens of thousands of bubbles on the surface of the lake, Chu Zhongtian looked directly at the surface of the lake. A second later, an anuary fish that was over 50 centimeters in length and weighed more than 5 kilograms jumped out of the water. After the experience of capturing 6th grade anuary fish for the first time, Chu Zhongtian knew that with his current strength, it would not be difficult to capture it alive, and it would not take much vital spirit. Therefore, he stood where he was without moving. The vital spirit transformed into a giant palm and grabbed at the rising anuary fish. Looking at the giant palm that was grabbing at him, the 6th grade anuary fish shot out 3 water arrows in a row. At the same time, they shot onto the giant palm. Although the 3 water arrows slowed down the giant palm's speed, the anuary fish was still in the process of rising. It didn't have much of an effect. In the end, it was still tightly held in Chu Zhongtian's hand. Because of the sudden appearance of Chu Zhongtian, a top essence gathering stage warrior, everyone present knew that his target was the anuary fish that was over 50 centimeters in length. Therefore, no one fought for it this time. "Elder Huang, check it out." Chu Zhongtian informed Elder Huang that he was using the 6th grade anuary fish that was constantly churning with the direct element imprisonment. "That's enough." The divine senses power quickly inspected the 6th grade anuary fish, and Elder Huang indicated that Chu Zhongtian could deal with it as he pleased. The vital spirit suddenly shook. The anery fish that was still alive and kicking suddenly lost its life, and it was sucked into the storage bag. There won't be any level 5 anery fish appearing in a short period of time. Choose a place with a higher terrain, and wait for me for a while. Through his observation just now, Elder Huang had a certain degree of assurance in his heart. But he needed a higher grade anery fish to verify it. At the same time, he knew that the level 5 anery fish would not appear for a short period of time, so he asked Chu Zhongtian to find an excellent spot for him to attack. Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked around. He found that there was a protruding rock 300 meters away from him. It was suitable for observing the anery fish leaping up from the surface of the lake, and also suitable for Elder Huang to use the power of the divine soul. When he flew to the protruding rock, Chu Zhongtian did not say anything. He just looked coldly at a third-layer peak of the Qi transforming period warrior standing on the rock. Facing Chu Zhongtian, who could fly in the air, who was at least an essence-gathering stage warrior, even though the Qi transforming period warrior wasn't convinced, he still obediently stood up and left in the end. Sitting cross-legged on the rock, he took out the 4 Divine Beasts Fist technique book that Zhao Enjuan had given him, carefully reading and comprehending it. As for the anery fish that kept jumping up from underneath the rock, they were given to Elder Huang to pay attention to. Rumble. The exquisite and profound fist technique allowed Chu Zhongtian to slowly immerse himself in it. He quickly forgot about the passage of time. It was only when the Weishan Island shook violently that he finally woke up. Elder Huang, what happened? Putting away the fist technique secret scripture, Chu Zhongtian stood up from the rock and asked nervously. Nothing. It's just a sign before the spirit beast awakens. Compared to Chu Zhongtian's nervousness, Elder Huang seemed very calm. The spirit beast is about to wake up. Hearing Elder Huang's reminder, Chu Zhongtian could not help but feel happy in his heart. That's right. In at most 10 minutes, the spirit beast will completely wake up. Within these 10 minutes, when the spirit beast is about to awaken, anery fish at the 6th grade and above will continuously jump up from the surface of the lake. The divine sense swept across the entire surface of the lake. Elder Huang said with complete confidence. 0. Elder Huang, if the spirit beast awakens, the island will definitely collapse. Then, these people on the island. The anery fish that could jump up from the surface of the lake was at least at the 6th grade. Elder Huang explained. It made Chu Zhongtian look at the surface of the lake, at the people who were trying their best to catch the anery fish. Chu Zhongtian asked worriedly when he thought of the island underneath his feet. It was actually the body of the spirit beast that was about to awaken. Whether it's a Qi refining stage or Qi transforming period, as long as they are people who can't fly, as long as they don't leave immediately, they will die. Without any emotional changes, Elder Huang said coldly. There were even more anery fish appearing in Weishan Lake compared to the past, and this year, there were many martial artists who participated in capturing the anery fish. On the island he was on, there were close to 10,000 martial artists. If one were to count the number of people at the edge of the island, there might be more than 100,000 people. As a transmigrator, Chu Zhongtian knew that a disaster was about to happen, but he ignored these ordinary martial artists. His heart was not so cold-blooded, so he flew into the air and shouted at the people on the island. People below, listen up. This island is about to collapse. You guys better leave this place quickly. Otherwise, your lives will be in danger. He used the essence-gathering stage vital spirit to spread his voice, causing his warning to spread across the entire island. Weishan Lake, the border of Weishan Island. Listen up, the people below. Weishan Island is going to collapse soon. Hurry up and leave this place. Otherwise, your lives will be in danger. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's warning, there were 7 Qi transforming period intermediate warriors. They temporarily stopped capturing the anery fish and first observed their surroundings. After discovering the abnormality on the surface of the lake, they chose to leave the lake. Then, they found the ship they had prepared beforehand and left the Weishan Island without any worries. As for the remaining people, greed blinded their eyes as they faced the anery fish that kept jumping up from the surface of the lake. They did not believe Chu Zhongtian's warning at all, and continued to capture the Anuary fish with all their might. They had already done their part. As for whether they would leave or not, it was their business. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian ignored these greedy people and returned to the rock. Just as he was standing on the rock, Elder Huang suddenly reminded him in his mind, "Chu, pay attention. The level 5 Anuary fish is about to jump out of the lake." Elder Huang's reminder made Chu Zhongtian quickly look at the lake's surface. At this moment, the surface of the lake seemed to have been burned open, and waves and bubbles kept appearing. As for the Anuary fish that was accompanied by waves and bubbles of different grades, there were dumplings in the pot that kept jumping out of the lake. This caused the martial artists that captured the Anuary fish to, they even took action for the sake of an extremely high-quality Anuary fish. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian turned a blind eye to it. As the lake water churned more and more violently, the grade of the Anuary fish that jumped out of the water also became higher and higher. Very soon, an Anuary fish that was over 60 meters long and weighed more than 6 jin appeared in Chu Zhongtian's line of sight. "Elder Huang, make your move." Seeing the level 5 Anuary fish that jumped out of the water, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly reminded. "There's no hurry, wait." Facing Chu Zhongtian's urging, Elder Huang was not in a hurry, and indicated that he did not need to be in a hurry. As more and more level 5 Anuary fish jumped out of the lake, among the warriors who were trying their best to capture the Anuary fish, a portion of Qi transforming period beginner level warriors gradually woke up. Using the wooden board under their feet as a support point, these Qi transforming period beginner level warriors jumped a dozen meters in the same spot. With the help of their bodies, they began to observe the lake in the distance. They discovered that the surface of the lake in the distance was just like the surface of the lake beneath their feet. When the level 5 Anuary fish kept jumping up, their expressions changed. Wait, after landing on the wooden board, these Qi transforming period beginner level warriors, after finding their family and friends, they forcefully brought them back to the island. Just like those few Qi transforming period intermediate warriors who had left early and boarded the ship that they had prepared beforehand. He sped up and left the Weishan Island. Just as these few Qi transforming period beginner level warriors boarded the ship, a deafening roar was heard, and the Weishan Island began to shake violently once again. Following the second shaking of the Weishan Island, the entire lake of the Weishan Lake started boiling. Not only did more and more Anuary fish leap out of the water, but also some water-type creatures and strange beasts that were hiding in the depths of the lake. Just like the Anuary fish, they also started to jump out of the lake with all their might. It was as if a disaster was about to descend. "Elder Huang, are you still not going to make a move?" A level 4 Anuary fish that was more than 70 meters long and weighed more than 5 kilograms jumped out of the water. Chu Zhongtian quickly reminded him. "No hurry, wait." Faced with Chu Zhongtian's urgent reminder, Elder Huang said calmly. Chu Zhongtian could only helplessly roll his eyes at this. The Weishan Island shook violently for the second time, as well as the 6th grade and level 5 Anuary fish that kept jumping out from the surface of the lake, causing those warriors who had fallen into madness to gradually wake up. There was nothing they could do if they didn't wake up, because as the grade of the Anuary fish increased, it jumped out of the water. The more water arrows they shot out, the stronger the power of the water arrows would be. In just a few short minutes, hundreds of corpses of martial practitioners were already floating on the surface of the lake. The martial practitioners who had woken up, after discovering the abnormalities on the surface of the lake, all fled back to the island, planning to take the ship they came on and leave Weishan Island. However, just as they arrived at the place where the ship was stored, the Weishan Island started shaking for the third time. This time, the shaking not only caused the entire lake to stir up waves that were dozens of meters high, but also caused the huge rocks on the island to continuously roll. The waves and rolling huge rocks directly shattered the ships that wanted to leave the warriors and smash them down, making their plan to return to the land fail. However, a portion of the martial artists took advantage of their good water affinity and directly dived into the lake, planning to swim back to the land. But facing the waves that were dozens of meters high, good water affinity was useless. They were directly knocked unconscious by the waves and killed. When the Weishan Island shook for the third time, Chu Zhongtian already felt that the rock under his feet was not quite right. So he directly flew into the air and observed the lake water below in midair. As for the warriors trapped by the waves and huge rocks, he didn't pay any attention to them. It was not because he was cold-blooded, nor did he leave them to die. It was because following the third vibration of the Weishan Island, the boiling lake water had already started to leap up a third-grade anuary fish, making him temporarily unable to take care of these ordinary warriors. According to the classification of martial artist stage, a third-grade anuary fish already belonged to the stage of a king realm powerhouse. Although their true strength was far inferior to their own grade, no matter what, they were still equivalent to a great Tao period expert. Regarding this, Elder Huang, who had been maintaining his calm and observing, faced the third-grade anuary fish that leapt out of the lake. He did not continue watching. The gray palm formed by the power of the divine soul directly grabbed the third-grade anuary fish in midair. After that, it brought it in front of Chu Zhongtian. 0. By the time the third-grade anuary fish appeared in front of Chu Zhongtian, it had completely turned into a dead fish. This was because when Elder Huang used the gray palm formed by the power of the divine soul to hold the third-grade anuary fish, he had already used the power of the divine sense to check on the anuary fish's condition. At the same time, he also knew that Chu Zhongtian had always longed for the delicious taste of the anuary fish. That was why he had destroyed the anuary fish's intelligence along the way. Chu, there are some changes to the situation. You have to be prepared to fight with your life on the line. After Chu Zhongtian withdrew the Tier 3 anuary fish back to the storage bag, Elder Huang reminded him with a solemn expression. Elder Huang, what happened? Chu Zhongtian asked nervously. Originally, as long as the spirit beast woke up, Elder Huang would use the means of a royal stage peak warrior to control the spirit beast. After that, he would sign a master and servant contract with the spirit beast, and the entire process of subduing the spirit beast would be completed. However, the seriousness in Elder Huang's tone just now made his little heart tighten. Chu, besides the supplementary spirit beast under my feet, this lake also has an auxiliary spirit beast. There is another aggressive spirit beast at the bottom of the lake, and it has already reached the third-grade peak. Elder Huang explained in a serious tone. Elder Huang, what do you mean? There was actually an offensive spirit beast that had reached the third-grade peak hidden deep in the lake. After hearing Elder Huang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian felt that his breathing had become difficult. Lake, above. The aggressive spirit beast had the same combat strength as the king-level beast. It had the combat strength of a third-grade peak attack spirit beast. Its combat strength was probably at the second stage, which was equivalent to a warrior stage emperor realm. Although Elder Huang could unleash the strength of a royal stage peak, he only had a body of the divine soul. There were many powerful martial skills that could only be used through one's physical body, and they couldn't be used for the time being. Therefore, he might not be able to gain the upper hand in a short period of time when facing an attack spirit beast that could unleash the strength of a sovereign realm warrior. What should he do if the auxiliary spirit beast took advantage of the time when they were fighting to escape? Looking at the over 200,000 square meters of body beneath his feet, Chu Zhongtian secretly shook his head. With his essence-gathering stage 8th layer peak cultivation base, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do anything to such a spirit beast. Chu, we can only act according to the situation. Facing this sudden change, Elder Huang didn't know what to do for the time being. Seeing that Elder Huang was also helpless, Chu Zhongtian took off the life-saving jade pendant hanging around his neck. In the event that Elder Huang couldn't control the situation, in order to obtain the supplementary spirit beast, he could only use the life-saving jade pendant to summon Jiao Enjuan. With Jiao Enjuan's supreme level strength, no matter how strong the spirit beast was, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single palm strike from Jiao Enjuan. After making up his mind, Chu Zhongtian gripped the life-saving jade pendant tightly in his hand. He stared at the lake below him and the island that was constantly falling off the rocks, waiting for the spirit beast to wake up. Just as Chu Zhongtian was staring at the lake bottom, a black shadow quickly swam past the bottom of the lake. Due to the continuous churning of the lake water, the originally clear lake water gradually became turbid. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian did not dare to confirm whether the black shadow that just passed by the bottom of the lake was a human martial artist or not. Although he did not dare to confirm it himself, Elder Huang, who could use the power of the divine soul, could. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian told Elder Huang what he had noticed and what he had guessed, and asked him to check the situation at the bottom of the lake. There is actually such a thing. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's introduction, Elder Huang frowned and asked in a surprised tone. The unexpected discovery of the aggressive spirit beast had already caused the entire matter to become chaotic. If what Chu Zhongtian said was true, there were still hidden experts present. Then today's matter would become completely complicated, and the final ownership of the supplementary spirit beast would be, there would probably be a huge variable. Thinking of this, Elder Huang decided to use the royal stage peak power of the divine soul to thoroughly investigate the entire Weishan Lake. However, wherever the divine sense passed, other than the living creatures at the bottom of the lake and ordinary martial artists who had yet to die, he did not find the black shadow that Chu Zhongtian mentioned just now. To be able to hide from the divine sense that contained the power of the divine soul and investigate, it meant two things. Either Chu Zhongtian's eyes were playing tricks on him just now, and he mistakenly saw the living creatures at the bottom of the lake as martial artists. Or this powerful warrior's true strength had also reached the royal stage peak, and he could avoid his divine senses inspection. In Elder Huang's subconscious mind, he believed that it was the latter speculation, which was that there might be a royal stage peak warrior at the bottom of the lake who was not weaker than him, so he quickly reminded Chu Zhongtian. Chu, you will continue to fly in the sky later, and pay attention to the changes in the situation. If the situation is really out of control, then use your life-saving trump card and call your master over to help. Elder Huang. Got it. Chu Zhongtian tightly shook his life-saving trump card as he stared at the surface of the lake nervously. Boom! Along with the fourth violent quake in Weishan Island, the entire Hushan County was filled with deafening rumbles. Along with the rumbles and rumbles, the churning Weishan Lake instantly quieted down. Furthermore, the huge rocks that kept rolling on the Weishan Island seemed to have stopped moving and stopped there. Looking at the lake and the islands that had completely calmed down, the tens of thousands of warriors who had survived on the island picked up the larger wooden boards and planned to leave the island and return to the land. Boom! Just as those martial practitioners stepped onto the wooden planks and were about to draw them in the future, the entire Weishan Island exploded in an instant, and countless crushed stones were scattered all over the place. It was like a deadly hidden weapon, causing the remaining tens of thousands of warriors on the island to explode. They were instantly killed. When the countless crushed stones fell to the bottom of the lake, and when the fog formed by the dust dispersed, Chu Zhongtian finally saw the true appearance of the supplementary spirit beast, Lushan. However, when he saw the true appearance of the supplementary spirit beast, a surprised expression flashed across his face. Because after the smoke dispersed, in the air above the lake, there was a pug that was about 10 centimeters long and 4 or 5 centimeters tall, shaped like the one he had raised before he transmigrated. Elder Huang, what's going on? Pointing at the strange creature in the shape of a puppy that was floating in the air, Chu Zhongtian asked in confusion. Chu, this is a supplementary spirit beast, and it's a newly nurtured spirit beast. Elder Huang, who already knew what the floating spirit beast was, calmly introduced it. Elder Huang, you once said that the entire island is the body of the supplementary spirit beast. Even if the size of the spirit beast isn't as big as the island, there shouldn't be that much of a difference. Pointing at the puppy that was more than 20 centimeters long, Chu Zhongtian shouted in disbelief. 0. Chu! Didn't I already say it just now? The spirit beast in front of him had just been nurtured, just like a human. The entire island was like a woman's stomach. The spirit beast was like a child in her stomach. Of course, there are some differences in size. He was in Chu Zhongtian's mind. Although he knew that he could not see his expression, however, Elder Huang could not help but roll his eyes. Chu Zhongtian also rolled his eyes at Elder Huang's explanation, because he had never seen a child of that woman's life. There was such a huge difference between the child and her belly. Chu Zhongtian couldn't see Elder Huang's expression, but through his sea of consciousness, He could see Elder Huang's expression. Elder Huang could clearly see Chu Zhongtian's every move. When he saw Chu Zhongtian rolling his eyes like him, Elder Huang let out a cold snort in a very unpleasant manner. Then he criticized, "Chu, with your master's strength that is close to the titled supreme level, he will put you in danger. He will make you sign a spirit beast that you can't deal with." Elder Huang's criticism is correct. Seeing that Elder Huang was not only angry, but also angry at Zhao Enjuan, Chu Zhongtian quickly admitted his mistake. In fact, just as Elder Huang explained the relationship between the spirit beast and the island, Chu Zhongtian had already noticed that the puppy floating in the air was very strange. This was because ever since it appeared, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was dozens of miles in radius, had rushed into its body like a flood. In just a moment, the original 10-centimeter spiritual energy of heaven and earth had increased by nearly 3 centimeters. Lake, above. Elder Huang, should I subdue the spirit beast now? Looking at the cute puppy-shaped spirit beast that had yet to open its eyes, Chu Zhongtian asked with a fighting stance. "No hurry, wait for a while." Shaking his head, Elder Huang temporarily stopped Chu Zhongtian from subjugating the spirit beast. The mysterious expert hiding in the dark did not make a move. The third-grade peak spirit beast hiding at the bottom of the lake did not make a move. He would never take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, when faced with the combined attack of two experts whose strength wasn't any weaker than his, he did not have the confidence to win either. As more and more spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered the spirit beast's body, its volume continued to increase. 10 minutes later, the originally cute spirit beast that looked like a pug had turned into a majestic-looking wolf dog that looked like an adult. At this moment, on the extremely quiet surface of the lake water suddenly split apart. A giant palm grabbed at the floating spirit beast. Elder Huang, quickly stop him. Looking at the giant palm that suddenly reached toward the spirit beast, Chu Zhongtian subconsciously reminded Elder Huang. At the same time, he also hurriedly activated the vital spirit in the Dantian. He also planned to transform into a huge palm to block it. "Chu, stop!" Just as the vital spirit was about to transform into a palm, Elder Huang shouted in his mind to stop it. "Elder Huang, the spirit beast is going to belong to someone else soon. Why aren't you letting me take action? Don't tell me you don't want me to get the spirit beast." Looking at the gigantic palm that was getting closer and closer to the spirit beast, Chu Zhongtian's eyes turned red as he roared. "Chu, calm your mind and focus your mind. Don't be blinded by greed." Both of his eyes were red, and he was impulsive. Chu Zhongtian's reaction at this moment, just like those martial artists who were blinded by the Anuri fish, Elder Huang directly used the power of the divine soul. He used the heart-cleansing curse to wake him up quickly. With the help of the clear heart curse, his red eyes gradually regained clarity, and his anxious mood gradually calmed down. "Elder Huang, I'm sorry." Recalling his impulsive action just now and his furious roar towards Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian apologized with regret. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had Elder Huang by his side. Otherwise, he was afraid that when faced with the spirit beast that was about to be taken away, he would rush out at all costs. At that time, he would definitely face the mysterious expert hiding at the bottom of the lake, as well as the sneak attack of the aggressive spirit beast. After reflecting on himself, Chu Zhongtian began to search for himself, to see why he had suddenly become so impulsive. One had to know that with his longevity period cultivation base, the mind state, not to mention the spirit beast that could assist him in his cultivation, even the heavenly spiritual root and earth spiritual root that could allow him to become a god could help him. He wouldn't be so impulsive, and he wouldn't roar at Elder Huang, who had helped him a lot. Just as Chu Zhongtian was searching for the reason behind his actions, when the giant palm was still less than a meter away from the spirit beast, a deafening roar was heard. The sound waves formed by the roar not only shattered the giant palm formed by the vital spirit, but also blew away all the clouds in the sky. The deafening roar made Chu Zhongtian temporarily give up on the idea of finding the problem with himself. He then used the vital spirit to form a defensive layer. The sound waves formed by the defensive roar attacked him. When the deafening roar stopped, Chu Zhongtian, who had been hiding in the clouds, had no choice but to reveal himself. At the same time, the spirit beast, which had been absorbing the spiritual qi with its eyes closed, also opened its eyes for the first time. When the spirit beast opened its eyes, it first lowered its head to look at the surface of the lake, then raised its head to look at Chu Zhongtian. After seeing the unwillingness in the spirit beast's eyes, a thought suddenly arose in Chu Zhongtian's heart. This newly born spirit beast possessed intelligence that was not inferior to an adult human's. He raised his head to look at Chu Zhongtian. The spirit beast floating in the air once again closed its eyes and continued to absorb the spiritual qi, continuing to increase its size. The sound waves formed by the roar dispersed the clouds used for hiding. Chu Zhongtian did not continue hiding and directly approached the floating spirit beast. Wait, when he was 100 meters away from the spirit beast, he coldly said to the surface of the lake, "Come out!" If the roar just now was from the third-grade peak spirit beast at the bottom of the lake, then the giant palm formed by the vital spirit must be a mysterious expert hiding at the bottom of the lake. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian planned to force the other party to fight for the spirit beast. After waiting for a minute, he saw that the opponent hiding at the bottom of the lake was still unwilling to show up. Chu Zhongtian approached the floating spirit beast by another 10 meters and threatened, "If you continue to hide and not come out, then don't blame me for taking the spirit beast away." However, in the face of Chu Zhongtian's threat, there was still no movement at the bottom of the lake. "Elder Huang, help me defend against the spirit beast and the sneak attack of the mysterious expert. I'll go and subdue the supplementary spirit beast." Since the mysterious expert at the bottom of the lake refused to come out, it meant that he didn't believe that he could subdue the spirit beast. Perhaps, he thought that even if he really did subdue the spirit beast, the roar from the bottom of this lake would stop him. Regarding this, a trace of a cold smile flashed across Chu Zhongtian's heart. He would make the mysterious expert hiding at the bottom of the lake regret it. If the spirit beast at the bottom of the lake used its roar to stop him from subduing the floating spirit beast, then he could let Elder Huang temporarily help him resist for a few seconds. Taking advantage of this time, he could easily subdue the spirit beast. 0. Chu, you've thought it through. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who continued to approach the spirit beast, Elder Huang asked in an unusually solemn tone. The process of subduing the spirit beast was very simple. One only needed to force out a drop of essence blood and drip it onto the spirit beast's head. Then, the finger incantation that was attached to the master and servant contract would only need 2 to 3 seconds to completely subdue the spirit beast. The spirit beast that was floating in the air in front of him had just been born. It was a weak level 10 spirit beast. When faced with Chu Zhongtian, who was a peak divine soul stage warrior, there was no way he could resist. This was also the reason why it didn't choose to run away immediately after it was born. Instead, it absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with all its might and increased its grade. If Chu Zhongtian did this, then they would have to face the mysterious warrior hiding at the bottom of the lake, as well as the third-grade peak spirit beast hiding at the bottom of the lake. It would be very difficult for Elder Huang to defeat a mere third-grade peak spirit beast in a short period of time. In addition, there was a mysterious expert who could use his divine soul to avoid his divine sense, and his strength wasn't any weaker than his. Elder Huang felt that the power of the divine soul that he had just recovered with great difficulty was going to be consumed once again. Elder Huang, if this matter cannot be violated, I will summon my master to help me. Chu Zhongtian knew what Elder Huang was worried about. That was why he brought Zhao and Jun out so that Elder Huang could feel at ease. "AI, all right?" Seeing Chu Zhongtian's firm attitude, Elder Huang could only helplessly agree. Weishan Lake. In the sky. Actually, according to Elder Huang's original intention, he didn't want Chu Zhongtian to summon Zhao and Jun to help him, at least until the Heaven Baron's secret realm was opened. He didn't want to see Zhao and Jun for the time being, because he didn't know if Zhao and Jun, whose strength was close to the titled supreme level, would allow him to stay by Chu Zhongtian's side or continue hiding in his sea of consciousness. After all, it was extremely risky for the body of the divine soul to hide in someone else's sea of consciousness. However, in order to help Chu Zhongtian, in order to allow him to advance to the peak in the shortest amount of time, and then help him recover his physical body, Elder Huang decided to take a gamble. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was constantly approaching the support spirit beast and the mysterious expert hiding at the bottom of the lake, the third-grade peak's attack spirit beast didn't stop him, allowing Chu Zhongtian to continue approaching it. Wait, when he was less than 10 meters away from the support spirit beast, Chu Zhongtian quietly forced out a drop of essence blood with one hand, and his other hand secretly formed the mark of the master and servant contract. When everything was ready, he used the movement technique that was close to breaking through to the profound grade low rank and appeared next to the spirit beast as if he had teleported. The essence blood dripped directly onto the spirit beast's head. The empty right hand, combined with the left hand that had formed half of the mark, quickly formed the mark of the master and servant contract and imprinted on the spot where the essence blood had landed. Just as Chu Zhongtian used the movement technique and appeared next to the spirit beast, a roar that sounded even louder than before was heard from the bottom of the lake, and it contained a trace of the power of the divine soul. The sound waves formed by the roar caused layers of ripples to appear in the void that could not be seen. Through these ripples, it was enough to prove how powerful the roar that was used to attack the spirit beast was. The extremely powerful sound waves quickly approached Chu Zhongtian. According to the speed of the sound waves, as well as the speed of Chu Zhongtian's hand seals, if he didn't dodge immediately, even if the final hand seal was successful, it will also be attacked by powerful sound waves. With the power of the sound waves, Chu Zhongtian, who was hit by the sound waves, would probably be killed, shattered by the sound waves. However, Chu Zhongtian's action puzzled the mysterious expert hiding at the bottom of the lake. Because Chu Zhongtian ignored the sound waves that were getting closer and closer to him, he focused all his attention on the sound waves. He condensed the mark of the master-servant contract. When the mark was fully formed, the sound wave that was powerful enough to move the void just happened to hit him. At this moment, a gray defensive layer rose from his body. It easily blocked the power of the sound wave. At the same time, the gray power kept wearing down the sound wave to form the power of the void. Finally, the power of the sound wave completely disappeared. Not good. A royal stage peak warrior is hiding right next to him. Just as a defensive layer of gray energy appeared on Chu Zhongtian's body, an exclamation suddenly came from the depths of the lake. At the same time, the mysterious warrior also knew why ____ ignored the power of the sound wave. Along with the cry of surprise, two figures rushed out from the bottom of the lake at high speed. Two figures rushed out of the bottom of the lake. One of them was a young man in his mid-20s, dressed in light green clothes, and had an ordinary appearance. The other was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was wearing a black robe and had an ugly face. When Chu Zhongtian saw the young man and the middle-aged man rushing out of the lake, the doubt in his heart was immediately solved. In the unique customer shop, Yu Zichao had once said, there was a half-step Qi transforming period warrior who caught an anuri fish that weighed more than 5 jin. Chu Zhongtian suspected that this half-step Qi transforming period warrior was a hidden expert. At the same time, he saw a black shadow swimming past the bottom of the lake not long ago, and this black shadow was able to avoid the power of Elder Huang's divine sense. This was enough to prove that these two people were the youth and middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man who rushed out of the lake didn't act rashly for the time being. Instead, he used the divine sense to check the area within a few miles of Chu Zhongtian, searching for the hidden royal stage peak warriors. Elder Huang, how's the strength of this middle-aged man? Taking advantage of the fact that the middle-aged man hadn't attacked, Chu Zhongtian quickly communicated with Elder Huang in his mind and asked, a royal stage peak cultivation base. His strength far exceeds mine. Elder Huang, who was hiding in Chu Zhongtian's mind, said with a helpless tone. Although he had used the 3 solar soul returning pill to restore his third layer power of the divine soul, it allowed him to unleash the strength of a royal stage peak. But he had also mastered some secret technique. As well as the offensive formation, it could only be used through the body. Under the current condition of the body of the divine soul, he was temporarily no match for his opponent. His strength far exceeds mine. After hearing Elder Huang's evaluation, Chu Zhongtian's originally nervous mood instantly relaxed. Since Elder Huang was no match for this royal stage peak warrior, he must use his trump card to summon Zhao Enjuan to help him. With Zhao Enjuan's close to the titled supreme level, all the problems in front of him wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, he didn't have much to worry about. Friend, please break the master-servant contract between you and the spirit beast and leave this place. Seeing that the master-servant contract had been completed, the ordinary-looking youth said with a hoarse voice. Glancing at the youth, Chu Zhongtian ignored him. Instead, he waved his hand at the spirit beast that had already signed the master-servant contract. The spirit beast that had been attracting the spiritual qi instantly disappeared, and finally appeared in the isolated space formed by the spirit nest ball in his mind. At the same time, 100,000 6th-grade low-rank spirit stone were sent into the isolated space for the spirit beast to continue absorbing the spiritual qi. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing Chu Zhongtian wave his hand and put away the spirit beast, the face of the young man who also had a spirit nesting ball changed. His tone was filled with killing intent. At the same time, along with his anger, a powerful aura arose from the young man's body. Through the powerful qi that rose from the young man's body, Chu Zhongtian knew that although the opponent's stage was the same as his, an essence gathering stage 8th layer peak, his true strength was approaching the divine soul stage. In other words, judging from the qi alone, the opponent's strength wasn't any weaker than his. After pulling out the natal spirit blade, a similar qi emerged from Chu Zhongtian's body, and it wasn't weaker than his opponent's. It was even stronger than his opponent's qi. This caused the young man and the middle-aged man beside him to reveal a trace of shock on their faces. The reason why the young man was surprised was because the middle-aged expert beside him had once said that his talent, perseverance, and comprehension ability were all the top monster-level geniuses in Southern Domain. Even amongst the monster-level disciples of the 9 major powers, there were very few who could surpass him in these few aspects. He never thought that during the competition for the spirit beast, which would only appear after tens of thousands of years, this attracted the young man's attention. He temporarily shifted his attention from the spirit beast that had disappeared to Chu Zhongtian. My surname is Zhou, and my name is Qi. I am the princess of Hushan County. The young man continued to strengthen his aura and took out the mid-level peak natal spirit sword. Weishan Lake. In the sky. Could it be that you are the 97th prince of the Great Zhou Empire? Hearing the other party introduce him, a trace of surprise flashed across Chu Zhongtian's face. In the few days that he was sent to Hushan County, other than hearing about how delicious the anuary fish was, the rest were the rumors related to the princess of Hushan County, the 97th prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. It was said that this 97th prince was an illegitimate child that was accidentally born after Emperor Zhou of the Great Zhou Empire got drunk and had a relationship with an ugly palace maid. It was said that this 97th prince was very unwelcomed by Emperor Zhou. After reaching adulthood at the age of 16, he was sent to the remote Hushan County without even holding an adult ceremony. It was said that this 97th prince's cultivation talent was very bad and his character was very weak, causing the entire Hushan County to fall into the hands of a few powerful aristocratic families. Chu Zhongtian recalled all the rumors about the 97th prince. He looked at Zhou Qi, who had reached the essence gathering stage 8th layer peak, and his true strength was close to the divine soul stage. Chu Zhongtian looked up at him. That's right. I am the 97th prince who is not welcomed. When he heard the other party point out his background, Zhou Qi didn't deny it. His expression was calm, and his tone was cold as he admitted it. Although the other party did not seem to care, a cold light flashed from the corner of Chu Zhongtian's eyes. He knew that he was not as indifferent as he appeared on the surface. His heart must be filled with hatred towards the Great Zhou Empire. If there was a chance in the future, Chu Zhongtian believed that he would very likely destroy the entire Great Zhou dynasty. My surname is Chu, and my name is Zhongtian. I come from the Floating Cloud sect, one of the 9 great forces. Since the other party had already introduced himself, Chu Zhongtian wasn't a timid person. He honestly introduced himself. No wonder. After hearing that Chu Zhongtian came from the Floating Clouds sect, one of the 9 major powers, Zhou Qi secretly nodded his head. He was able to reach the essence gathering stage 8th layer peak at such a young age, and his strength was not any weaker than his own. Only those monstrous geniuses and disciples from the 9 major powers, or to be more precise, was able to reach the for such a young age. They were from the 3 major sects and the Qin Empire. The strength of the 5 major families in Southern Domain wasn't as strong as the rumors said, and the monster-level disciples they nurtured weren't as outstanding. Mr. Chu, how old are you this year? Compared to Chu Zhongtian's background, Zhou Qi was actually more concerned about Chu Zhongtian's true age. Because he had experienced too many trials and tribulations when he was young, it resulted in his appearance. He looked a little older than his actual age. In fact, he was only 19 this year, and he had achieved such an achievement at the age of 19. Zhou Qi believed that he was definitely the most outstanding genius in Southern Domain. As for the Chu Zhongtian in front of him, he looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. Zhou Qi did not believe that he could achieve the same result as him in just 1 or 2 years, so he urgently wanted to know his true age. 20 days ago, I just finished the youth ceremony. Chu Zhongtian did not hide his age, because it was not a secret at all. 18 years old. Hearing that Chu Zhongtian had just finished his 18th birthday, Zhou Qi's face showed surprise for the first time. Fortunately, the torment of his youth made his mind very tough, and he quickly stabilized his shocked emotions. Mr. Chu, I wonder if you can cut off the spirit beast in your hand. I really need the spirit beast to increase my strength. He looked at Chu Zhongtian, whose aura was not weaker than his, and his master, who was constantly searching for powerful warriors hidden in the dark. Zhou Qi tried to use the method of negotiation to resolve the dispute in front of him. Brother Zhou, do you think it's possible? Chu Zhongtian asked with a smile. I know. Nodding his head, Zhou Qi did not say anything else. The spirit sword in his hand drew a sword flower, and then he disappeared from where he was. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to tell with the naked eye. The movement technique must have broken through to the profound grade. Facing a situation where his speed was not as fast as his opponent's, Chu Zhongtian didn't panic at all. Both of his shoulders shook slightly, and a force that could affect the heavens and earth was unleashed. The force that could freeze an area of 80 meters forced Zhou Qi, who was rapidly approaching, to stop. At the same time, the vital spirit was injected into the natal spirit blade. A yellow-level intermediate peak sword method martial technique was launched at Zhou Qi, who was forced to stop. Force! Sensing that his speed had been restricted by nearly 6 layers, Zhou Qi's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he used the profound grade low ranks river dripping technique to block Chu Zhongtian's counterattack. The natal spirit blade, which contained nearly 9 layers of vital spirit, collided with the sword river formed by the sword technique. With the help of the momentum, he was finally able to destroy the power formed by the sword technique. After retreating from the range of the momentum, Chu Zhongtian and Zhou Qi had the same solemn expression. Through the short exchange just now, Chu Zhongtian found out that Zhou Qi was a martial skill genius. Whether it was the movement technique or the sword technique, all of them had broken through to the profound grade low rank, and they had both reached the great completion stage. If he didn't have the force that could freeze the surrounding energy, it would be impossible for him to block the opponent's attack. Furthermore, Chu Zhongtian had a very real feeling. That was, without using his trump card, he might not be a match for him. Zhou Yun was the first opponent he had ever felt pressured by since he stepped onto the path of cultivation. He was also the first opponent he had never felt confident enough to defeat even if he used all of his strength. Just like how Chu Zhongtian attached great importance to Zhou Qi also felt the same way about Chu Zhongtian. He had tried more than once to solidify the force of the surrounding environment. But those few attempts, the power of the force, and the speed of the barrier was far inferior to Chu Zhongtian's. This also meant that Chu Zhongtian not only had special means to cultivate force, and often use force to fight. Of course, taking it seriously was one thing. Zhou Qi wasn't afraid of Chu Zhongtian's force, because he had the power to defeat force and defeat Chu Zhongtian's trump card. He circulated the vital spirit in his dantian and started to use his trump card, a sword move that even he could not control. Sensing the destructive power coming from his opponent's spiritual sword, how could Chu Zhongtian, who was proficient in Qi Extermination Fist, not know that his opponent had used his trump card? Although he didn't know why his opponent's sword technique contained the destructive force, however, the habit of not being distracted during a battle made him withdraw his force at the same time. As he had gained a deeper understanding of the fist technique gifted by Zhao and Juan, his understanding of the fist technique had improved, and he had become more familiar with the process of using the Qi Extermination Fist. Although the process of casting the Qi Extermination Fist was later than Zhou Qi's, the speed of casting the Qi Extermination Fist was faster than his. When Zhou Qi's sword technique was fully formed, Chu Zhongtian's Qi Extermination Fist had also completed the process of accumulating energy. Destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. The natal spirit sword in his hand pointed at Chu Zhongtian, and Zhou Qi shouted, "Qi Extermination Fist." Chu Zhongtian threw the accumulated energy in his hand toward Zhou Qi and shouted out loudly as well. Mild Lake. Above. A sword technique that could destroy the heavens and earth and the two destructive forces formed by the Qi Extermination Fist. It filled the dozens of miles of Weishan Lake with aura that was about to be destroyed. At the same time, where the two destructive forces passed by, layers of ripples appeared in the invisible void. It was enough to show how terrifying the destructive force and Qi Extermination Fist were. Not good. Not good. Just as Chu Zhongtian and Zhou Qi were using their trump cards at the same time, and the power of their trump cards contained destructive force, Elder Huang and the middle-aged man beside Zhou Qi in Chu Zhongtian's mind had their expressions changed, and they simultaneously said, "Not good." Just as the two destructive forces were about to collide, two gray forces enveloped Chu Zhongtian and Zhou Qi. Boom! When the gray energies enveloped Chu Zhongtian and Zhou Qi, the two energies were similar. The destructive energy that was similar collided with each other, causing countless of them to become even more violent. The more powerful the destructive force was, the more destructive it was, like a rainstorm. With the point of impact as the base, they shot out in all directions. PCHT. Poo work. Poo work. Countless destructive forces rained down on Chu Zhongtian and Zhou Qi, causing cracking sounds to ring out. Fortunately, the defensive power formed by the gray power was very strong, and the destructive power that shot out of their bodies eventually dissipated, not harming Chu Zhongtian and Zhou Qi. After the destructive energy completely disappeared, a large number of corpses floated on the surface of the Weishan Lake's lake. These corpses contained precious anery fish, as well as some fish, shrimps, and so on. Looking at the terrifying destructive force that came from using their trump cards, Chu Zhongtian and Zhou Qi looked at each other and found the astonishment in each other's eyes. At the same time, after the exchange of blows with his trump card, Chu Zhongtian found that his understanding of the Qi Extermination Fist was still very shallow. Come out! After the destructive force had completely dissipated, the middle-aged man who had been guarding Zhou Qi looked straight at Chu Zhongtian and said, "Senior, what do you mean?" Chu Zhongtian pretended not to understand and asked. In fact, he knew very well what the middle-aged man meant just now, because Elder Huang, who had used the power of the divine soul to fortify his defense, had completely exposed his position and indirectly exposed his current condition. If he was an expert below the Emperor realm, perhaps he wouldn't be able to tell Elder Huang's true condition. However, for the middle-aged man who wasn't weaker than Elder Huang, he could tell the real reason with just a glance. "Kid, don't force me to attack." Seeing Chu Zhongtian pretending to be confused, a faint qi rose from the middle-aged man's body. Although the aura was very faint, the pressure emitted from the aura made Chu Zhongtian feel a very heavy pressure, as well as the smell of death. "Chu, let me go out and exchange a few blows with him," Elder Huang said anxiously as he saw Chu Zhongtian desperately trying to resist the qi rising from his opponent's body. "Elder Huang, the Heaven Baron's secret realm will open in a month's time. You need enough power of the divine soul to hide from those supreme-level expert." as well as the rules of the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm, you are not allowed to attack. Seeing that Elder Huang was going to attack the middle-aged man who was using his qi to suppress him, Chu Zhongtian quickly stopped him. If the opponent wasn't a match for Elder Huang, he would attack as soon as he attacked. This way, he could ensure that the power of the Divine Soul wouldn't be consumed too much, and it wouldn't affect the future operations of the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm. He also wouldn't need to use the life-saving trump card that Zhao Enjuan had left him. However, Elder Huang had personally said that he, who only had the body of the Divine Soul, wasn't a match for the middle-aged man. If that was the case, why waste the power of the Divine Soul? Senior, you have to be careful when doing things. It's good to see you in the future. Don't force me. Seeing the qi on the other party's body gradually increasing, Chu Zhongtian could no longer resist the pressure brought by the qi. He could only use the trump card that Zhao Enjuan had left for him to save his life. However, before he used his trump card, he still had a glimmer of hope. He hoped that his opponent would consider the talent and strength that he had just displayed, as well as the background that he came from the Floating Cloud sect. And I won't force you. Hand over the Spirit Beast and cancel the Master-Servant contract with the Spirit Beast. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man didn't have the slightest bit of fear, and his words were even more domineering. Since that's the case, then Senior, don't blame me. Seeing that the other party wasn't willing to retreat, and that he couldn't bear the continuous enhancement of the other party's qi, Chu Zhongtian could only crush the life-saving jade pendant in his hand in the end. As the life-saving jade pendant was crushed, a force that caused the surrounding heaven and earth to change color slowly rose from the top of his head. It was a force that could reach the peak of the Divine Soul period. 0. A mere peak of the Divine Soul period ant dares to stop me? When he saw the qi rising from Chu Zhongtian's head, he realized that the qi was only at the Divine Soul stage peak stage. A hint of disdain was revealed on the middle-aged man's face, and his tone was filled with contempt and ridicule. Is that so? Just as the middle-aged man's mocking voice faded, the force that rose from Chu Zhongtian's head exploded in an instant. After that, the void above Weishan Island was forcefully torn apart. At the same time, an unusual coldness came from the ripped void. It was a voice that frightened people. Bloody Butcher Zhao Enjuan. When the middle-aged man saw the person walking out of the spatial crack, he shouted in panic. I thought it was someone with such a big tone. It turns out to be the lone wolf Zhou Zaij. Zhao Enjuan lowered his head and looked at the middle-aged man. He also shouted out the man's background. Zhou Zaij greets senior brother Zhao. Seeing that Zhao Enjuan had also recognized him, Zhou Zaij hurriedly bowed his head and gestured for Zhou Qi to greet him as well. Junior Zhou Qi greets senior. Zhao, thank you. Looking at Zhao Enjuan, who was slowly descending from the sky, Chu Zhongtian's tone was casual, but his attitude was very sincere as he expressed his thanks. I got it. He looked at the bottom of the lake and looked up at Chu Zhongtian. Zhao Enjuan asked with a smile that was not a smile. I got it. Chu Zhongtian nodded and replied without hiding anything. I have something to tell you when we return to Hidden Dragon Peak. Zhao Enjuan signaled Chu Zhongtian to wait for a while. He turned to look at Zhou Zaij and said in a cold tone, I heard that you want my disciple to hand over the spirit beast. Senior brother Zhao, I didn't know Chu Zhongtian was your disciple. I hope senior brother will be magnanimous when I offended you just now. I hope senior brother can forgive my recklessness. Seeing Zhao Enjuan's gloomy face, his tone revealed a trace of cold killing intent. Zhou Zaij was so frightened that his body trembled slightly as he begged. Do you want to leave by yourself? Or do you want me to send you away? Although Zhao Enjuan did not explicitly say that he would not pursue Zhou Zaij's pleas. However, from his attitude of allowing Zhou Zaij to leave, it was obvious that he didn't intend to pursue the matter. Weishan Lake. In the sky. Senior brother Zhao, I will leave now. Zhou Zaij's face revealed a trace of joy when he saw that not only did Zhao Enjuan not pursue the crime of threatening Chu Zhongtian, he even allowed him to leave this place. After that, he grabbed Zhou Qi's arm, wanting to leave this place before Zhao Enjuan turned hostile. However, Zhou Qi reached out his hand to hold his hand and said, Master, Please wait a moment. I have something to say to Mr. Chu. He turned his head and looked directly at Chu Zhongtian. Zhou Qi said, Mr. Chu, because of my background, I have been hiding my name during my training outside. I rarely showed my face to others, so I fought with many young experts. There is no lack of disciples from the 5 families, or even the Hua Mountain Sword sect. Unfortunately, these so-called monster-level disciples are much weaker than you. You can be said to be the only opponent I have ever met who is on par with me. Mr. Chu, I think you haven't had your fill in the battle just now, so I'm here to challenge Mr. Chu. Today, half a year later, we will be in the same position, and we will continue our unfinished challenge. What do you think? This? Hearing Zhou Qi challenge him, Chu Zhongtian was very worried. He was worried not because he was afraid of Zhou Qi's challenge, but because he was not very interested. Although Zhou Qi was a martial arts genius, and all the martial skills he cultivated had entered the profound grade low rank, he also had a powerful trump card. But Chu Zhongtian wasn't an ordinary person either. Furthermore, not long after the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm's refinement, as well as the enhancement of the Spirit Beast, Chu Zhongtian believed that he could definitely break through to the Divine Soul stage earlier than Zhou Qi. At the same time, he had the heaven-defying means of duplicating and paste, as well as the pills that could help him break through to the Divine Soul stage. Could speed up his advancement to the Divine Soul stage. At that time, whether it was in terms of cultivation base or strength, Chu Zhongtian believed that he would be able to surpass Zhou Qi by a lot. Therefore, he wasn't very interested in Zhou Qi's challenge. Mr. Chu, I will break through to the Divine Soul stage in half a year or 3 months. Also, due to the special nature of my soul, the Divine Soul stage can't delay me for too long. So, Mr. Chu, you don't have to worry that my cultivation base and strength will fall behind you. The worry that Chu Zhongtian showed was the same as Zhou Qi, who was also a monster-level genius. He knew the reason why he wasn't interested, so he briefly explained his own situation. All right, today, half a year later, I will be waiting for Brother Zhou's fight. Zhou Qi's introduction of the special nature of the soul caused Chu Zhongtian, who wasn't very interested, to suddenly become interested. After considering his schedule for the past half a year, he finally agreed to Zhou Qi's challenge. Mr. Chu, see you in half a year. Zhou Qi cupped his fists and said goodbye. Brother Zhou, see you in half a year. Similarly, he cupped his fists and Chu Zhongtian watched Zhou Qi leave with Zhou Zaij. Do you want to come out by yourself? Or do you want me to invite you out? After Zhou Zaij and Zhou Qi left, Zhao Enjuan looked straight at the surface of the lake and said in a cold tone, I will count to 3. If you don't come out by yourself, then I will have to personally invite you out. Seeing that there was no movement on the calm surface of the lake, Zhao Enjuan sneered and threatened. 3. Zhao Enjuan stretched out his right hand and started counting down. 2. When the countdown reached 2, Zhao Enjuan's extended right hand gradually produced a suction force, causing layers of ripples to appear on the calm surface of the lake. 1. When the countdown reached 1 point, the suction force on Zhao Enjuan's right hand disappeared, but a terrifying power came from his right palm. Voila! Just as Zhao Enjuan's right hand was sending out a terrifying force, the calm surface of the lake suddenly separated from the middle. Then, a 2-meter-tall, 4-meter-long creature appeared. It was a spirit beast that looked like a lion that Chu Zhongtian had seen in the zoo before he transmigrated. Step by step, it walked out from the bottom of the separated lake. 2 choices. Submit to my disciple Chu Zhongtian and become his combat spirit beast. Or die. Looking at the male lion spirit beast walking out from the bottom of the lake, Zhao Enjuan retracted his right hand. With his hands behind his back, he said in a cold tone, Impossible! Hearing Zhao Enjuan's 2 options, the lion-like spirit beast rejected him in a low voice. Expert, if I submit to you, I am willing to submit to your disciple. I would rather die. Master, it wants to submit to me, but I am not willing to accept it as a spirit beast. When Zhao Enjuan threatened the lion spirit beast to sign a master-servant contract with him, and the lion spirit beast strongly opposed it, Chu Zhongtian stood out and firmly opposed. Kid, this spirit beast has reached the 3rd grade peak. Its true strength is comparable to an Emperor Realm expert, and it has such a combat spirit beast as its beast pet. Bailey Fengyun. He's nothing. Chu Zhongtian refused to accept the lion spirit beast as his combat spirit beast, which was out of Zhao Enjuan's expectation. However, for the sake of Chu Zhongtian's safety, he patiently advised. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian still refused. Master, I don't need such a spirit beast. There were two reasons why Chu Zhongtian rejected Zhao Enjuan's good intentions. The first reason was that he didn't want to have such a powerful combat spirit beast that would affect his cultivation. This was because the combat spirit beast was different from Elder Huang. When he encountered danger, as long as it wasn't a fatal danger, no matter what he asked, Elder Huang wouldn't lend a helping hand. This forced him to fight with all his might. He had to find a way to improve his strength. However, if he signed the master and servant contract with the lion spirit beast, his will could control the lion spirit beast as he wished, and wait until he went out to refine it in the future. He would feel relaxed in his heart. This way, he would not use the male lion ___ to stimulate his potential. It would also delay the motivation for him to cultivate with all his might. The second reason was that he had a feeling in his heart that if he signed the spirit beast, he would definitely regret it in the future. I've decided. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's firm attitude, Zhao Enjuan questioned him for the last time. It's decided. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian said with a firm tone. Since my disciple doesn't like you, then follow me back to Hidden Dragon Peak and become the guardian divine beast of Hidden Dragon Peak. Zhao Enjuan ordered without any hesitation. The spirit beast was hard to find. Some warriors might not have seen the spirit beast in their entire lives. Therefore, even though Chu Zhongtian refused to subdue the lion spirit beast, Zhao Enjuan still had no intention of letting him go. Chu Zhongtian was very supportive of the lion spirit beast becoming a divine beast that protected the mountain. Although because of Zhao Enjuan's intimidation, many experts in the sect did not dare to rashly step into the Hidden Dragon Peak. There were still some people in the sect who did not have eyes and had to weigh the weight of the Hidden Dragon Peak. If Zhao Enjuan stayed in the Hidden Dragon Peak, it would be fine, but it would allow those ignorant people to see it for themselves. Hidden Dragon Peak in the sky. It would be fine if Zhao Enjuan stayed in Hidden Dragon Peak all the time. With his supreme level strength and the Bloody Butcher's means, he could let those ignorant people have a good look at him. What if Zhao Enjuan had something to do and went out? Just like Chu Zhongtian's youth greeting this time. If Zhao Enjuan stayed in Hidden Dragon Peak and lent Merit Palace 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to send Bailey Fengyun to provoke him, and they wouldn't dare to use schemes to force him to accept the challenge. Therefore, with the lion spirit beast, which was a divine beast that had reached the Emperor realm, some of the younger generations wouldn't dare to enter Hidden Dragon Peak as they pleased. All right. Although becoming a divine beast that protected the mountain was considered losing some of his freedom, it was still considered not bad compared to becoming someone else's master and servant contract spirit beast. Chu! Follow me back to Hidden Dragon Peak now. He stretched out his hand and drew a line in the void, creating a gap that was large enough for two people to pass through. He turned his head and instructed Chu Zhongtian. Then Zhao Enjuan brought the lion spirit beast into the gap. Elder Huang, you need to be mentally prepared. Seeing Zhao Enjuan walking into the gap, Chu Zhongtian reminded Elder Huang in his mind before he entered the gap. The fact that he could accurately tell that Zhou Zige had threatened him indicated that Zhao Enjuan had been paying attention to him. In other words, even if he didn't grab the life-saving jade pendant, he would still help when Zhou Zige attacked him, since he had been keeping an eye on him at all times. When Elder Huang used the power of the divine soul to help him defend against the destructive force, he must have noticed it as well. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian believed that the first thing Zhao Enjuan did after he returned to Hidden Dragon Peak was to force Elder Huang to take the initiative to come out. It's up to the heavens. Elder Huang helplessly added on Chu Zhongtian's reminder and fell into complete silence. Hidden Dragon Peak, Peak Courtyard. Through the spatial rift that Zhao Enjuan had torn apart, Chu Zhongtian appeared at the peak of Hidden Dragon Peak. He looked at the male lion spirit beast that was obediently crawling in the garden of the peak courtyard, and then at the gloomy Zhao and Juan. In the end, he sighed helplessly. Walking into the stone pavilion, Chu Zhongtian said to Zhao and Juan, "Master, make a pot of tea." Without saying anything or asking anything, Zhao and Juan, who was sitting on the stone chair in the stone pavilion, made tea in an orderly manner. When the tea was ready, he first poured a cup for Chu Zhongtian. He picked up the cup and drank it. After playing with the cup in his hand, Chu Zhongtian explained how he and Elder Huang knew each other and how Elder Huang cared and helped him. 10 months ago, under your arrangement, I went to Purgatory City to participate in the arena competition, and I successfully used it to become. Chu, what do you mean? After drinking the tea in the cup, Zhao and Juan also played with the teacup and asked with a smile that was not a smile. Zhao, you are my master. No matter what you do, you are my master. The starting point is for my sake. I know this very well. But Elder Huang has no ill intentions towards me. His care and concern for me is no less than yours. So I hope you won't make things difficult for him. Putting down the teacup in his hand, Chu Zhongtian pleaded. Chu, the body of the divine soul in your sea of consciousness is really kind to you. Or is it malicious? Your words are useless. I need to use my eyes to look and my ears to listen. My own experience to judge. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's request, Zhao and Juan did not soften his heart. He still insisted on seeing the body of the divine soul in his sea of consciousness. Do you want to come out by yourself? Or do you want me to invite you out? Seeing that Chu Zhongtian wanted to say good things for the body of the divine soul again, Zhao and Juan was unwilling to break his disciple's heart. Therefore, he directly targeted the body of the divine soul in his mind and threatened. AI! Following a helpless sigh, a gray and yellow figure appeared in the stone pavilion. When Chu Zhongtian followed Elder Huang to learn the sound transmission magic and the formation finger incantation, although he had seen Elder Huang's body of the divine soul more than once, it was only through his mind that he could see that it was not real. Now he looked at Elder Huang, who was standing in front of him. The body of the divine soul was obviously much thicker. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but carefully observe Elder Huang, wanting to see his real face. However, a wave of energy that was like the black-yellow qi blocked his vision. It made him unable to see Elder Huang's face clearly. Huang Tiangang greets Dao brother Zhao. Elder Huang, who had left Chu Zhongtian's mind, greeted Zhao and Juan with a very ancient etiquette after using the power of the divine soul to block Chu Zhongtian's view. Zhao and Juan greets Dao brother Huang. Xiao Shan, who had awakened a part of his bloodline, had learned about the solemn etiquette of meeting supreme-level expert in ancient times. Therefore, he quickly stood up from the stone chair and spoke in the same tone. He returned the greeting with the same gesture. Brother Zhao, I know what you are worried about, but there are some things that aren't as you think. I have no ill intentions towards Chu. Seeing that Zhao and Juan was also familiar with the ancient times, Supreme Expert greeted him politely. He felt that he should meet Zhao and Juan in advance. Perhaps it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. After that, he started to explain why he had sneaked into Chu Zhongtian's mind for the time being. Brother Huang, there's no hurry. Zhao and Juan stretched out his hand and signaled Elder Huang not to explain for the time being. After that, he instructed Chu Zhongtian, who had his ears perked up and was about to speak secretly. Chu, there's nothing for you here. Go back to your own courtyard for the time being. Zhao, you are my master. Elder Huang and I have a very close relationship. I can't tell you any secrets between you two. When Chu Zhongtian saw that Zhao and Juan was going to chase him away, a strong sense of gossip was ignited in his heart. Of course, he didn't want to leave, and he really wanted to hear what Elder Huang had experienced when he was young, and how his body was destroyed. Humph! Seeing Chu Zhongtian sitting motionlessly on the stone chair without any intention of leaving, Zhao and Juan let out a cold snort. Then he waved his sleeve and sent Chu Zhongtian back to Courtyard 9. Zhao, you can do it! After returning to Courtyard 9, Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked at Peak Courtyard. He gritted his teeth and muttered. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise. After that, he walked over to see Shi Guangliang and the others. Mr. Chu, you're back. Just as Chu Zhongtian walked to the guest room and was about to knock on Shi Guangliang's door, a guest room on the east side was opened, Xianxia, who was in good spirits, happened to walk out of the guest room. When she saw Chu Zhongtian walking towards her, she immediately shouted in surprise. Not bad. Chu Zhongtian nodded at Xianxia. He carefully observed her current condition. When he found out that she was already a 6th layer of the body refining period peak, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Ever since they were rescued from law enforcement peak, it had only been 20 days. From the 4th layer peak of the body refining period to the 4th layer peak of the body refining period, this speed of advancement was almost as fast as the speed of a top genius. Although this was because he had helped them get their pills and spirit stones back, he couldn't ignore her own efforts. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. Mr. Chu, actually, my progress is still slow. Senior brother Shi is now a half-step Qi transforming period peak. He has reached the stage that can break through to the Qi transforming period at any time. After receiving Chu Zhongtian's praise, Xianxia felt embarrassed and said humbly. After that, she took the initiative to shift the topic to Shi Guangliang and began the first step of conquering Chu Zhongtian. She was thinking for Chu Zhongtian everywhere. Is that so? When he heard that Shi Guangliang had reached the Qi transforming period, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but feel delighted in his heart. He wanted to go and see him as soon as possible. At the same time, the door of Shi Guangliang's room was opened. Shi Guangliang greets senior brother Chu. Seeing Chu Zhongtian standing next to Xianxia, Shi Guangliang could not hide the happy smile on his face. He walked to Chu Zhongtian and greeted him respectfully. That's right. You can break through to the Qi transforming period anytime and anywhere. You must work very hard during this period of time. After carefully feeling the aura on Shi Guangliang's body, Chu Zhongtian found that the spiritual power in his dantian was very solid and strong. It was indeed the stage that could break through to the Qi transforming period. Light, this is a 100-year-old blood core. It can increase a warrior's potential and comprehension. He took out a red crystal shaped like a nucleus from the storage bag. As he handed it to Chu Zhongtian, he explained the function of the blood core. Senior brother Chu, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Shi Guangliang refused. Seeing that Shi Guangliang refused to accept the blood core, Chu Zhongtian did not say anything. His face gradually darkened. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's gloomy face, Shi Guangliang obediently accepted the blood core in the end. This is a celestial sphere pill that can raise the level of the cultivation talent. It can also increase the level of the cultivation talent by a small level. After Shi Guangliang received the blood core, Chu Zhongtian's expression returned to normal. He then took out another celestial sphere pill and explained its effects. He handed it in front of him. This time, Shi Guangliang did not reject it. He obediently took the pill. Light, the blood core that increases potential and comprehension, as well as the cultivation talent that increases cultivation talent. You can choose when you break through to the Qi transforming period and feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is powerless. Consume the blood core and the medicinal pills, and you will be able to break through to the Qi transforming period. Senior brother Chu, thank you. Shi Guangliang held the box containing the blood core tightly, as well as the pill bottle that contained the celestial sphere pill tightly, and said in an excited manner. Receiving Shi Guangliang's thanks frankly, Chu Zhongtian turned his head to Xianxia and Wang Zhongning, who had rushed over and said, when your cultivation base can break through to the Qi transforming period, I will also give you a gift. Thank you, senior brother Chu. Wang Zhongning stretched out his hand to touch his hair and said with a silly smile. Xianxia did not say anything. She just looked at Chu Zhongtian with endless tenderness in her eyes. Light, since you have reached the level of breaking through to the Qi transforming period, said with a smile. You can choose to break through now. It just so happens that I have the time to protect you. After encouraging Xianxia and Wang Zhongning, Chu Zhongtian went to his own cultivation chamber. He went to observe the spirit beast inside the isolated space formed by the spirit habitat ball, and also tried the effect of the spirit beast on increasing his strength. However, when he turned his head and saw a trace of hesitation and worry in Shi Guangliang's eyes, he immediately knew what was going on. Half-step Qi transforming period. Although the name Qi transformation was mentioned, this disciple of the stage was still a disciple of the outer sect. He had been receiving the treatment of a body-refining stage outer sect disciple for a long time. He could only break through to the chi transforming period with the exception of half a word. Only by breaking through to the half-step chi transforming period could he become a disciple of the inner sect, and that was why he was a disciple of the inner sect. He wished that he could break through to the chi transforming period immediately and step into the higher level of the stage, in order to enjoy better treatment. Although Shi Guangliang didn't lack the benefits that the disciples of the inner sect could enjoy, in his heart, he still hoped to break through to the chi transforming period and become a chi transforming period warrior. Because only by breaking through to the chi transforming period could he help Chu Zhongtian better, and better reflect the value of his followers. According to the spiritual power in Shi Guangliang's Dantian, he could actually break through 5 days ago. The reason why he didn't break through was probably because he had been waiting for Shi Guangliang, hoping to break through in front of him. And, seeing that Chu Zhongtian wanted him to choose to break through now, Shi Guangliang didn't hesitate and directly nodded his head in agreement. Go to the cultivation field in the courtyard. That is the place where I broke through to the chi transforming period. I hope it will bring you good luck. Pointing at the empty space in the front courtyard, Chu Zhongtian suggested. We will listen to senior brother Chu's arrangements. Shi Guangliang had already chosen a place to break through to the chi transforming period in the front yard. But he needed Chu Zhongtian's opinion on whether he could break through in this place. Sitting cross-legged on the floor of the training ground, Shi Guangliang completely released the Dantian. The spiritual power that had been suppressed all this time, the spiritual power that had been boiling, began to break through the bottleneck of the chi transforming period stage. As Shi Guangliang had already reached the edge of breaking through to the chi transforming period, the bottleneck of the stage didn't stop him for too long. Along with a loud bang, a suction force appeared in the sky above the hidden dragon peak. The strong suction force began to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As the bottleneck of the chi transforming period was completely broken, the range of the suction force on the hidden dragon peak was finally 7 miles. Looking at the suction force that was formed at the beginning, it was only able to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was 7 miles away. Chu Zhongtian felt a little disappointed. This was because according to Shi Guangliang's calculations, once the stage broke through, he would be able to calculate the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It would be very difficult for him to break through the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A spiritual energy of heaven and earth that could pull 140 and 50 miles could be considered a true genius, and the highest achievement he could achieve in the future would be a peak essence gathering stage. However, when he thought about how he had first met Shi Guangliang and how he had barely reached the 8th layer of the body refining period after becoming a disciple of a sect for nearly 2 years, he could understand that his current performance in breaking through was extraordinary. Thinking about it, the reason why he was able to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the very beginning was because of his extraordinary performance. A large part of the reason was because of the pills in Law Enforcement Peak. After all, when he asked for the pills back then, other than the pills that could increase his potential and comprehension, there was also the rebirth pill that could enhance the cultivation talent. Of course, the current breakthrough wasn't his true limit. When the breakthrough ended, he would be able to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth's range. Chu Zhongtian believed that he would be able to reach it, or perhaps even exceed 500 miles. This was because the blood core and the celestial sphere pill that he had given him in advance were both treasures that could increase his heaven rank. They could definitely continue to increase his heaven rank when he broke through. As Shi Guangliang continued to increase his cultivation base, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was being pulled in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak gradually expanded. When the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth reached 130 miles, its speed obviously slowed down. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. Light. Consume the 100-year blood core first to increase your potential and comprehension. When Shi Guangliang broke through to the chi transforming period, the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would reach 140 miles. The speed at which it expanded was as slow as a cow taking a walk. Seeing this, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly reminded him. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's reminder, Shi Guangliang hurriedly opened the box and took out a 100-year-old blood core to consume. As the blood core turned into a pure energy, it began to increase Shi Guangliang's potential and comprehension. The pulling force that was originally as slow as a cow taking a stroll suddenly began to accelerate and expand. Very quickly, it exceeded 200 miles, 300 miles. When the range of the pulling force reached 420 miles, the speed of the pulling force began to slow down again. At this moment, it was time for him to do it in one go. He absolutely could not let the speed of the pulling force be as slow as a walk. Otherwise, the improvement of the cultivation talent would definitely not be perfect. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian reminded him once again, "Light, hurry up and consume the celestial sphere pill to improve your cultivation talent." Without any hesitation, Shi Guangliang directly consumed the celestial sphere pill that he had prepared earlier. When the celestial sphere pill began to take effect, Shi Guangliang's entire aura started to become empty. At the same time, the pulling force in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak continued to expand rapidly. Very quickly, it reached 500 miles, and it exceeded 530 miles, and finally reached 530 miles. The range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had reached 530 miles, which indicated that Shi Guangliang's talent had reached the level of a top genius. When Shi Guangliang broke through to the Qi transforming period, the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had exceeded 500 miles. Many experts from various sects rose into the sky to check the exact location of the disciples who had broken through to the Qi transforming period. They were preparing to recruit this genius disciple into their sect. However, when they found out that the disciple who had broken through to the Qi transforming period had chosen to break through in the Hidden Dragon Peak, they knew that the disciple who broke through might be a good friend of the bloody devil Chu Zhongtian, and their plan to recruit him wouldn't work. Therefore, the experts who had just ascended to the sky returned to their own cultivation grounds. Zhang Qian, Zhong Ning, you all saw the process of Guang breaking through to the Qi transforming period just now. Increasing one's potential, comprehension, and cultivation talent will provide unimaginable assistance when breaking through to the Qi transforming period. Therefore, I hope that when you break through, you will be able to use Guang's performance during this breakthrough. Arrange a reasonable plan for when you break through to the Qi transforming period. Seeing Shi Guangliang, who had fallen into a state of emptiness because of the increase in his cultivation talent, Chu Zhongtian did not disturb him for the time being. Instead, based on his performance when breaking through to the Qi transforming period, he guided Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning. After all, with the pills and spirit stones provided by Law Enforcement Peak, it wasn't difficult for them to advance to the body refining stage. They would have to face the breakthrough to the Qi transforming period sooner or later. Today, with Shi Guangliang's breakthrough and his guidance, he could provide these two with some experience. Mr. Chu, when we break through to the Qi transforming period, you can give us some pointers as well. Is that all right? Chu Zhongtian gave Shi Guangliang some pointers for the second time during the process of breaking through to the Qi transforming period. Zhang Qian could see it clearly, and she also had some thoughts about when she broke through to the Qi transforming period. However, in her heart, she hoped that when she broke through to the Qi transforming period, Chu Zhongtian would guide her in the same way as Shi Guangliang did today. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian did not give any promises and said, "Zhang Qian, I can't give you and Zhong Ning any promises. I can guarantee that I will be able to guide you when you break through to the Qi transforming period. Because for a long period of time, I might not be able to stay in Hidden Dragon Peak." More than a month had passed since the opening of the Heaven Barren Secret Realm. With Elder Huang's enthusiastic participation, he was afraid that he would have to spend more than 5 days in the Secret Realm this time. After the expedition in the Heaven Barren Secret Realm was over, he would agree to the agreement of the Qin Empire's prince, Qin Wushuang, and participate in the excavation of the new secret realm. No one knew how long it would take. After the excavation of the new secret realm ended, he would have to prepare for the challenge with Zhou Qi half a year later. Moreover, this would involve breaking through to the Divine Soul stage, so he couldn't give 100% guarantee. Is that so? Seeing that Chu Zhongtian did not give any assurance, Zhang Qian was slightly disappointed. However, I promise that when you all break through to the Qi transforming period, as long as I am in the Hidden Dragon Peak, not only will he guide you in your breakthrough, he will also protect you. Hearing the disappointment in Zhang Qian's tone, Chu Zhongtian couldn't bear it. In the end, he still gave her some assurance. Mr. Chu, thank you. Although the promise Chu Zhongtian gave just now had a very small chance of being practical, he only made the promise after seeing that he was disappointed. This meant that he had a certain status in his heart. Regarding this, how could Zhang Qian not be happy? How could she not be grateful? The light has woken up. After giving Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning certain assurance, Chu Zhongtian's gaze shifted to Shi Guangliang. After discovering that the empty aura on his body gradually weakened and completely disappeared, Chu Zhongtian knew that he would wake up soon. Senior brother Chu, for your great kindness, the light will never be forgotten. Shi Guangliang, who had woken up, could not be bothered to transform the spiritual qi in his body for the time being. He quickly walked in front of Chu Zhongtian and said with gratitude, unable to control the excitement in his heart. Shi Guangliang was very clear about his natural endowment. To be able to do so in such a short period of time, breaking through to the qi transforming period was already considered a fluke, let alone when he broke through to the qi transforming period. With the help of the blood core and celestial sphere pill, the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had exceeded 500 miles. His talent had reached the level of a top genius. All of this was given by Chu Zhongtian. Light, let's not talk about our deep friendship. You are my first follower. You are also my only follower. Helping you is my duty. Shi Guangliang thanked him gratefully, but Chu Zhongtian did not stop him, because he understood Shi Guangliang's current mood. If he did not accept Shi Guangliang's gratitude, it would make him feel uneasy and affect his future cultivation. Light, you have just broken through to the qi transforming period, and your body is filled with spiritual energy of heaven and earth that hasn't been transformed yet. So, what you need to do now is to use the upper rank 8th grade vital spirit pill to quickly transform the spiritual qi into a vital spirit. Try and see if you can break through to the second layer of the qi transforming period. Looking at the excited Shi Guangliang, Chu Zhongtian was worried. It had affected the mind state's cultivation base, which he had gone through a lot of trouble to break through to the _____, so he quickly consoled him. Senior brother Chu, I will remember this. Shi Guangliang nodded his head vigorously and replied, Light Zhangqian Zhongning, I just finished refining it. I need to go into secluded cultivation for a period of time, so I need to go to the cultivation chamber now. You guys better make use of the time to cultivate. After instructing the three of them, Chu Zhongtian turned around and walked towards the cultivation chamber. Senior brother Shi, congratulations, you have shown your talent when breaking through to the qi transforming period. Next, not only will you become a disciple of the inner sect, you will also become a famous expert in the southern domain. Just as Chu Zhongtian turned around and went straight to the secret chamber, Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning congratulated Shi Guangliang. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Cultivation Chamber. Sitting cross-legged in the cultivation chamber, Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath. When his mood calmed down, he used his consciousness to connect with the isolated space formed by the spirit nesting ball in his mind, and began to observe the spirit beast that he had just subdued. Because there was already a living being in the isolated space, and this living being had signed a master-servant contract with him, therefore, he didn't need to use his consciousness to visualize his body, and he could directly enter the isolated space. He could also check everything in the spatial zone. When his consciousness entered the isolated space, Chu Zhongtian was instantly stunned by everything in front of him. When he signed the master and servant contract with the spirit beast and put it into the isolated space, he also sent 100,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone into the pagoda for the spirit beast to absorb and refine. Originally, he thought that 100,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone was enough for the spirit beast to digest for a long period of time. However, when his consciousness entered the isolated space, he discovered that there were 100,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone. There were only less than 5,000 left, and these 5,000 spirit stones, the 5,000 spirit stones were disappearing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. How could he not be shocked? One had to know that it was only half a day's time before the 100,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone isolated space was sent. In such a short period of time, it had consumed so many spirit stones. The speed at which the supplementary spirit beast consumed spirit stones was probably not the slightest bit inferior to the duplication and adhesion procedures. Fortunately, when his gaze shifted to the spirit beast that was crawling on the surface of the isolated space and swallowing spirit stones in large gulps, his depressed mood eased up a lot. The spirit beast, which was originally the size of an adult wolf dog, had now expanded its body by nearly 10 times after devouring nearly 100,000 6th-grade middle-rank spirit stone warriors. At this moment it was like a huge monster, looking majestic and majestic. Moreover, it was originally only at the level 10, but it had already advanced to the level 8. Master, now that I have advanced to the level 8 peak, I need more spirit stones to advance to a higher grade. Furthermore, as long as I can advance to the level 7 peak, I will be able to help you improve your cultivation base. While Chu Zhongtian was observing the spirit beast, he entered the isolated space's consciousness. Suddenly, he received a voice transmission from the spirit beast. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian did not find it strange. This was because when he subdued the spirit beast, Elder Huang had already briefly introduced the relationship between him and the spirit beast after signing the master-servant contract. How many spirit stones do you need to advance to the level 7 peak? Only by breaking through to the level 7 could he help himself improve his cultivation base. When Chu Zhongtian heard the request of the spirit beast, his heart couldn't help but tighten. Master, the spirit stones like that just now cost at least 500,000. Only then can I barely advance to the level 7 peak. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's problem, the spirit beast didn't need to consider and calculate. It just opened its mouth and told him the amount needed to break through. 500,000 6th-grade middle-rank spirit stone wasn't too much of a burden for Chu Zhongtian, who was now wealthy. Therefore, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, before he could relax completely, the following words of the spirit beast made his heart tighten. 500,000 spirit stones is just the amount I need to advance. If you want me to help Master increase his cultivation base, then according to the energy in your Dantian, Master, if I can help you break through to the minor stage, I will need at least 1 million spirit stones. At the same time, as Master became stronger and stronger, the stage became higher and higher. The amount of spirit stones needed to break through to the ____ will increase exponentially. 1 million 6th-grade middle-rank spirit stone was needed to help him break through to the 9th level of the essence gathering stage. Chu Zhongtian was disappointed when he heard the comparison between the consumption of spirit beast and the price he had to pay. One had to know that duplicating and sticking a high-grade 6th-grade energy-shaking pill only required 50,000 intermediate 6th-grade spirit stones, and with his current stage, he only needed 3 of these pills to break through to the 9th level of the essence gathering stage. Compared to 1,050,000, Chu Zhongtian did not need to calculate to know that he had definitely suffered a great loss. Advancing to the level 7 peak requires 500,000 intermediate 6th-grade spirit stones. Then what about advancing to the 6th-grade peak? Suppressing his disappointment, Chu Zhongtian continued to interrogate about the number of spirit stones needed to advance to a higher grade. If the stage was higher and the cost and profit were unbalanced, he would need to seriously consider whether or not it was appropriate to continue supporting the spirit beast. Replying to Master, if it is still that grade of spirit stones, it would need at least 10 times more to advance to the 6th grade peak. Without any calculations, the spirit beast opened its mouth and poured over. The number that came out of the spirit beast's mouth caused Chu Zhongtian to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. More than 10 times the number, that was to say, the spirit beast wanted to break through to the 6th grade peak stage. This was about 1/5 of the amount of spirit stones he had collected. Moreover, this was only the amount required to break through to the ____, and it didn't include the amount needed to assist him in his cultivation. If I don't provide you with spirit stones, what will happen to you? The huge difference in expenditure and income had already made Chu Zhongtian plan to temporarily give up on cultivating the spirit beast. But before that, he needed to know the consequences of giving up on the spirit beast. If he didn't provide spirit stones, the spirit beast would die. Then, no matter how much he cared about the consumption of spirit stones, he had to protect the spirit beast's life. After all, This was a treasure that he had used as a life-saving trump card to obtain in the end. If I don't have the spiritual qi for me to absorb, then I will fall into a deep slumber. When Master will provide me with the spiritual qi, I will wake up. Chu Zhongtian's tone of wanting to give up did not cause the spirit beast to have any dissatisfaction. His tone was exactly the same as before. Chu, are you planning to give up on supporting the spirit beast? Just as Chu Zhongtian decided to temporarily give up on supporting the spirit beast and let it sleep, Elder Huang's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Elder Huang, you're back. My master didn't do anything to you, right? After hearing Elder Huang's voice, Chu Zhongtian temporarily forgot about the troubles brought about by the spirit beast and hurriedly asked. After all, Elder Huang had helped him even more than Zhao and Juan. For a short period of time, he couldn't leave Elder Huang's help. No, your master is a man with a unique eyesight. He is a man who is not bound by the rules of the secular world. He not only accepted my existence, he agreed to keep me in your mind, and even gifted me a portion of pills that can restore the power of the divine soul. When mentioning Zhao and Juan, Elder Huang praised him from the bottom of his heart. Elder Huang, my master is a person who doesn't want to suffer any losses. Not only did he allow you to continue staying in my sea of consciousness, he also gifted you a pill to recover your divine soul. I'm afraid that you will have to pay a price as well. Elder Huang's praise for Zhao and Juan made Chu Zhongtian heave a sigh of relief. However, when he thought of the rumors about Zhao and Juan, he didn't believe that Elder Huang could make Zhao and Juan let him go with just a few words. Moreover, he even selflessly gifted him some medicinal pills that could restore the power of the divine soul. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Cultivation Chamber. Chu, after talking to your master in detail, I have a feeling that your master is definitely not an ordinary person. His future achievements will be many times more outstanding than those titled Supreme level that I have seen before. So, for your sake, I will give him some of the insights of some titled Supreme level warriors. With the insights of these titled Supreme level warriors, your master will definitely break through to the titled Supreme level in 3 to 5 years. Elder Huang didn't care about the hint of ridicule in Chu Zhongtian's words. He still praised Zhao and Juan and praised his excellence. In 3 to 5 years, Zhao and Juan would be able to break through to the titled Supreme level. When he heard Elder Huang's judgment of Zhao and Juan's strength, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but feel happy for him and himself. As his cultivation speed increased, and his talent became more and more outstanding, it had seriously threatened the interests of some people. Currently, his cultivation base was still low, and they were only using some small tricks to frame him, preventing him from increasing his cultivation base. When he broke through to the Divine Soul stage and longevity period, he would be able to maintain this speed of advancement. He was afraid that some people wouldn't be able to sit still any longer, and would carry out assassinations on him to prevent him from becoming stronger and affecting their interests. If Zhao and Juan could break through to the titled Supreme level in such a short period of time, it would become a strong deterrent to some people, and it would also give them more time to improve their cultivation base. Chu, let's not talk about your master for now. When I returned to your sea of consciousness just now, I saw you frowning. Was it because of the enormous consumption of spirit beast that you had such a resolute look on your face? You intend to give up on providing for the spirit beast. Zhao and Juan's outstanding performance had made Elder Huang admire him. And a strong stimulus. Before his body was damaged, he was a famous monster-level genius in the central domain. He was also a formation master whose name shook the entire Eternal Continent. In the future, he would definitely become a double-titled Supreme level with the formation as his main cultivation base. He was a group of people who could decide the fate of the Eternal Continent. However, the destruction of his body had destroyed his dream. Therefore, he urgently needed to restore his body and restore his dream. The hope of restoring his body as soon as possible was all on Chu Zhongtian. He would never give up any chance to improve his cultivation base and strength. That's right. Chu Zhongtian didn't deny his own thoughts. He analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of cultivating the spirit beast in detail to prove that he had no choice but to give up on cultivating the spirit beast. Chu, how many spirit stones do you have with you right now? Elder Huang did not say much about Chu Zhongtian's analysis. Instead, he changed the topic to his collection of spirit stones. 6 million and 10 million 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, 23 million 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone, 10 million 6th grade middle-rank spirit stone, and 7 million level 5 intermediate spirit stones. 6 million 23 million upper level 4, 10 million 7 million spirit stones, and 40,000 upper level 4 spirit stones. He linked his consciousness with the storage ring finger and the storage bag, and counted the number of spirit stones. Chu Zhongtian said without hiding anything. Chu, I hope you can take all of the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, as well as the 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone. They were all given to the spirit beast for it to absorb and refine. When he breaks through to the level 7 peak and can help you improve your cultivation base, you'll decide whether you want to give up on cultivating them or not. Elder Huang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard Chu Zhongtian's stockpile of spirit stones, because he didn't think that Chu Zhongtian would actually collect so many spirit stones during the month he refined the 3-yang soul returning pill. It seemed that he must have experienced something he didn't know about during this month. After calming himself down, Elder Huang asked Chu Zhongtian to give it a try based on the amount of spirit stones needed to advance his spirit beast and the amount of energy needed to help Chu Zhongtian advance his cultivation base. All right, if the person asking wasn't Elder Huang, even if it was Zhao and Juan, Chu Zhongtian needed to think about it carefully and see if it was appropriate to do so. However, in the face of Elder Huang's request, Chu Zhongtian nodded his head without any worries. With his mind, he linked the storage ring finger and the storage bag, sending all the stored 8th grade low-rank spirit stone and 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone into the isolated space formed by the spiritual habitat ball. Seeing so many spirit stones suddenly appearing in the spatial zone, the spirit beast, which had originally looked a little depressed because Chu Zhongtian had decided to give up on cultivating it, immediately became energetic. It opened its bloody mouth and began to devour the spirit stones inside the isolated space. The small mountain of spirit stones was swallowed by the spirit beast in large mouthfuls. With a speed that could be seen with the naked eye, they quickly disappeared. Chu, if you want to refine so many spirit stones, the spirit beast will need at least 3 hours. Therefore, during this period of time, you can continue to experience and comprehend the process of refinement. Increase your own accumulation. Seeing the spirit beast gobbling up the spirit stones, Elder Huang, who was afraid that Chu Zhongtian would feel sorry for the spirit stones, hurry up and distract him. All right. After withdrawing his consciousness from the isolated space, Chu Zhongtian responded. After that, he took out the 4 divine beasts fist technique and continued to comprehend the essence of the fist technique. After a short exchange with Zhou Qi, Chu Zhongtian discovered that martial skills also had an unimaginable effect on the growth of a martial artist's strength. The reason why he didn't feel it deeply in the past was because his own martial skills improved very quickly. Among the opponents he fought, other than the Hua Mountain sword sex Lu Yuan, he was barely able to surpass him in terms of sword technique martial skills. The remaining opponents made him unable to feel the significant effect of the martial skill on the improvement of his strength. Therefore, during the cultivation process, his main focus was to improve his cultivation base and increase the momentum that could aid him in battle. Thus, he did not pay too much attention to the cultivation of the technique. Now, through his exchange with Zhou Qi, he had made him understand his mistakes in the past. Therefore, there was one more thing in his cultivation plan, and that was to take some time to improve his martial skills. The reason why he chose the 4 divine beasts fist technique was that through his understanding and comprehension of the 4 divine beasts fist technique, not only would it allow him to master a set of powerful fist technique martial skills, it would also allow him to significantly improve his other martial skills. 0. As his thoughts fell into the comprehension of the 4 divine beasts fist technique, Chu Zhongtian forgot about the passing of time. Only when Elder Huang's voice rang out did he wake up from his comprehension. Elder Huang, the spirit beast has advanced to the level 7 peak. Elder Huang waking him up at this time must be because the spirit beast had advanced successfully. Thus, when Chu Zhongtian woke up, He subconsciously asked about the situation of the spirit beast. That's right. After answering, Elder Huang's tone was filled with anticipation as he said, Chu, calm your mind and focus. Start to accept the energy transformed from the spirit beast. His consciousness linked to the spirit beast in the isolated space and ordered him to start assisting in his cultivation. As an unimaginably pure energy entered his body from the spirit beast's body, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed an unimaginable expression when he felt this pure energy. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Cultivation Chamber. Ever since Chu Zhongtian was able to cultivate again until now, he had absorbed a lot of spirit stones, medicinal pills, spirit fruit, red liquid, and many other treasures that contained energy. There was no lack of extremely pure energy, but the pure energy. Compared to the energy that was transformed from the spirit beast, it could not be said that there was a world of difference between the heavens and the earth. However, the difference was huge. At this moment, he finally understood why Elder Huang wanted him to give it a try. After that, he decided to give up on cultivating the spirit beast. It turned out that he wanted to convert the energy from the spirit beast. He wanted to improve his own strength so that he could cultivate the spirit beast willingly. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian's gratitude towards Elder Huang increased a little, and his reliance on Elder Huang increased a little, just as Chu Zhongtian was lamenting the purity of the spirit beast's energy conversion. The pure energy that flowed into his body unceasingly began to automatically purify the perfect Dantian. It was a very pure energy to begin with. Although the energy that was transferred from the spirit beast's body wasn't much, the energy was constantly being transferred. Therefore, the vital spirit in the perfect Dantian was constantly being purified. 10 minutes later, all the purified vital spirit were purified. It started to break through to the 9th level of the essence gathering stage. Originally, because of the perfect Dantian, the bottle's diameter wasn't sturdy. After breaking through to the 9th level of the essence gathering stage, not only did the pure energy that the spirit beast poured into him not decrease, but it also helped him break through to the 9th level of the essence gathering stage. Instead, it increased exponentially, and the pure energy was compressed into the perfect Dantian. It made it so that he didn't need to consume the stabilizing pill, nor did he need to endure the pain of the perfect Dantian shattering and reforming. 30 minutes later, as the perfect Dantian was enlarged by several times, his cultivation base smoothly rose to the essence gathering stage peak of the 9th layer. Chu Zhongtian could feel the power of the pure energy, and he wanted to borrow the pure energy from the spirit beast. He wanted to break through to the essence gathering stage 10th layer grand perfection in one go, but the pure energy from the spirit beast began to decrease. Finally, it stopped. Elder Huang, it's worth it. After the inputting of pure energy stopped, Chu Zhongtian, who was connected to the spirit beast, knew that this was the exhaustion of the energy conversion. Therefore, he temporarily stopped cultivating and praised Elder Huang in his mind. The spirit beast's ability to transform the energy of spiritual qi was 10 times stronger than the high-grade medicinal pill given by the artifact spirit. This would be an unimaginable speed for his future cultivation. Chu, are you planning to give up on the idea of cultivating the spirit beast? After hearing Chu Zhongtian's praise, Elder Huang said in a carefree manner, Elder Huang, not only will I not give up on cultivating the spirit beast, I will also increase the intensity of my cultivation. If I consume spirit stones, I will just snatch them away. Go and rob. Chu Zhongtian did not take Elder Huang's teasing to heart. Instead, he decided to cultivate the spirit beast well. In fact, he even wanted to cultivate the ____. In his heart, he had already come up with an idea, which was to find an opportunity to slaughter his way into the Merit Palace. He would extort a portion of spirit stones from the wealthy Merit Palace. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly took out a 1,006th grade middle rank spirit stone from his storage bag and planned to send them into the isolated space. After that, he would let the spirit beast transform into pure energy and strive to raise his cultivation base to the essence gathering stage 10th layer grand perfection. However, Elder Huang stopped him. Chu, are you planning to continue improving your cultivation base and break through to the stage? Seeing Chu Zhongtian taking out the spirit stones, Elder Huang quickly asked. That's right. The energy from the spirit beast is too pure. I plan to break through to the essence gathering stage 10th layer grand perfection in one go, without hiding anything from him. Chu Zhongtian told him the truth. Chu, the first 9 levels of the essence gathering stage 10th layer grand perfection is different. If you want to break through this stage, you have to open up a new middle dantian in the middle abdomen. Therefore, breaking through this stage requires not only pure energy, but also energy. I hope that you will be able to comprehend it for a period of time. After accumulating it for a period of time, I will choose to break through to the 10th level of the essence gathering stage. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's idea of continuing to improve his cultivation base, Elder Huang could tell from his own condition that he was going to break through to the 10th level of the Inauthentic. He gave a suggestion that was not suitable for breaking through for the time being. After carefully experiencing the meaning of Elder Huang's words, Chu Zhongtian felt that he was indeed a little too impatient. Therefore, he decided to give up on the idea of breaking through for the time being. Instead, he wanted to experience the breakthrough of the stage. He wanted to know how to break through to the essence gathering stage 10th layer grand perfection better when it came to the changes in his own strength. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who had accepted his suggestion and was about to take action, Elder Huang nodded his head in satisfaction. There were too many known secret realm in Southern Domain. Even titled Supreme Level didn't know how many secret realm existed in Southern Domain. However, according to the size of the secret realm, the amount of treasures it contained, and the degree of danger in the secret realm, the known secret realm was classified and ranked. As for the top 10 places in the secret realm, the space within each of them wasn't smaller than a continent. The amount and quality of the treasures contained within each secret realm was shocking. Similarly, the degree of danger was also quite serious. Heaven Baron Secret Realm was ranked 5th among the 10 Great Secret Realm. Unlike the other 9 ranked top 10 Secret Realm, if one wanted to enter the other 9 ranked top 10 Secret Realm, the lowest requirement for cultivation was to reach the Divine Soul stage. As for the top 3, the lowest requirement to enter the Secret Realm was to reach the Great Tao period. However, not only did Heaven Baron Secret Realm not have the lowest requirement for a warrior stage, it also had the highest limitation. Even if you were just a little rookie at the first level of the Qi refining stage, you could still enter the Secret Realm. However, those who had reached the Supreme level could not enter the Secret Realm. Of course, as the Supreme level expert of the 9 major powers and one of the few Supreme level expert in the rogue cultivator world, the opening of the Heaven Baron Secret Realm was in their hands. If you weren't a disciple of the 9 major powers, and if you weren't one of the few direct disciples of the Supreme Expert, it would be a daydream for you to enter the Heaven Baron Secret Realm. As one of the top 10 Secret Realm in the Southern Domain, the Heaven Baron Secret Realm opened once every 10 years. Every time it opened, there was a limit to the number of people who entered the Secret Realm. The number of disciples each major power sent out was allocated in advance. Take the Floating Cloud sect for example. Every time the Heaven Baron Secret Realm opened, the number of disciples who could enter the Secret Realm would be limited. There was a total of 1 Qi refining stage disciple and 3 body refining stage disciples, 5 Qi transforming period stage disciples, and 7 essence gathering stage disciples, 9 divine soul period stage disciples, and 11 longevity period stage disciples. As for Great Tao period to Emperor Realm peak experts, there were no restrictions. Of course, even if there were no restrictions, the higher-ups of the 9 major powers wouldn't send many experts above the Great Tao into Heaven Baron Secret Realm. The Heaven Baron Secret Realm was full of danger. The stronger one was, the more danger they would encounter. Experts above the Great Tao period were the true cornerstone of a sect and family. They were the hope for a sect and family to prosper for a long time. Losing such an expert was an unbearable pain for both sects and families. Therefore, after every opening of the Heavenly Desolate, the number of Great Tao period experts who chose to enter the Heaven Baron Secret Realm was usually 3 to 5. This was something that the 9 major powers could bear. The number of people sent into the Heaven Baron Secret Realm by the remaining 8 major powers was basically the same as the number of people sent by the Floating Cloud sect. The only difference was that there were either 1 more or 1 less expert above the Great Tao. As for the supreme level warriors of the Rogue Cultivator, Each stage could only send one disciple. The Luo Yun Kingdom was located in the southwest direction of the southern domain. It was located in a remote location, which made the Luo Yun Kingdom's national strength not very strong. According to the classification of the aristocratic families, Luo Yun barely belonged to the level 7 kingdom. The strongest warrior in the kingdom was still an essence-gathering stage 3rd layer peak warrior. Although the national strength wasn't strong, due to the unique geographical location, as well as the secret control of the higher-ups of the 9 major powers in southern domain, Luo Yun was rarely invaded by other powers. The security in the entire kingdom was still considered good, and the lives of the people in the country were still relatively peaceful. Second day of the new year, dragon raising its head. In the southwestern direction of Funing, several hundred kilometers away, a motionless cloud was suddenly torn apart by a powerful force in the air. A crack that could allow 2 people to pass appeared in the middle of the torn cloud. Then warriors walked out of the gap one after another. Master, this must be the place where the Heaven Baron's secret realm is opened. After the 7th man passed through the crack, he waved his hand and the crack gradually closed and disappeared. Standing on a huge cloud over 10,000 miles above Funing City, a young 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period warrior asked with an excited expression. That's right. This is the entrance to Heaven Baron's secret realm. The last person to pass through the gap was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. His hair was slightly grayish-white as he replied, Master, it seems like we are the first batch of experts to arrive here. The body refining stage youth looked around and said with a proud expression. As soon as he finished speaking, in the void several thousand meters away from him, a gap that could allow 3 people to pass through at the same time was instantly ripped open. Then, 2 or 3 martial artists walked out of the gap in groups. When the last powerhouse that left the gap flattened the gap, the number of martial artists that appeared in the air reached 40. When the 40 warriors were standing in the air and there was an even bigger cloud, among the first group of people, the lively body refining stage warrior stared at the crowd that suddenly appeared in the air. However, a 7th level divine soul stage warrior next to him rushed out and reminded, Little Wu, don't worry, keep an eye on them. They are still the Jifeng family, one of the 9 major powers. They are people we can't afford to offend. The Jifeng family that is famous for its speed. Upon hearing his senior brother's warning, the martial artist called Little Wu quickly retracted his gaze, and said with a surprised expression, That's right. In the entire southern domain, if the Jifeng family thinks that their speed is second, then no major power or expert would dare to claim that their speed is first. The longevity period warrior amongst the 7 men sighed. As soon as his sigh faded, the void that was hundreds of meters away from the Jifeng family was torn into 2 gaps that could allow 3 people to pass through. After that, 40 warriors with the same number of people walked out from each gap. Second senior brother, who are they? With just a glance, Xiao Wu hurriedly lowered his head and asked the senior brother beside him for guidance. The people on the east side are the experts of Chu family, one of the 9 major powers. The people on the west side are from the Xia family, one of the 9 major powers. The experienced divine soul stage experts introduced the people to their junior brother, who was called Xiao Wu, in detail. Not long after the warriors of Chu family and Xia family arrived in the void above Funing City was ripped apart 4 times by a powerful force, one from the front, one from the back, one from the right, and one from the left. From the 4 cracks, warriors with different numbers walked out one after another. Little Wu, 8 warriors appeared in the first crack. Just like us, they are all rogue cultivator, the one standing in the middle of the crowd. It's Xia Yi, whose name has shaken the southern domain. He is known as the Divine Claw Hand. He is a cruel and merciless supreme-level expert. The 7 warriors who appeared in the second gap are also the same rogue cultivator. Standing at the very back of the crowd, there is an old man with a smile on his face. People call him the Smiling Tiger Hao Ren, and he is also a cruel and merciless supreme-level expert. The 40 warriors who appeared in the third gap are still from the Ouyang family, one of the 9 major powers who specialize in strange weapons, the Jade Flying Fan. As for the 40 warriors who appeared in the fourth gap, they are also from the 9 major powers. They are from the Yen family, one of the 9 major powers, one of the 5 major families. When the introduction of the Yen family was made, the Divine Soul Stage warrior couldn't help but secretly glance at the center of the crowd. The two of them looked exactly the same, but each of them was devastatingly beautiful. A peerless girl who could make men go crazy. After the Ouyang family and Yen family appeared in the void, for a period of time, the void was torn 4 more times, but the warriors who came out from the cracks 4 times, basically there were 7 or 8 of them. In other words, they were also rogue cultivator. 5. When the last batch of rogue cultivator experts appeared, the void above Funing City became calm for a short period of time. After a full half an hour, there was a great Dao realm expert from the Chu family. When he was getting impatient, the void calmed down for nearly half an hour. And this time, the torn void was enough to allow 4 people to pass through at the same time. Moreover, the first person that came out of the torn void was not a martial artist, but a black smoke that emitted a pungent smell of aura. Demon Heart Sect. Without needing Senior Brother Divine Soul Stage's introduction, through the black smoke that came from the gap, Xiao Wu knew that the martial artist this time came from one of the 9 major powers, the Demon Heart Sect, one of the 3 major sects. Kaka, little girl Meng Shi of Yen family, I was careless that day. You actually let me take you away from my hands, and after you enter the Heaven Baron's secret realm, let's see how I'm going to torture you. Among the experts of Demon Heart Sect who had left the gap, one of them had a slightly fat expression on his face. He was a middle-aged man with a gloomy temperament and a long scar on his face. He smiled strangely at a man with an outstanding appearance in the Yen family. A young woman in her 30s threatened. Old Manning Xian, I had important matters to attend to at that time, so I didn't want to get entangled with you. Do you think I'm afraid of you? In the face of the scar-faced man's threat, the beautiful young woman known as Meng Shi, die. Funing, over 10,000 miles in the void. Old Man Xian's silence. Seeing that he had once been defeated, he actually dared to refute him in front of his face. The scarred man seemed to have received a great insult, and a strong imposing aura rose from his body. Judging from his murderous look, it was obvious that he was planning to teach the beautiful young woman a lesson. However, at this moment a white-haired old man from the Demon Heart Sect, with just a few words he calmed the scarred man down. The conflict between the Demon Heart Sect and the Yen family had shocked Xiao Wu, who came from the rogue cultivator. Since the arrival of the 5 families, regardless of whether they were familiar with each other or not, whether or not they had any grudges against each other, they all chose to remain silent. Only the expert from the Demon Heart Sect, one of the 3 major sects, had taken the initiative to stir up trouble the moment he appeared. He did not have any scruples in his actions. It was enough to show that although the 5 major families were on par with the 3 major sects, the 9 major powers of Southern Domain, their true strength was still much weaker than the 3 major sects. While Wu was lamenting the strength and dominance of the major powers, the void in front of him was torn apart once more, and from a small opening in the spatial crack, everyone present could clearly feel the sharp sword energy coming from the crack. Without needing to look or guess, everyone knew that the person who tore the void apart this time was from the Hua Mountain Sword Sect, which was a pure sword cultivator, one of the 3 major sects. Sure enough, the sharp sword energy quickly expanded the gap to a passageway that could accommodate 5 people at the same time. Just as the warriors of the Hua Mountain Sword Sect, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, walked out of the spatial gap, the void that was only 100 meters away from them was torn apart once again. This time, a clear and all-encompassing aura came out of the tier. Without looking or guessing, everyone present knew that the 3 major sects were about to appear. Their strength had clearly surpassed the Demon Heart Sect and the Floating Cloud Sect of the Hua Mountain Sword Sect. Senior Brother Chu. When the people from the Floating Cloud Sect passed through the gap and appeared in the sky above Funing City, a surprised voice came from the Hua Mountain Sword Sect. Chu Zhongtian, who was standing among the people from the Floating Cloud Sect, heard a familiar voice and immediately turned his head to look. Immediately, he saw Lu Yuan, who had a good relationship with him and was said to be born for the sword. Junior Brother Lu. Chu Zhongtian cupped his fists and greeted him warmly. He approached Lu Yuan and observed his cultivation base. When he found out that Lu Yuan was already a 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. When he left the Chu family, Chu Zhongtian knew how long it would take for him to leave the young generation and the young generation of his family. When he broke through to the Qi transforming period and revealed his monster-level cultivation base, he knew that his cultivation base and experience would no longer be the same as his friends and fellow disciples that he had just made friends with. The truth had also proved his conjecture. In the southern domain, there were very few people of the same generation who could follow his path of cultivation. It was so rare that Chu Zhongtian had yet to find one. While Chu Zhongtian was observing Lu Yuan's cultivation base, Lu Yuan was also observing Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base at the same time. It had been half a year since they last met in the snekflocks of the Azura secret realm. He was eager to know. What kind of stage was this that he couldn't see through? However, when he really wanted to observe Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base, he found that he couldn't see through it at all. There were only two situations in which he couldn't see his cultivation base clearly. Either he was an ordinary person from the bottom of his heart, and there wasn't even a trace of his cultivation base in the Dantian, or his opponent's cultivation base had exceeded his by an entire great stage, making it impossible for him to detect it. Not only was Chu Zhongtian not an ordinary person, but his talent and comprehension ability weren't any weaker than his. This also meant that the opponent's cultivation base had broken through to the Qi transforming period, and had reached the essence gathering stage. Martial Nephew Lu, your friend's cultivation base has already reached the essence gathering stage 10th layer grand perfection stage. Also, the vital spirit in the middle Dantian and the lower Dantian is rich and pure, as long as it can further refine one's soul. Naturally, one will be able to step into the divine soul stage. As a peerless swordsman born for the sword of Hua Mountain Sword Sect, Lu Yuan could be said to be one of the hopes that Hua Mountain Sword Sect would become stronger in the future. Therefore, the Sword Sect had always attached great importance to his safety. This time, there was a King Realm expert guarding him during the opening of the Heaven Baron secret realm. It was this King Realm expert who had seen through Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base and told Lu Yuan the truth. Peak Essence Gathering Stage. Hearing the introduction of the martial uncle of the sect, Lu Yuan stared at Chu Zhongtian with his mouth agape. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. It was already unbelievable that Chu Zhongtian could break through to the essence gathering stage, but he could still accept it. After all, he had seen the fear of Chu Zhongtian's advancement before. However, he couldn't believe that ___ could break through to the 10th level of the essence gathering stage and open the second Dantian. Last time they met in the Azura secret realm snekflocks, Chu Zhongtian was a 9th layer peak of the body refining period, and he was an 8th layer peak of the body refining period. He had obtained 100 years' worth of blood core from the Azura secret realm snekflocks, as well as the things that the sect had prepared for him in advance. A pill that could increase the cultivation talent's potential. When he broke through to the Qi transforming period, the amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth he had drawn had exceeded 10,000 miles, reaching 10,444 miles. He had become the 4th monster-level disciple of the Hua Mountain Sword Sect. At the same time, with the help of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the upper-level 5 Qi condensation pill, it only took him less than a month to break through to the 3rd layer peak of the Qi transforming period. After that, he stayed in the secret realm, which was specially used by the Sword Sect to refine Qi transforming period stage disciples. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and in just 4 short months, his cultivation base had already advanced to the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period, and it wasn't far from breaking through to the essence gathering stage. His speed of advancement had broken many records in the Hua Mountain Sword Sect, and he had become the #1 person among the higher-ups of the sect. Originally, in just half a year's time, his cultivation base had directly advanced to the great stage. He believed that his cultivation base had already surpassed Chu Zhongtian's, and that he was far behind him. Now that he knew Chu Zhongtian's true cultivation base, the pressure that had accumulated in his heart suddenly relaxed. It made him feel relaxed. Since he couldn't surpass Chu Zhongtian, he might as well make him his target. Perhaps it was also a good choice for him. Senior brother Chu, I admire you. After relieving the pressure in his heart, Lu Yuan's mind state cultivation base advanced a step further, and he praised with a smile on his face. Junior brother Lu, you are also very outstanding. The only thing you lack is some opportunities. Chu Zhongtian had always seen the changes in Lu Yuan's spirit and expression. Chu Zhongtian also admired him for being able to figure it out so quickly. If this matter was related to him, he didn't know if he could adjust his mind in a very short period of time like Lu Yuan. Funing, above the sky, just as Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yuan were talking to each other, he did not notice. Among the people of Hua Mountain Sword Sect, there was one who had reached the essence gathering stage 5th layer peak. A handsome young man with a feminine temperament was staring at him with a sinister expression. What Chu Zhongtian didn't know was that it wasn't just the Hua Mountain Sword Sect, but also the Demon Heart Sect, Xia family, and Ouyang family. There was also a young disciple in the Yen family who was staring at Chu Zhongtian. In their eyes, it's either in poison, fear, or curiosity. Junior brother Lu, when we have time in the future, let's talk about it in detail. Seeing that the sect expert had already chosen the cloud to stand on, Chu Zhongtian planned to end Han Xian and return to Zhao Enjuan's side. Senior brother Chu, on the 5th of May, I will follow the elders of the sect to visit the floating cloud sect. At that time, senior brother Chu must treat junior brother well, Lu Yuan said with a smile. All right, on the 5th of May, I will be waiting for junior brother Lu in Hidden Dragon Peak. Chu Zhongtian cupped his fist and turned around, returning to Zhao Enjuan's side. Chu, when did you offend so many enemies? Chu Zhongtian had just returned to Zhao Enjuan's side, and before he could explain himself, he asked with a surprised expression on his face while he was still in the relationship with Lu Yuan. Because Chu Zhongtian hadn't seen Lu Yuan for a long time, he was so excited that he didn't notice those eyes that were watching him. However, Zhao Enjuan had been paying attention to Chu Zhongtian all this time, in case something unexpected happened to him. However, he noticed those few pairs of eyes that were staring at Chu Zhongtian. Master, your disciple is an honest child. I have never provoked trouble. When did I offend my enemy? Zhao Enjuan's first sentence had completely confused Chu Zhongtian. However, not only did Zhao Enjuan not believe Chu Zhongtian's reply, many experts and disciples of the sect also looked at him with disdain. Just because his friend was caught, he charged into law enforcement peak with his saber. After killing nearly 1,000 people, Deputy Mountain Lord and Su Xiaojie of the law enforcement peak not only forced him to release his friend, but also forced him to release his friend. If such a person was honest, then he would have to apologize to ____. Then they'll be good babies. What's the matter with that essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer disciple from the Hua Mountain Sword Sect? Zhao Enjuan pointed his finger at the group of people from the Hua Mountain Sword Sect and reminded them. Chu Zhongtian raised his head and immediately thought of the person Zhao Enjuan was pointing at. With a helpless tone, he said, "This person is called Lin Aochuan. You met him when you arranged for me to go to Purgatory City to undergo cultivation. There was a little misunderstanding between them. In fact, the reason why he had a conflict with Lin Aochuan was because Lin Aochuan was too arrogant. He thinks too highly of himself. If he didn't think that he was the strongest in Secret Realm, he could control everything, and he was obviously biased towards Lang Yun. It was impossible for him to have any conflict with Lin Aochuan because of Lu Yuan. However, the thing that surprised Chu Zhongtian the most was that he suspected that a peerless expert had been left behind in cavern. When faced with the peerless weapon's explosive power that could destroy everything, how did Lin Aochuan escape from the sweeping power? And how did he escape from cavern? Because he had been staring at Chu Zhongtian with a sinister gaze. When Chu Zhongtian's gaze fell upon him, Lin Aochuan was the first to notice it. He immediately whispered a few words to a middle-aged expert beside him. After that, the middle-aged expert raised his head and looked at Chu Zhongtian. A trace of fierce, killing intent flashed across his eyes. However, when he saw Zhao Enjuan standing beside Chu Zhongtian and looking at him with a sneer, his face instantly turned pale, and he lowered his head. He immediately told Lin Aochuan not to easily attack Chu Zhongtian in the future. What happened to that man? When the middle-aged man beside Lin Aochuan lowered his head due to fear, Zhao Enjuan moved his finger and pointed in the direction of Demon Heart Sect. That man is Xian Huang from the One Emperor, Three Kings and Nine Marquises, one of the younger generation of the Demon Heart Sect. He has been through many trials and tribulations in the Azura secret realm. Under Zhao Enjuan's signal, Chu Zhongtian saw Xian Huang hiding behind the experts of the Demon Heart Sect. He introduced ____ in a very casual manner. Oh! Chu Zhongtian's explanation made Zhao Enjuan recall that when Chu Zhongtian ended the Azura secret realm, he had told Zhao Enjuan about the matter of killing the genius disciples of Demon Heart Sect. At that time, Zhao Enjuan didn't take it to heart. At this moment, after hearing Chu Zhongtian's reminder, he suddenly realized something. Among the 13 young experts of One Emperor, Three Kings and Nine Marquises, almost half of the disciples were killed by Chu Zhongtian. In the end, Xian Huang had no choice but to apologize in order to save his life. At this moment, it was normal for Xian Huang to look at Chu Zhongtian with his vicious eyes. Just like Lin Aochuan, when he found out that Chu Zhongtian had noticed him, Xian Huang also mentioned Chu Zhongtian to the middle-aged expert beside him. He heard that Chu Zhongtian was the murderer who slaughtered the disciples of Demon Heart Sect in Azura secret realm. When he finally used some unknown method to escape from their encirclement, the middle-aged expert of Demon Heart Sect raised his head. He glared at Chu Zhongtian. Even when he saw Zhao Enjuan standing beside Chu Zhongtian, he still didn't conceal the intense killing intent on his body. What? You want to attack? When he saw the experts of Demon Heart Sect, he didn't care about his own existence at all. Zhao Enjuan didn't reveal any of his qi when he was about to attack Chu Zhongtian in front of him. He only asked a question in return. However, it was this simple sentence that made the face of the white-haired old man of Demon Heart Sect change. The white-haired old man turned his head and glared at the middle-aged man and Xian Huang. Then he turned his head and gave Zhao Enjuan an apologetic look. Regarding this, Zhao Enjuan only sneered and didn't give the old white-haired man any response. After that, he pointed his finger at the Ouyang family and asked in confusion, "Then, how did you offend the Ouyang family?" When Chu Zhongtian introduced the Azura secret realm, he didn't mention that he had a conflict with the disciples of the Ouyang family. 5. That person is called Ouyang Haoyu. He is a friend of Lu Yuan. He had a slight disagreement when distributing the 100-year blood core and blood essence. My lord let him go in large numbers, but I didn't expect him to be so narrow-minded. He still hates me until now. Chu Zhongtian said disdainfully when he saw Ouyang Haoyu standing beside the expert of Ouyang family. To tell the truth, he was the one who asked for it when he had a conflict with Ouyang Haoyu. It wasn't that he hadn't taken Chu Zhongtian into consideration when distributing the blood core and blood essence, but he had a high opinion of himself and looked down on others, forcing Chu Zhongtian to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, Ouyang Haoyu was different from Lin Aochuan and Xian Huang. He didn't complain to the experts of his family. Instead, he clenched his right hand tightly, looking like he was challenging them. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian didn't pay any attention to it. Funing, above the sky. Regarding Ouyang Haoyu's provocation, Chu Zhongtian did not take it to heart at all, because Ouyang Haoyu's qualifications and talent were far inferior to Lu Yuan's. When they fought in the Azura secret realm Snekflocks, Ouyang Haoyu was also an 8th layer peak of the body refining period. Now, half a year had passed and he was only a chi transforming period 4th layer peak. Not to mention challenging him, he didn't even have the qualifications to challenge him. Chu Zhongtian's contemptuous eyes had infuriated Ouyang Haoyu. He wished he could challenge him now and show him the results of his recent hard work. However, after hearing the explanation of Chu Zhongtian's current cultivation base from his elders, the anger in his heart vanished completely. Then, how are you related to the Xia family? Zhao Enjuan was very dissatisfied with Chu Zhongtian's casual introduction of the grudges between him and the Ouyang family. However, considering the location of the conflict was Azura secret realm, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction in his heart for the time being. After that, he pointed at the people of Xia family. Chu Zhongtian glanced at them and a trace of doubt flashed across his face, because he didn't remember having any relationship with the Xia family. But when he stood next to Supreme Expert 1, when the baby-faced boy showed him a fawning smile, Only then did Chu Zhongtian remember that he knew this baby-faced youth. You should have an impression of this person as well. Chu Zhongtian smiled at the baby-faced youth and reminded him. Is that so? He should know this baby-faced youth. Chu Zhongtian's reminder. Zhao Enjuan began to carefully recall his memories. But after searching through all the images in his mind, he really couldn't remember who this baby-faced youth in front of him was. That young man is called Xia Lo. I met him in Azura's secret realm. He was also the first person to chase after me, but he wasn't killed by me in the end. Seeing that Zhao Enjuan really couldn't remember who that baby-faced young man was, Chu Zhongtian knew that his reminder just now had made things difficult for him. Although the divine sense and power of the divine soul he had left in his life-saving jade pendant were only peak of the divine soul period, he was supreme-level expert himself. How could he possibly pay attention to Xia Lo, who was only a body-refining stage warrior at that time? Master, when I was being chased by that strange creature, and I had no choice but to use my trump card to save my life, that young man called Xia Lo was nearby. I thought you had noticed him. Tisk, all the disciples in the second level of the Azura secret realm are at the body-refining stage. I'm a mighty supreme-level warrior. How could I possibly notice such a small figure? Just as Chu Zhongtian had guessed, Zhao Enjuan had never paid attention to Xia Lo's existence. At the same time, he was also very dissatisfied with Chu Zhongtian's underestimation of him. Chu, although I know that you are very good at flirting, but I never thought that you would be able to provoke one of the two pearls of the Yen family. Truly amazing. Perhaps it was because he was dissatisfied with Chu Zhongtian's underestimation, but when he pointed to his next target, Zhao Enjuan couldn't help but tease him. Following the direction pointed by Zhao Enjuan, Chu Zhongtian quickly saw Yem Danshan standing among the experts of Yen family, but what surprised him was that there was actually a second Yem Danshan standing in the crowd. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked straight at the group of people from Yen family. There were two beautiful girls who looked exactly the same. Chu Zhongtian quickly discovered the difference between the two girls. Among them, the one who had a fiery temperament and deliberately avoided his gaze was the one who had entangled with him in the Azura secret realm, Yem Danshan. The other girl who had a water-like temperament and looked very shy when he was paying attention to her was very likely the elder sister or younger sister of Yem Danshan's twins. After recognizing the identities of these two peerless girls, Chu Zhongtian retracted his gaze and hurriedly explained to Zhao Enjuan. Actually, it was for Dongfang Yongping to hear. Master, among the two girls, I only know that girl with a fiery temperament. Her name is Yem Danshan, a crazy woman, back in the Azura secret realm Snekflocks. I don't know how I managed to provoke her, but she has always held a grudge against me. At the same time, I have to make it clear that the person in her heart is the Qin Empire's Qin Yuanshuang. It has nothing to do with me. Is that so? Zhao Enjuan looked at Chu Zhongtian with a smile that wasn't a smile. Then he turned his head and looked at the void, ignoring him. Dongfang Yongping looked at him with a questioning gaze. As Dongfang Yunar's brother, Dongfang Yongping had never seen Dongfang Yunar's true face after she became an adult. Therefore, when he saw the two beautiful girls that moved his heart, he couldn't help but doubt them. He suspected that Chu Zhongtian had an indescribable relationship with these two girls. Big brother Dongfang, I can swear to the heavens that I really have nothing to do with that girl. You must not speak nonsense with Yun. The doubt in Dongfang Yongping's eyes made Chu Zhongtian anxious. He did not even hesitate to swear an oath to prove his innocence. Zhongtian, I believe you. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was eager to prove himself and even made an oath to prove himself, Dongfang Yongping, who understood his personality, finally chose to believe him. However, he changed his tone and asked Chu Zhongtian about Yem Danshan, and the origin of a girl who looked exactly the same as Yem Danshan. In order to prove his innocence, he told Undersur about how he knew Yem Danshan. He told Dongfang Yongping everything he knew about her. Big brother Dongfang, you can try to get in touch with that girl with the temperament of water, but I don't agree with you having thoughts about Yem Danshan with that fiery temperament of hers. What Chu Zhongtian didn't notice was that while he was enthusiastically helping Dongfang Yongping analyze and recommend Yem Danshan and her sister, Many experts of Floating Cloud sect were looking at him with complicated expressions. Apart from the Jifeng family, which was known for its speed, and the Chu family, which shared the same surname as him, the 6 major powers of the 9 major powers were closely related to Chu Zhongtian. This reminded them of Zhao Enjuan. Back then, Zhao Enjuan had offended a lot of people because of his way of doing things. However, it was also because of his character that he had befriended a few friends of the same level. This was the reason why he had the courage and confidence to attack law enforcement peak. The current Chu Zhongtian could be said to have walked the same path as Zhao Enjuan. Could it be that Chu Zhongtian would have the courage and confidence to cause internal strife in the sect in the future? It was precisely because of this worry that the experts of Merit Palace and Law Enforcement Peak looked at each other and nodded secretly. In fact, these experts of the sect didn't know that except for the Jifeng family. Chu Zhongtian had never really come into contact with them, but he had not only come into contact with them but also with them. Furthermore, the hatred between them was far more severe than the hatred he had formed now. Funing, above the sky. Just as Chu Zhongtian was introducing and analyzing Yem Danqin and her sister to Dongfang Yongping, just as the numerous powerhouses of Floating Cloud sect were having a myriad of thoughts, in the distant sky, the sound of metal spears and horses galloping could be heard. Along with the sound of the golden axe metal horse, tens of thousands of clouds in the distance seemed to be influenced by some kind of inexplicable force. They quickly gathered together and finally formed a 7-colored cloud road, showing a kind of noble, imposing manner. When the 7-colored cloud road reached the horizon, a war chariot pulled by 7 6th-grade flood dragons seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact, its speed was very fast. On both sides of the war chariot stood 16 peak of the Divine Soul period experts. Behind the war chariot were 40 emperor clans with varying cultivation bases. Looking at the war chariot pulled by the 7 6th-grade flood dragons in the distance, other than the 16 supreme-level warriors who didn't show any reaction, the rest of the people were stunned. Even Chu Zhongtian was shocked. Thinking back to that time, while he was refining in Endless Forest, in the lake near the border between the level 9 and level 8, when he saw the Class 7 Strange Beast and Crimson-Eyed Flood Dragon for the first time, he was shocked. The helplessness he felt when facing a casual strike from the level 7 Crimson-Eyed Flood Dragon was still fresh in Chu Zhongtian's mind. Now, not only was someone controlling the Flood Dragon to pull the carriage, he was also a 6th-grade warrior who was equivalent to a peerless Divine Soul stage warrior amongst human warriors. How could he not be shocked? What a mighty force! Just as the chariot pulled by the 7 6th-grade flood dragons approached the void above Funing City, a half-step Great Tao period warrior from the Demon Heart sect said with a sarcastic tone. Just as his sarcastic voice faded, a pure and flawless mysterious guard, which was formed from force of rule, suddenly stretched out from the chariot and slapped towards the direction of the Demon Heart sect. Your Highness Yusin, please show mercy. When he saw mysterious guard, who had a force of rule in his hand, emerge from the war chariot, a white-haired old man from the Demon Heart sect waved his hand, and an old and skinny man appeared. The palm that also contained a force of rule blocked mysterious guard's attack for the time being. At the same time he pleaded loudly, "Break one of your arms and spare his life." After the white-haired old man stopped mysterious guard, the experts in the war chariot did not seem to be angry. She did not take back the mysterious guard who had the power of law, nor did she continue to attack. She only left behind a cold punishment request. "Thank you, Your Highness, for being magnanimous." Hearing the punishment given by the expert in the war chariot, the white-haired old man from Demon Heart sect revealed a joyful expression. After that, he waved his hand and chopped off one of the half-step Great Tao period's arms. "This is the only time. If there is a next time, my soul will be destroyed." When he saw the white-haired old man personally chop off the man who had offended him just now, he showed his respect to the old man. The expert in the war chariot was too embarrassed to continue pursuing the matter, so he left behind a warning. He drove to the largest cloud in the void. With just a few offensive words, he had cut off the arm of a half-step Great Tao period expert. And it was the kind of injury that couldn't be healed. Chu Zhongtian had finally experienced it deeply. One of the 9 major powers of Southern Domain, the only empire in Southern Domain, was overbearing and domineering. Junior brother Chu, long time no see. How have you been recently? After the people of Qin Empire stood still, a peerless beauty walked out from the crowd. He had an extraordinary temperament, and his cultivation base was at the peak of the Qi realm. However, he gave people the impression that he was a peerless divine soul stage warrior. The young man who walked out from the crowd of the Qin Empire immediately attracted the attention of most of the people present. Among them, Yem Danshan, who came from the Yen family, looked at the young man with undisguised adoration. Senior brother Qin, thank you for your concern. Junior brother's recent days have been peaceful. She signaled Dongfang Yongping to stay put for the time being, and Chu Zhongtian also walked out of the crowd. He stepped on a cloud that had been separated from the crowd to meet the young man. At the same time, he cupped his fists and returned the greeting. When they saw that Chu Zhongtian had a close relationship with the young man from the Qin Empire, some of the experts who knew the origin of the young man were shocked. One should know that this young man who came from the Qin Empire, he wasn't an ordinary man. He was the 99th prince of the Qin Empire, the true overlord of the Qin dynasty. He was one of the top 3 princes in terms of talent and talent. Some people even said that the Duke of Qin had the intention to appoint him as the ruler of the empire. The master of the Qin Empire, which was also the true master of the southern domain, was someone who countless experts wanted to get to know. Junior brother Chu, although I know that you have extraordinary talent, but junior brother, your cultivation speed is still far beyond my expectations. After Chu Zhongtian left the crowd and welcomed Qin Wushuang couldn't help but sigh. As one of the most outstanding princes of Qin Empire, Qin Wushuang possessed the purple dragon token. Not only was his cultivation outstanding, but his eyesight was also unique. Back then, when he first saw Chu Zhongtian on the 97 Snekflocks in Azura's secret realm, he could already tell that Chu Zhongtian was extraordinary. Although his talent and potential couldn't be compared to the top geniuses of Southern Domain, but also a rare genius. Otherwise, with his identity and strength, how could he possibly pay attention to Chu Zhongtian, who had no reputation or background? However, what he didn't expect was that, in just half a year's time, not only had Chu Zhongtian advanced to the essence gathering stage 10th layer grand perfection, his cultivation base had also reached the same level as him. Furthermore, the potential contained within his body had already caught up to those few true geniuses of Southern Domain. This had surprised him for the first time. Compared to senior brother Qin, junior brother is still a long way off. Facing Qin Wushuang's praise, Chu Zhongtian replied modestly. At the same time, he was also shocked by Qin Wushuang's talent and the speed of his cultivation. When they met on the 97th rock of the Azura secret realm Snekflocks, Qin Wushuang was also a 9th layer peak of the body refining period, and his strength was also unfathomable. Now, half a year had passed and he was the same as himself. Not only had his cultivation advanced to the essence gathering stage 10th layer grand perfection, the aura hidden in his body gave people a feeling that he was a peerless divine soul stage warrior. Qin Wushuang was the first person he had met who could advance alongside him in terms of cultivation. He was also the first person who could reach the same level as him in the stage, and he believed that he was no match for his peers. Regarding this, how could Chu Zhongtian not admire him? Junior brother Chu, your situation is different from mine. There is no comparison between us. Facing Chu Zhongtian's humility and praise, Qin Wushuang shook his head. Although his cultivation base was the same as Chu Zhongtian's, essence gathering stage 10th layer grand perfection, and his strength far surpassed Chu Zhongtian's, his age still surpassed Chu Zhongtian's. If one were to judge based on age and talent alone, it was impossible to say who was better between him and Chu Zhongtian. Furthermore, as time passed, the potential in Chu Zhongtian's body continued to increase. In the future, Chu Zhongtian would very likely surpass him. Funing, above the sky. When Qin Wushuang thought of the possibility that Chu Zhongtian's cultivation and strength might surpass his in the future, he felt a trace of shock in his heart. Because he was very clear about his own situation, not to mention his peers in the southern domain. Even if it was the central domain with numerous geniuses, his current talent and potential, his strength was also at the top, and there were only a few geniuses who could surpass him. He never thought that the remote southern domain would have a possibility of surpassing his peers. Furthermore, this young man was even younger than him. How could Qin Wushuang not be shocked? Fortunately, Qin Wushuang wasn't an ordinary person, and he quickly adjusted his attitude. Then he said apologetically, "Junior brother Chu, I'm really sorry. I invited you to participate in the exploration of Secret Realm. Now that something has happened, I'm afraid it will take some time before the excavation can be resumed." "It's all right." Chu Zhongtian shook his head, indicating that he did not mind. At the same time, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Originally, according to the agreement with Qin Wushuang, the expedition to the Secret Realm would take place on the third day after he finished his trial in Heaven Baron's Secret Realm. The reason Chu Zhongtian agreed to accept his invitation back then was because he considered that he only had 5 days to undergo the trial in the Heaven Baron's Secret Realm. If nothing unexpected happened 5 days later, Zhao Enjuan would use the method that allowed him to tear open the void. He would directly send him to the border of Qin Empire so that he could fulfill the promise on time. However, when he broke through to the Qi transforming period and was able to return to his family to visit his family, he met Elder Huang unexpectedly. It was possible that he wouldn't be able to find out about the agreement he made back then. Not only was there a treasure in the Heaven Baron's Secret Realm that Elder Huang urgently needed to restore his divine soul, but he also had a way to make him stay in the Secret Realm for a longer period of time. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian knew that it was very likely that he would not meet the agreement. Now, Qin Wushuang had taken the initiative to delay the excavation of Secret Realm, which was exactly what he wanted. "Junior brother Chu, keep the jade pendant that I gave you well. When it's suitable for the excavation of Secret Realm, I will reschedule the date with you through the token." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian didn't have any intention of blaming him, Qin Wushuang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If it was before they met, he only needed to inform Chu Zhongtian. He didn't need to care about Chu Zhongtian's feelings, but it was different now. This was because Chu Zhongtian, whose cultivation base and strength might surpass his in the future, was highly regarded by him. He had to take into account Chu Zhongtian's feelings in order to avoid such a small matter. This caused Chu Zhongtian to misunderstand. "Senior brother Qin, I will." Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian looked around and then said to Qin Wushuang, "Senior brother Qin, almost everyone from all the major powers is here. Let's go back first." "Junior brother Chu, see you in the future." "Senior brother Qin, see you in the future." After greeting each other, Chu Zhongtian and Qin Wushuang turned around and returned to their respective camps at the same time. "Zhongtian, who is that person?" After Chu Zhongtian returned to the sect expert side, Dongfang Yongping asked curiously. In fact, it wasn't just Dongfang Yongping who was curious. All the experts present were very interested. They pricked up their ears, wanting to know who that peerlessly beautiful young man was. Those who knew Qin Wushuang's origin wanted to know the relationship between Chu Zhongtian and him. After all, Qin Wushuang's identity and background were too special. His existence had a huge impact. His name is Qin Wushuang. He is the 99th son of the Duke of Qin Empire. He only briefly introduced Qin Wushuang's background, but didn't mention anything else. Back then, when Zhao Enjuan saw the purple dragon token given to him by Qin Wushuang, he had specifically told him that this Qin Wushuang's identity and background were not simple. He told him to try his best to be on good terms with Qin Wushuang in the future and not to offend him. So it was not convenient for Chu Zhongtian to reveal too much about Qin Wushuang. He did not want to cause unnecessary conflicts. The experts of Floating Cloud Sect were very disappointed with Chu Zhongtian's introduction. However, they were also surprised by Chu Zhongtian's ability to make friends and cause trouble, including the Hua Mountain Sword Sect, Demon Heart Sect, Ouyang family, Xia family, and Yen family who had a feud with him. There were 9 major powers in Southern Domain. Except for the Floating Cloud Sect that he was from, all 6 major powers had a certain relationship with him. Thinking of this, the few experts from Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace glanced at each other, and their eyes quickly flashed with some schemes and plots. "Senior brother Jiao, senior brother Wei, it's almost time. Shall we start opening the Heaven Baron's Secret Realm now?" After Chu Zhongtian and Qin Wushuang returned to their respective camps, they stopped in the war chariot in the clouds. Suddenly, a pleasant voice was heard. "Your Majesty, every time the Heaven Baron's secret realm opens, it will be controlled by Great Qin. How do we open the secret realm next?" "Your Majesty, just tell me." Supreme level expert from the Sword Sect, a middle-aged man called Senior Brother Wei by the expert in the war chariot. He took the initiative to express his goodwill. "Where's Senior Brother Jiao?" Seeing that the Sword Sect expert didn't have any objections, the owner of the war chariot turned to Zhao and Juan for questioning. Facing the domineering Great Qin expert, Zhao and Juan's attitude paused for a moment before he casually said, "Anything. All right. Since Senior Apprentice Brother Jiao and Senior Apprentice Brother Wei have no objections, all right." The experts in the war chariot didn't get angry at Zhao and Juan's casual attitude. Instead, after giving the order, the war chariot rose higher into the void. As for the Demon Heart sect, the 5 great families, and the 8 rogue cultivator supreme level expert, the experts in the war chariot didn't pay any attention to them, and their meaning was obvious. That was, they could only choose to listen to him, and they didn't have the right to question him. 1. Regarding this, the 8 rogue cultivators supreme expert and the 5 great families supreme level expert didn't show any dissatisfaction. Only the white-haired old man from the Demon Heart sect showed a trace of displeasure on his face, but he could only helplessly accept the reality. After all, in the past 100 years, the strength of the Floating Cloud sect and the Hua Mountain Sword sect had been continuously increasing. Not only were there many middle-aged experts among them, but there were also countless monstrous geniuses amongst the young generation. On the other hand, the Demon Heart sect, which was also one of the 3 major sects, was at a disadvantage, apart from the middle-aged experts who could fight against the Floating Cloud sect and the Hua Mountain Sword sect. There were a total of 17 supreme level expert and 17 supreme level experts from the 9 major powers. All of them rose into the sky and stood in a unique position. After that, the 16 supreme experts' eyes turned to the war chariot in the middle. "Go!" As if they could sense the gazes of the crowd, the experts in that war chariot threw out a stone stele the size of a palm. The stone tablet that was thrown into the air expanded with the wind, quickly becoming a huge stone tablet about 100 meters tall and over 50 meters wide. And on the front of the stone tablet, there was the word heaven, and on the back, there was the word famine. Heaven, famine. Desolates. Looking at the floating giant stele and the 2 words heavenly desolates on the 2 sides of the stone tablet, Chu Zhongtian could vaguely feel a vast and ancient energy coming from the aura. He didn't know if it was his misconception, but just as the 2 words heaven's desolates revealed the vast and ancient force of the aura, he could faintly feel a picture scroll in the storage ring's finger pulsating slightly. However, when his mind connected with the finger of the storage ring, he discovered that the picture scroll he obtained from the 3rd layer of the Blood Demon Secret Stage Palace was lying there quietly, according to the fact that it had never moved. This made him very puzzled. However, he also knew that this wasn't the time to consider the scroll, so he could only temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart and continue to pay attention to the giant stele in the void. When the giant stele stopped in midair, Zhao and Juan and the remaining 16 supreme level expert took out the same stone tablets with similar designs and threw them into the air. The 16 stone tablets that looked very similar also grew in size when they saw the wind. Soon, they grew to a giant stele that was about 60 meters tall and more than 30 meters wide. They were different from the stone steles that Great Qin's experts had thrown out, and the stone steles that Zhao and Juan and the others had thrown out did not have the words heaven desolates on them. The 16 stone tablets did not stop in midair, but formed a circle and surrounded the largest stone tablet that Great Qin's experts had thrown out. After the 16 giant stele formed a circle, Zhao and Juan and the other supreme level expert left their respective factions and stopped on the giant stele that they had thrown out. As for the war chariot from Qin Empire and the experts in the war chariot, they stopped on the stone tablet that was the largest in size and was surrounded by 16 giant stele. Attack! When all of supreme level experts' forces were in position, the Great Qin expert within the war chariot shouted out. Following this, with Great Qin's expert in the war chariot as the leader, the 16 supreme level experts started to channel nomological energy into the stone steel. As they sent in the law energy, each giant steel started to give off light. However, the light that the 16 giant steel gave off was slightly dimmer than that of the stone steel at the center. When the light emitted by the 17 giant steel had caused everyone below the stone tablet to be unable to look directly at it, a gray energy shot out from the 16 stone tablets. The 16 gray energy completely fused into the central stone tablet. 10 seconds later, the 16 gray energy that merged with the central stone tablet once again separated from the central stone tablet. And among the 16 gray energy that separated from the central stone tablet, there was an additional trace of a faint purple color. When the 16 gray energies mixed with purple energy returned to their respective stone tablets, a vortex gradually appeared at the bottom of the stone tablet that Zhao Enjuan and the others were standing on. The vortex that appeared at the bottom of the stone monument was very small at the beginning, so small that it was only the size of a thumb. However, as supreme experts stood on the stone monument and continued to inject the energy that contained the power of law, the vortex gradually expanded. Through the size of the vortex formed at the bottom of 17 stone tablets, and the speed at which the vortex expanded, it could clearly tell the strength of the 17 supreme level expert. The one who expanded the vortex the fastest and the one who was most stable was not the expert in the war chariot in the central stone tablet. It was also not the supreme level expert with the surname Wei of Hua Mountain Sword Sect. Instead, he placed one of his hands behind his back. He used only one hand to inject the law energy into Zhao Enjuan. At the same time, the Zhao Enjuan who was continuously inputting law energy not only had a relaxed expression on his face, but also a relaxed expression. He also had the leisure to observe the others' reactions. Whether it was from the strongest Qin Empire or the #1 powerhouse in the Rogue Cultivator, their performance did not attract Zhao Enjuan's attention. He only took a glance at them. His gaze shifted away from them and finally turned towards Chu Zhongtian. After that, he smiled and nodded at Chu Zhongtian. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian was very speechless. Everyone knew that you were very strong, but you can't show it so clearly. You have to know that besides you, Zhao Enjuan, the remaining 16 supreme level expert, all of them were pouring in all their energy into the power of law. Even supreme level expert who came from the Hua Mountain Sword Sect was struggling. Wouldn't you be provoking the jealousy of others by doing this? Just as Chu Zhongtian had thought, Zhao Enjuan was obviously much stronger than the other supreme level expert. This shocked the experts of the Huashan sect and the Demon Heart sect, who were also from the 3 major sects. When Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace saw Zhao Enjuan's strength, their faces became gloomy. They exchanged a few words with each other, but in the end, they just shook their heads. As supreme level expert poured more and more energy into the power of law, the vortex at the bottom of the stone tablet also became bigger and bigger. When the vortex expanded to enough for an adult to pass through, supreme level expert temporarily stopped pouring energy into the 17 stone tablets. The moment he stopped pouring energy into the stone tablets, excluding Zhao Enjuan, apart from Great Qin's experts, who sat in their chariots and could not pay attention to their expressions, the remaining 15 supreme level expert each took out a Longan-sized dragon eye. He ate the pill that was emitting a 3-colored light. 10 minutes later, Great Qin's expert's voice sounded out from within the war chariot on the central stone steel. The Heaven Baron's secret realm has already been opened. Every martial practitioner who enters the Heaven Baron's secret realm will enter from the vortex on the stone steel of your faction. After saying this, Great Qin's expert paused for a moment before a treasure that was similar to a chessboard flew out of the war chariot. Its might surpassed that of the spirit weapon, and it was likely that it had already reached the true treasure level. The true treasure slowly rose into the air and stopped above the 17 stone steels. It then gave off a transparent barrier of light and covered the 17 stone steels. Seeing the true treasure that looked like a chessboard and the barrier formed by the true treasure, Chu Zhongtian's little heart couldn't help but clench. When you obtained the qualification to enter the Heaven Baron's secret realm, your elders must have given you a token made of Heavenly Baron stone. That token is the proof of your entry into the Heaven Baron's secret realm, but you don't have a token. You are not allowed to enter the Heaven-Barren secret realm without permission. If you discover it, your soul will be destroyed. When the protective shield formed by the true treasure on the chessboard completely covered the 17 stone tablets. Within the war chariot, Great Qin's expert ordered, "Disciples of the Qin Empire, enter the Heaven-Barren secret realm from the vortex of those stone steels." After hearing Great Qin's expert's orders, the 40 or so Qin Empire's experts all gathered in the war chariot. Each of them took out a token that was shaped like a stone tablet, but was obviously 100 times less. They held the token in their hands and entered the vortex at the bottom of the stone steel. People from the Floating Cloud sect, listen up. Enter the Heaven-Barren secret realm from the vortex of the stone tablet under my feet. After waiting for the warriors of the Qin Empire to enter the Heaven-Barren secret realm, Zhao Enjuan immediately ordered them. Funing, above the sky. After hearing Zhao Enjuan's orders, Chu Zhongtian took out the sect Outer Sect's disciple competition from his storage bag. Among the rewards for winning the first place in the competition, there was a stone token engraved with 5 gray energy seals. After that, it followed the sect expert and flew towards the stone monument under Zhao Enjuan's feet. When he passed the protective shield formed by the true treasure on the chessboard, Chu Zhongtian clearly felt his body being scanned from inside to outside by an unknown force. When he was scanned by this force, Chu Zhongtian felt that his heart was about to stop beating. He was afraid that the force would detect that something was wrong with his sea of consciousness. Fortunately, that unknown force did not discover anything unusual about him, allowing him to smoothly enter the protective barrier. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. Chu Zhongtian thought that after the scan of the unknown force ended, he would be able to enter the protective shield smoothly. He'll be safe for now. However, just as he passed through the protective barrier, 16 incomparably powerful divine sense containing special energy waves landed on his body at the same time. Once again, from the beginning to the end, he inspected everything from the inside to the outside. Among the 16 powerful divine sense, although there were some who were full of hostility and curiosity towards him, none of them dared to take the opportunity to attack him, allowing him to pass the second inspection smoothly. When he approached the vortex under Zhao Enjuan's feet, Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked at Zhao Enjuan. He discovered that Zhao Enjuan's left hand, which was placed behind his back, was tightly clenched. Clearly, he was in a nervous state. Chu Zhongtian knew what he was worried about. But at the end of the day, worrying was of no use. He could only face it calmly. With the sect's reward in hand, Chu Zhongtian stepped into the vortex without hesitation. Chu, whether or not you can escape the inspection of the Heaven-Barren secret realms rules will depend on your and Elder Huang's luck. Seeing Chu Zhongtian enter the vortex without hesitation, Zhao Enjuan prayed to himself. After stepping into the vortex, he felt dizzy. He could not control his body at all. He could only let the force of the vortex push him forward. The destruction caused by the vortex that contained the energy of the laws was extremely strong. Fortunately, the token rewarded by the sect automatically released a defensive energy barrier similar to that of the Heaven-Barren secret realm. This allowed him to avoid being harmed by the destructive power of the vortex. After more than 10 minutes, Chu Zhongtian, who was in a dizzy state, gradually woke up. His consciousness was also gradually able to control his body. Through the feeling of his body, he found that the force of the vortex pushing his body forward was getting smaller and smaller. When the pushing force of the vortex completely disappeared, when his consciousness could completely control his body, a wave of force that made him tremble directly landed on his body. It made him finally regain control of his body after much difficulty. He was so scared that his little heart almost jumped out. That incomparably powerful energy once again swept through him from inside out. After discovering that there were no abnormalities, the incomparably powerful energy silently retreated. Who? When that incomparably powerful force withdrew, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The little heart that he had been holding had also completely relaxed. After leaving the whirlpool that no longer had any energy power of law, Chu Zhongtian felt as if he had entered a brand new world. In front of him was a boundless space that couldn't be seen at the edge. The entire space was filled with a heavy aura. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhongtian slowly put away the token in his hand, causing a small crack to appear on the defensive layer of the token. After that, an unbearable pain came over. This kind of pain was caused when one's muscles and bones were squeezed. Luckily, Chu Zhongtian's perseverance was relatively strong, and he was mentally prepared for this. Therefore, the moment his body was squeezed by the sudden gravity in the space, he activated the protective shield of the token that the sect rewarded him. When the pain of his muscles and bones being squeezed slowly disappeared, Chu Zhongtian finally understood the strong people in the sect. It was said that there was an opportunity in the Heaven-Barren secret realm that could allow one to be reborn. Originally, this opportunity was referring to the Heaven-Barren secret realm, the energy that could temper one's body. However, if one wanted his body to be reborn, without the perseverance to endure the tremendous pain, and without the tenacity and persistence, it would be difficult to obtain the opportunity to be reborn. He didn't continue forward, nor did he absorb the energy in the Heaven-Barren secret realm immediately. Chu Zhongtian took out a crystal-clear jade stone from the storage ring's finger, and then forcefully crushed the jade stone. As the jade stone was crushed, a faint gray energy mixed with a trace of purple energy rushed out from the broken jade stone and quickly entered his mind. Chu, did you enter the Heaven-Barren secret realm? When the faint gray energy mixed with a trace of purple energy entered his mind, Elder Huang, who had been silent for almost a day, finally woke up. Elder Huang, using the great concealment technique won't affect you, right? Hearing Elder Huang's voice in his mind, Chu Zhongtian asked with concern. Chu, don't worry. With your master's help, using the concealment secret technique won't have any effect on my power of the divine soul. Facing Chu Zhongtian's concern, Elder Huang said with relief. After that, the power of his divine sense passed through Chu Zhongtian's sea of consciousness. It expanded to the Heaven-Barren secret realm. After sensing the energy that could affect the expansion of the divine sense outside his sea of consciousness, Elder Huang said with emotion, I never thought that after 1,000,000 years, I would still have a chance to enter the Heaven-Barren secret realm. Elder Huang, from your tone just now, it seems like you have entered the Heaven-Barren secret realm before. Chu Zhongtian said in surprise after hearing Elder Huang's sigh. The power that had existed in the southern domain for the longest period of time was neither the strongest Qin Empire nor the only demon Dao in the southern domain, the Demon Heart sect. Instead, it was the Floating Cloud sect that gathered the leaders of hundreds of families and paid attention to the balance of development. Regarding the establishment and development of the Floating Cloud sect, Chu Zhongtian had learned about it from the ancient records in the sect Lord Peak through Tianjun and Wang Fuqi during the period before the opening of the Heaven-Barren secret realm. However, even the Floating Cloud sect that had the longest inheritance only lasted for over 700,000 years. Many experts in the southern domain had discovered the Heaven-Barren secret realm and found the method to open the secret realm. It had only been a few 100,000 years. If Elder Huang's body hadn't been damaged, he would have entered the Heaven-Barren secret realm. In other words, the time that the Heaven-Barren secret realm had existed for was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As if he could feel the shock in Chu Zhongtian's tone, Elder Huang explained, when my body was still intact, the opening of the Heaven-Barren secret realm wasn't in the southern domain, but in the central domain of the Eternal Continent. Of course, it's the same as the Heaven-Barren secret realm being controlled by the strongest force. During the era where my body was still intact, the Heaven-Barren secret realm was also controlled by the most powerful force in the central domain. Elder Huang, I wonder what kind of stage did you reach when you entered the Heaven-Barren secret realm? Chu Zhongtian asked excitedly when he heard Elder Huang admit that he had entered the Heaven-Barren secret realm before. Within Heaven-Barren secret realm. When Elder Huang mentioned that his body was still intact and that he had once entered the Heaven-Barren secret realm, Chu Zhongtian felt very happy, because Zhao Enjuan had promised him the secret of the Heaven-Barren secret realm. He said that after the opening of the Heaven-Barren secret realm, he would engrave the detailed information of the Heaven-Barren secret realm into the jade slip and give it to him. This would allow him to make better use of the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm. However, before the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm really opened, he didn't mention anything about it. This made Chu Zhongtian suspect that he was hoping to gain a deeper understanding of the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm through Elder Huang's introduction. Chu, I entered the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm at the peak of the Divine Soul period. Through his sea of consciousness, Elder Huang glanced at the excited Chu Zhongtian and explained without hiding anything. Before I used the secret technique to enter the state of concealment, your master told me. He had prepared detailed information about the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm for you, so that you could borrow the environment of the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm to improve your cultivation base and potential. But I stopped it. Why? Chu Zhongtian asked in confusion. No wonder Zhao Enjuan didn't fulfill his promise. It was because of Elder Huang. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian wasn't angry. He knew that there must be a reason why Elder Huang did this. Because all of his preparations are useless. After entering the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm, not only will it be useless, it will also be useless. Even it could hurt you. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian wasn't angry because of him, Elder Huang couldn't help but nod his head. This meant that Chu Zhongtian had gradually matured, and his actions were becoming more and more stable. Chu, I don't know if your master told you that a martial artist can only enter Heaven-Barren Secret Realm once in his lifetime. Elder Huang continued to ask. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian said, No. Regarding the situation in the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm, my master only mentioned the unique chi of heavenly desolates in the Secret Realm. It can allow any warrior below the essence gathering stage to have a chance to be reborn. This is also the reason why the sect allowed Chi Refining Stage and Body Refining Stage disciples to enter Secret Realm at the same time. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but sigh at the methods of the upper echelons of the sect. Because according to the rules set by the sect, every disciple of the stage was allowed to enter the ___ at the same time. Anyone who passes the sect's competition will be eligible to enter the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm. However, the sect's competition was still half a year away from the opening of the Secret Realm. Half a year. For the disciples who obtained the quota, the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm was like a bait, forcing them to work hard in their cultivation. They had no choice but to work hard to improve their strength, so that they could obtain enough benefits in the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm. Take the disciples who had entered the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm as an example. The Chi Refining Stage servant disciples who had obtained the qualification to enter the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm. He was now a 10th layer great perfection of the Body Refining Period stage. After the advancement in the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm, perhaps he would be able to break through to the Chi Transforming Period very soon. As for the 3 disciples who had obtained the Body Refining Stage quota, under the stimulation of the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm, he himself was already an Essence Gathering Stage 10th Layer Grand Perfection, and Luizong, who was ranked 2nd, was also a Qi Transforming Period 4th Layer Peak. As for He Ying, who was ranked 3rd, he had also advanced to the 3rd layer of the Qi Transforming Period. As for the Qi Transforming Period and Essence Gathering Stage disciples who had obtained the spots, their cultivation and strength had improved significantly. It seems like this secret has been kept until now. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's answer, Elder Huang shook his head and muttered to himself. Then he continued to explain. Chu, the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm has existed for a very long time. I'm afraid it has exceeded the imagination of the world. According to what I know back then, the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm has existed since the ancient era tens of millions of years ago. So long ago. Elder Huang's speculation about the existence of the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm shocked Chu Zhongtian. Because every secret realm was like an independent world. Since it was an independent world, it also had a birth period, adulthood, aging period, and destruction period. 1. How long the secret realm could exist for was not only related to the size of the secret realm spatial zone, the hardness of the spatial barrier, the amount of energy contained in the void, but also related to the rules of the secret realm itself. The bigger the spatial zone, the stronger the spatial barrier, and the more energy it contained. The stronger the rules of the spatial zone, the longer it would exist. According to the records in the secret book that Zhao Enjuan had given him, all of the known secret realm in the southern domain, Except for the Qin Empire, which had a secret realm that was a third of the size of Southern Domain, it had existed for more than 1,000,000 years. It seemed like there wasn't a secret realm that had existed for more than 1,000,000 years, let alone a secret realm that had existed for tens of millions of years. The reason why the Heaven-Barren secret realm could exist for so long is because of the size of the spatial zone in the secret realm and the solid spatial barrier. Apart from the fact that the heavenly desolate's qi in the spatial zone is strong enough, the most important thing is the natural law of the Heaven-Barren secret realm has its own independent consciousness. The law of secret realm has its own independent consciousness. It can extend the time of secret realm's existence through the cultivation of the force of rule. It's also because it has its own independent consciousness that it can ensure the normal operation of the Heaven-Barren secret realm. It used the force of rule of the secret realm to ensure that the Heaven-Barren secret realm would not be destroyed from the inside. Define the restrictions to enter the secret realm. After explaining to this point, Elder Huang couldn't help but sigh. Do you know how many warriors can enter the Heaven-Barren secret realm every time the Heaven-Barren secret realm is opened? Facing Elder Huang's question, Chu Zhongtian lowered his head and calculated. According to the current number of people entering the Heaven-Barren secret realm, each of the 9 major powers would send 40 warriors with different stage, totaling up to 360 people. 8 supreme-level rogue cultivator, each supreme warrior's number. At least 6, at most 7. If all of them were calculated according to the number of 7 people, there would be a total of 56 people. In other words, in the current era when the Heaven-Barren secret realm was opened, the maximum number of people could enter was 416. 0. In the era where Elder Huang's body was still intact, regardless of the number of warriors, a spiritual energy of heaven and earth's concentration was at least 10 times stronger than a spiritual energy of heaven and earth's concentration in this era. Moreover, the rules of the Heaven-Barren secret realm in that era were far from being as powerful as it was now. As for the number of warriors entering the secret realm, it was not that strict. Therefore, according to the number of people before Elder Huang's body was damaged, there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 people who entered the Heavenly Desolate. Elder Huang, 5,000 people. In the end, Chu Zhongtian decided to give the biggest number he had in mind according to his calculations. 5,000 men, Regarding Chu Zhongtian's conservative guess, Elder Huang laughed out loud and gave out a number that Chu Zhongtian could not imagine. Between 500,000 to 600,000 people. How is that possible? Chu Zhongtian shouted in shock when he heard the number given by Elder Huang. Within Heaven-Barren's secret realm. Chu Zhongtian was shocked when Elder Huang told him the number of warriors who could enter the Heaven-Barren secret realm during his era. According to the time and number of people, the number of people who could enter the Heaven-Barren secret realm had been reduced by hundreds of times over the past 1,000,000 years. Then, after tens of thousands of years, the Heaven-Barren secret realm would be closed forever. Chu, with your intelligence and wisdom, I'm afraid you have also thought of the future changes in the Heaven-Barren secret realm. So, no matter what, I have to come here this time in order to obtain 1,000,000 years ago. I have temporarily trapped a treasure with the level 5 formation. As if he had found out what Chu Zhongtian was thinking, Elder Huang told him his ultimate goal in entering the Heaven-Barren secret realm. In the past, as the most outstanding genius of the Huang family, apart from Elder Huang's strength and formation, he was also the most outstanding genius of the Huang family. He was also a prideful man. Therefore, after entering the Heaven-Barren secret realm, he rejected the protection of the family's experts and chose to travel alone. It was also under such circumstances that he discovered a treasure that could increase the strength of a warrior's power of the divine soul. A treasure that could allow one to gain a better understanding of the power of law. However, he was only at the peak of the divine soul period at that time, so he temporarily did not have the ability to take away that treasure. Moreover, when he discovered that treasure, there wasn't much time left before the Heaven-Barren secret realm closed. He couldn't summon the experts of his family to help him. Helpless, he could only use the level 5 formation to temporarily trap the treasure. He planned to wait until the next opening of the Heaven-Barren secret realm, and entrust his family to those experts who had yet to enter the Heaven-Barren secret realm. He would use the formation he left behind to help him retrieve the treasure. However, He didn't expect that before the second opening of the Heaven Baron's secret realm, the Huang family would encounter a major change, causing him to miss the second opening of the Heaven Baron's secret realm. After the family had safely survived the change, he wanted to wait for the third opening of the Heaven Baron's secret realm. However, he was met with an accident. His body was destroyed, and his body of the divine soul was trapped. At the same time, he had completely lost all connection with his family. As a result, no one had taken away the treasure in Heaven Baron's secret realm. Elder Huang, how do I take that treasure? How can I cooperate with you? Regarding the possibility of Heaven Baron's secret realm going into secluded cultivation in the future, Chu Zhongtian could only sigh for a moment, but he didn't take it to heart. Therefore, after hearing Elder Huang's ultimate goal, Chu Zhongtian immediately threw the future changes in the Heaven Baron's secret realm to the back of his mind and asked passionately, "Not for the time being, because every time the Heaven Baron's secret realm is opened, the environment in the secret realm will undergo a tremendous change. This is also one of the reasons why I stopped your master from giving you the map of the secret realm." Elder Huang shook his head and stopped Chu Zhongtian from helping him. After that, he started to arrange Chu Zhongtian's future cultivation. Chu, for warriors below the essence gathering stage, the most precious treasure in the Heaven Baron's secret realm isn't the rare treasures in the secret realm, but the heavenly desolate's chi that can enhance a warrior's physique. Chu, the token in your hand, is the supreme level expert of your sect. Using the Heavenly Baron's stone in their hands to refine it, they can use all their strength to block it. Also, it can weaken the pressure of the desolate chi on you. Therefore, during this period of time, you used the protection of the token. Absorb the desolate chi with all your might, then use the desolate chi to improve your physique. As long as your physique is strengthened enough, you will be able to break through to the longevity period in the future. Only then will you be able to gain a better understanding of the laws of the heavens and earth when you break through to the Great Tao period. Elder Huang, what about you? Chu Zhongtian didn't have any objections to Elder Huang's future cultivation arrangements, but he was quite interested in what Elder Huang was going to do next. The environment in Heaven Baron's secret realm has changed completely. I need to concentrate on sensing the formation mark I left behind in the past through the divine sense. I can't take care of you for the time being. Therefore, Chu, for the time being, I will help you find a place suitable for you to absorb the heavenly desolate chi. You will temporarily use the heavenly desolate chi to improve your physique and strengthen your foundation. Elder Huang, I will listen to your arrangement. Facing a completely unfamiliar environment and the dangerous secret realm, listening to the arrangement of an experienced elder was the wisest choice. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian had no objections to Elder Huang's arrangement. Through the extended divine sense, Elder Huang quickly found a place with a small amount of desolate chi. It was very suitable for Chu Zhongtian to absorb it. Under Elder Huang's instructions, Chu Zhongtian originally wanted to fly in the sky and quickly get close to a place that was hundreds of miles away from him. However, when his body was less than 2 meters in the air, an incomparably powerful force directly imprisoned the vital spirit in his dantian, causing his body that had just risen to fall freely. Rumble! His body made an intimate contact with the hard ground, and the result of the intimate contact was that all the bones in his body felt sore. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, in the Heaven Baron's secret realm, unless it's a Great Tao period or above who can use the power of law to fly, warriors below the longevity period can't fly. Seeing Chu Zhongtian fall to the ground, Elder Huang felt embarrassed and blamed himself. Elder Huang, can I trouble you next time? Can you tell me what I need to pay attention to in advance? I don't want to suffer the consequences that I shouldn't have. He got up from the ground and rubbed his sore shoulders. Chu Zhongtian grumbled as he felt lucky. He was glad that the height he took off from was very low. If it was like in the past, he would have flown hundreds of meters into the sky, and his dantian and vital spirit would have been sealed in an instant. His body would have been free to fall into the ground, and he would have probably been smashed into meat paste. All right, it's my fault. I'll explain it to you as we walk. Elder Huang didn't have any sincerity in apologizing to Chu Zhongtian's complaints. Chu Zhongtian could only roll his eyes at him to express his dissatisfaction. Although flying was not allowed in Heaven Baron's secret realm, it was not forbidden to use the movement technique. With the help of the movement technique, which had just broken through to the profound grade low rank, a distance of more than 100 miles was not too much of a delay for him. Elder Huang helped him choose the place where he could absorb the desolate qi. It was a mountain that wasn't too high, and it was slightly protruding. Standing on top of the mountain, he could observe his surroundings at any time. It was a relatively advantageous place. Chu, although the heavenly desolate qi here isn't very dense, it's suitable for your current physique. So, you should stay here and absorb the heavenly desolate qi for now. When Chu Zhongtian stood on the mountain, Elder Huang explained. I understand, Elder Huang. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian sat down with his legs crossed. The environment where one chose to absorb the heavenly desolate qi wasn't like the environment where the heavenly desolate qi was denser. This would depend on the strength of one's physique, body, and mind to determine the density of the surrounding heavenly desolate qi. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm, just like how a warrior absorbed the spiritual qi within a spirit stone, the strength of a qi refining stage, you could only absorb the spiritual qi within a lower-class spirit stone. If you forcefully absorb the spiritual qi within an advanced spirit stone, then the enormous spiritual qi contained within an advanced spirit stone would instantly explode. And the energy of the heavenly desolates was dozens of times more explosive than the spiritual qi, perhaps even 100 times stronger. The overly dense energy of the heavenly desolates formed a terrifying pressure that could cause the defensive token to shatter. If it wasn't for the defensive layer formed by the token, the rich energy of the heavenly desolates could have crushed you into a meat patty in an instant. That was why Elder Huang chose this mountain. The energy of the heavenly desolates wouldn't harm the defensive token, but it was also suitable for him to absorb the energy of the heavenly desolates by weakening the defensive token. Sitting cross-legged on the protruding mountain, Chu Zhongtian calmed his mind and adjusted his breathing. When the mind calmed down and everything was ready, he began to slowly weaken the defensive strength of the token in his hand. He tried to let the heavenly desolate qi outside seep in. When the trace of heavenly desolate's qi outside the defensive layer entered the isolated space formed by the weakened token, Chu Zhongtian immediately felt an extremely terrifying and heavy pressure. When he felt this terrifying and heavy pressure, he immediately increased the defensive strength of the token, temporarily isolating it from the heavenly desolate's qi. After experiencing the terrifying pressure of the Chu family's prison court refinement, he quickly adapted to the pressure formed by the sky desolate's qi inside the token isolated space. After that, he began to circulate the Taishan Heart Sutra's cultivation technique and tried to refine the heavenly desolate qi that had entered the token's defensive space. When the wisp of desolate qi in the defensive space entered his body under the guidance of the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method, this heavy feeling made him feel as if his muscles and bones were being squeezed back and forth. At the same time, the pain caused by the squeezing of muscles and bones caused his facial expression to distort. Faced with this kind of inhumane pain, Chu Zhongtian gritted his teeth and continued circulating the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method, forcefully refining the trace of desolate qi that entered his body. Although the heavenly desolate's qi was dozens or even hundreds of times more violent than the spiritual qi, however, under the refinement of the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method and under Chu Zhongtian's insistence, half an hour later, the energy of the heavenly desolates was converted into energy that could enhance his physique. It had completely merged into his body. When his body completely merged with the energy of the heavenly desolates, a strong feeling made Chu Zhongtian want to smash the defensive layer of the token with his fist. Fortunately, he managed to restrain the impulse in his heart in time and didn't commit suicide. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian could faintly smell a stench. He searched for the source of the stench and found out that it actually came from his own body. He rolled up his sleeves and found that there was a layer of black stains on the surface of his arm that emitted a stench. Although the black stains were smelly and caused his stomach to vomit after smelling it, Chu Zhongtian did not care at all. There was even a trace of joy on his face. This was because when the qi of desolates tempered the body, it removed the impurities in the body, bones, muscles, blood vessels, and internal organs to further enhance the physique. Ever since he broke through to the body refining stage and removed the impurities in his body, Chu Zhongtian had thought that the impurities in his body had already been cleaned up. Now, it seemed like there were so many impurities in his body, which indirectly proved how effective the heavenly desolates were. He raised his head and looked at the space outside the defensive layer of the token. Looking at the countless amounts of desolate qi in the secret realm, Chu Zhongtian knew that the opportunity to be reborn had arrived. Chu, can you feel the powerful effect of the desolate qi? Just as Chu Zhongtian rolled up his sleeves and looked at the layer of black stains on his body, Elder Huang, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke. Elder Huang, you didn't use your divine sense to sense the formation in the secret realm. After hearing Elder Huang's voice, Chu Zhongtian temporarily gave up on absorbing the desolate qi and asked with a puzzled expression. In the face of the independent consciousness, the rules of secret realm were becoming more and more limited. In the face of the independent consciousness, there was a possibility that the rules of secret realm would be permanently shut down in the future. This opportunity was very likely the last chance they would have in their lives to enter the heaven-barren secret realm. Elder Huang did not make the best use of his time to sense the location of the formation. How could Chu Zhongtian not feel strange that he had the leisure to observe the process of absorbing the desolate qi? Chu used the divine sense's power to sense the location of the formation. I need to focus all my attention and not allow myself to be distracted. After explaining why he didn't use the divine sense to sense the location of the formation, Elder Huang continued to explain what Chu Zhongtian needed to pay attention to next. In other words, when I sense the position of the formation, I can't see you for the time being. Before that, there are a few things that I need to remind you about. Time was pressing, so Elder Huang didn't tell him personally. Instead, he passed the things that he needed to pay attention to through the power of the divine soul and directly sent them into his sea of consciousness. Chu, I have already passed on the things that you need to pay attention to. Next, I will try my best to sense the location of the formation. If it wasn't for my life being in danger, it would be impossible for you to wake me up. After the things he needed to pay attention to were transmitted to Chu Zhongtian through the power of the divine soul, Elder Huang gave a final warning. He fell into complete silence. Without disturbing Elder Huang, who was trying his best to sense the position of the formation, Chu Zhongtian immediately transferred his consciousness into the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang had left in his sea of consciousness. Through reading the information recorded in his divine soul, he quickly learned some things that Elder Huang had reminded him of. At the same time, through the information Elder Huang had left in the power of the divine soul, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a trace of joy. 5. Because in the information that Elder Huang had entered into the power of the divine soul, other than the information related to heaven-barren secret realm, there were also some things that needed to be taken note of and guarded against. There was also a cultivation technique that could use the desolate qi of heaven to cultivate one's physical body. There was also a set of secret technique that could be used to detect physical body level. According to the information left behind by Elder Huang, during the era when his body was still intact, besides the main cultivation system, martial artists also attached great importance to the cultivation of the body. Furthermore, experts who paid attention to the cultivation of the physical body were far stronger than ordinary martial artists who focused on the main cultivation system. In order to strengthen the physique of the physical body, other than using the nourishment of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance the medicinal pills and spirit fruit, there was also a cultivation method specially used for the cultivation of the physical body when the stage broke through. In the information that Elder Huang left behind, there was a cultivation method that was specially used to cultivate the physical body. This cultivation method was called the Overlord spell, and it was created by observing the strongest tyrant dragon in the divine dragon system, the tyrant dragon. The Overlord spell was divided into 10 levels. The stage was divided from 10 levels to 1, which corresponded to the 10 levels of the main cultivation system. At the same time, the Overlord spell was also a cultivation technique that supported the cultivation of the body when Elder Huang's body was still intact.